Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Ron looked at Harry seriously. "Harry, I also have something I want to tell you." "What's up?" Ron recounted everything he had overheard from Hagrid that afternoon. Harry sat up abruptly. "What, Ginny, no way." "I didn't believe it at first either," Ron said, sounding a little nervous. "But Charlie wouldn't lie about something like this. And Hermione said that Ginny might have been affected by some dark magic item." Harry's heart began to race. Simo groggily raised his head. "What are you talking about?" "Aren't you going to sleep?" "It's nothing." "You can go back to sleep," Ron said in a low voice. He didn't want too many people to know about it, as it wasn't good for Ginny. After Seamus lay down again, Ron leaned close to Harry and whispered, "Harry, I need to find out what's wrong with Ginny. Can you help me?" Harry nodded without hesitation. "Certainly." Charlie said Ginny will be going out for a night stroll. A hint of determination flashed in Ron's eyes. "We can wait in the common room and see where she goes." After the two discussed their plan, Harry took the invisibility cloak out of the box. He lost his invisibility cloak last semester, but it was returned to him shortly afterward, which Harry guessed was sent to him by Dumbledore. "Let's go." The two donned invisibility cloaks and tiptoed out of the dormitory. The Gryffindor common room was pitch black, with only the embers in the fireplace providing a faint glow. They found a corner to sit down and waited quietly. Time passed by second by second. Harry felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier. Just then, soft footsteps came from the stairs of the girls' dormitory. Ron immediately perked up and nudged Harry with his elbow. A slender figure descended the stairs. Moonlight streamed through the window and fell upon her. It was Ginny. She was wearing a bathrobe barefoot, and her face was obscured by the shadows. He tried to rush over, but Harry held him back. "Wait," Harry whispered in his ear. "Let's see where she's going." Ginny walked straight toward the portrait of the fat lady, which was the entrance to the lounge. Harry suddenly lifted the invisibility cloak. "Ginny." Ginny turned away calmly as if nothing had happened. "Harry, Ron," her voice sounded perfectly normal. "What are you doing here?" Ron stepped forward and asked, somewhat excitedly. "Ginny, where are you going in the middle of the night?" Ginny blinked, her face showing an innocent expression. "I'm hungry. I want to get something to eat." Her expression was flawless and her tone was natural. Ron and Harry looked at each other in bewilderment. "Did Charlie say something wrong?" Harry squinted. "Then go to the kitchen and get something to eat. Remember, I told you about the location." Ron looked at Harry with a puzzled expression. "Bro, what kitchen? Why didn't you tell me?" Ginny paused for a moment, then nodded. "I remember, I was planning to go there." A glint of light flashed in Harry's eyes. "I never told Ginny where the kitchen was," he yelled. "You're not Ginny," Ron charged forward angrily. "Let go of my sister." But Ginny, or rather Tom Riddle, was exceptionally agile. She dodged Ron in a flash and then quickly ran towards the portrait cave entrance. Tom's face darkened. He hadn't expected to be outsmarted by a child. Now that he's been exposed, he can't stay in the Gryffindor dorms anymore. He needs to find a new target. Stop. Harry and Ron chased after them at the same time. But Ginny's speed was astonishing, completely unlike that of an 11-year-old girl. She ran down the corridor, her steps as light as a cat's. Harry and Ron chased after them desperately, but the distance between them only grew wider. "Damn it." Ron gasped for breath. "Why is she running so fast?" When the two chased her to the third floor, Ginny's figure had already disappeared at the end of the corridor. "It's lost." Harry stopped, panting heavily. Ron stubbornly kept walking forward. He wanted to find Ginny. Harry took a breath and followed, Tom controlling Ginny's body. hurried through the corridors. His face was frighteningly gloomy. More than a month of meticulous planning, more than a month of erosion of consciousness, was ruined by those two brats, damn Harry Potter. Tom gritted his teeth. It took him a whole month to fully invade the consciousness of this Weasley girl. And now he can control her body at will. But tonight's unexpected event ruined all his previous efforts. Now that we've been exposed, we must find a new target. Tom was making plans in his mind. Of the four houses, his favorite was Slytherin. He controlled Ginny's body and led her straight to the basement. The entrance to the Slytherin common room is hidden deep within the dungeons. Tom found the stone door with ease. There was no one at the entrance. Tom looked around to make sure no one was there, then pulled a black notebook from Ginny's robe. He gently placed the notebook in the shadows in the corner by the door. The location was clever, it wouldn't be stepped on. Yet it was conspicuous enough that it would definitely be spotted by passing Slytherin students in the morning. A new host will be available soon. Tom's lips curled into a cold smile for him. Slytherin students were easier to control than Gryffindor students. Because Tom understood Slytherins, they were born with a thirst for power. After putting down the notebook, Tom's control over Ginny's body began to loosen. Ginny's eyes gradually became unfocused, and she swayed unsteadily, walking back in a daze. She staggered, her eyes vacant, completely unaware of where she was. As I walked back down to the first floor, I heard hurried footsteps on the stairs. Harry and Ron rushed down the stairs sprinting and bumped right into Ginny. Give Ginny back. Ron rushed forward, grabbed his sister's shoulders, and shook her violently. Ginny was shaken awake instantly. Stop, 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 I'm going to throw up. She stared at Ron, completely bewildered. My family members don't understand. I was sleeping peacefully in the dorm when my brother suddenly pulled me up and shook me. Ron, what are you doing here? This is the girls' dormitory. Before she could finish speaking, Ginny looked around and realized she wasn't in her dorm room. Her face filled with confusion. How did I get here? Ron's heart was pounding. Are you Ginny? Do you remember what just happened? Ginny shook her head vigorously, her red hair flying through the air. I don't remember anything. I was definitely sleeping in my dorm. How could I? Her voice trailed off, her eyes filled with terror. Harry stepped forward, staring intently at Ginny. You really don't remember anything, I swear. Ginny's voice trembled slightly. I only remember lying in bed and then I remember nothing more. Ginny, have you encountered anything strange lately? Ron asked with concern. Ginny was also very scared at this point, so she stopped hiding it. There is a diary. What diary? A black diary. When I write in it, it responds. I find it very interesting, so I often chat with it. Ron and Harry exchanged a glance. Girl, you dare to touch such a weird thing, then what? Then I started having strange dreams. In my dream, I was walking around the school, but I don't remember what I was doing. Sometimes I wake up to find blood on my hands, but I don't know how it got there. Harry was almost certain that the notebook was the culprit. Ginny, where is that diary now? Ginny said, still shaken. I put it in the bedside table drawer. The three of them immediately ran towards the Gryffindor tower. Back in the common rooms, Ginny hurriedly ran up the stairs to the girls' dormitory. Harry and Ron waited anxiously downstairs. A few minutes later, Ginny came downstairs, her face looking frighteningly pale. It's gone. Her voice trembled. My diary is missing. Ron and Harry exchanged a glance. This is a huge problem. That dangerous dark magic artifact may have already escaped to somewhere else. Early the next morning, Charlie was leisurely eating breakfast, with a large plate of bacon and fried eggs in front of him. Harry, Ron, and Hermione walked over. Charlie. Harry sat down beside him. Something happened last night that we need to tell you about. Charlie put down his fork and looked at the three of them. What's wrong? Judging from your expressions, it can't be good news. Harry recounted his experience from the previous night to Charlie in detail. Charlie's expression turned serious after hearing this. That thing is now missing. And it's even more dangerous than when it was with Ginny. At least with Ginny there's still some protection to be had. Hermione also looked serious. She had just heard Harry and Ron talk about it. Hermione paused for a moment before speaking. We should tell the professors. Ron hesitated, but if we tell the professor, will Ginny get expelled? After all, she was the one who brought that thing into the school. Charlie shook his head. Ginny was unaware of this. She was a victim too. And the most important thing now is to find that thing. If we don't report it in time, we might be affected too. Harry nodded in agreement. Charlie is right. The professor should have known about this. Ron took a deep breath and finally nodded. All right, let's go find Professor McGonagall. The stone doors to the Slytherin common room slowly opened. Gore and Crabbe came out of theirs, ready to go to the auditorium for breakfast as Gal walked. He kept yawning, completely unaware of his footing. Suddenly, I caught a glimpse of something black out of the corner of my eye. Tom was unusually excited in his notebook. Finally, a Slytherin student spotted him. People who don't seem very bright are the easiest to fool. Tom had already begun devising ways to seduce this simple-minded hunk. But then Gore walked up to the notebook and kicked it away. What kind of junk is this? It's filthy and old. Who threw it here? The laptop slid a long way across the floor and crashed into a corner. Let's get to the auditorium early. The freshly fried bacon smells delicious. Crabbe didn't even glance at them. And the two strode towards the auditorium. Tom, sitting in the corner, was so angry he almost exploded on the spot. Those two idiots. Tom wished he could jump out of the diary immediately and give those two giants an Avada Kedavra kill. The diary was kicked to a corner, making it even harder for the little snakes passing by to see it. And most people who see it are not interested in it. Most Slytherins are pure-blooded and come from wealthy families. Why would anyone be interested in something that's fallen on the ground and nobody wants? Once this atmosphere is established, even people who might have been interested will not bother to pick it up. Because people who see it will laugh at it. In Slytherin, being ridiculed is a terrible thing. Time slowly passed. The afternoon potions class had just ended. And Draco Malfoy was walking at the front of the line. Gore and Crabbe followed behind him, the two big men panting heavily. Professor Snape doesn't seem to be in a good mood today. Goyle ID Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Crabbe wanted to say that he seemed to be in a bad mood every day. But he didn't dare to. Because we lost in Quidditch practice yesterday. Draco scoffed, just wait with me on the team. The Quidditch Cup is definitely ours. Gore asked doubtfully, weren't you here yesterday? Draco gritted his teeth, what do you know? I just went in yesterday. And I'm not coordinating well with my teammates. Oh. Gal lowered his head dejectedly, only to spot the notebook that had been kicked aside that morning. That old notebook is still there. Draco looked in the direction he was pointing. The black cover and simple binding made it look unremarkable. But Draco's pupils contracted slightly. This notebook. He remembered the safe in his father's study. Inside were several items of dark magic, including an identical black diary. His father had warned him that those things were dangerous and he must never touch them. But now an almost identical notebook lies here. Draco's heart raced. Draco. Crabbe looked at him in confusion. Draco didn't answer and walked straight to the corner. Of course, he doesn't need to care whether others will laugh at him. The Malfoy family is one of the most powerful families in Slytherin. Who would dare to mock them? Draco bent down and picked up the diary. The cover feels smooth to the touch, but has a strange warmth to it. It doesn't feel like ordinary leather, it's more like the skin of a living creature. He turned to the first page. There was nothing on the blank parchment. Draco frowned and continued turning the pages. Every page was blank without any text or illustrations. Just as he was about to close the notebook, a line of text suddenly appeared on the first page, hello. Draco's hand jerked violently, nearly dropping the notebook. The handwriting is dark green, with smooth and elegant strokes, possessing a classical beauty. But what's even stranger is that these words appeared out of thin air. No one wrote them. Draco immediately closed the notebook and hugged it tightly to his chest. His eyes gleamed with a complex light, excitement, fear, curiosity, and a barely perceptible hint of greed. This is definitely not an ordinary diary. Draco returned to his Slytherin dorm, his heart still racing. He hid his diary in the innermost drawer of his bedside table, and only took it out carefully after confirming that his roommates were not there. Draco picked up his quill and carefully wrote on the first page. "Who are you?" The ink was absorbed quickly as soon as it touched the paper. Draco stared wide-eyed as his handwriting vanished without a trace. A few seconds later, dark green floral characters appeared. Tom Gaunt. Draco's pupils contracted sharply. Gaunt. That ancient pureblood family descended from Slytherin. Although the Gaunt family has no descendants left, the surname still represents noble lineage within pureblood circles. Tom sneered inwardly in his diary. He knew Slytherin well. If he used a Muggle surname, it would be difficult for people to take him seriously. And as long as one uses a pureblood family surname, one will naturally feel closer to them. What's your name? New handwriting appeared on the paper. Draco, holding his quill, cautiously remained silent. He knew that some dark magic items could harm the owner of a name once their true name was known. Seeing that Draco didn't answer for a long time, Tom continued writing. "Don't be nervous, you must be from Slytherin, right? I can tell you must be a very popular person at school." Draco's vanity was satisfied upon seeing these words. He wrote it down proudly. "That's right, I'm a second-year Slytherin student. I'm still the seeker for the Slytherin Quidditch team." Tom was utterly speechless upon seeing this reply. I thought he was going to say something amazing. But what's so special about being a seeker? I was also created by a Slytherin student but many years ago. Tom continued trying to coax him. I was created by the most outstanding student in the history of Hogwarts to help students learn knowledge. Draco saw this line and a disdainful expression appeared on his face. "The best," he wrote on the paper. "Can anyone be as good as Charlie?" Tom paused for a moment. "Charlie? Which Charlie?" "Perhaps Charlie is the best student you've ever met." Tom replied cautiously, "But child, Hogwarts has a history teeming with geniuses, and there are countless others even more outstanding." Draco didn't think anyone was better than Charlie. "You were able to solo a giant monster when you first enrolled." The diary remained silent for a moment. Then no new words appeared. Draco continued. "Could you beat the defense against the dark arts professor in your first year?" The diary remained silent. "Can you become a potions master in your first year and earn the Order of Merlin?" Second class. Tom's silence was deafening. Draco scoffed, "Can't even do this. And you call yourself the best," bragging. Tom fell into deep self-doubt in his diary. Are all Hogwarts students this weird these days? Or is this brat just messing with me? It was a long time before Tom finally wrote it on the paper. "Charlie is indeed excellent as you described. But if you want to become like him, I can help you." Draco's eyes flashed with suspicion upon seeing those words. "What can you do to help me?" "Knowledge," Tom replied. "I can teach you many kinds of magic that you can't learn in the classroom. For example, advanced techniques of transfiguration, secret recipes for potions, and some special spells." Draco's heart began to race as the heir to the Malfoy family. He naturally yearned to become stronger, especially after witnessing Charlie's abilities. He became even more eager to improve himself. "Then answer a few questions for me first," Draco wrote. Draco wrote down more than a dozen questions in his diary, all of which were things he didn't understand. The diary perfectly answered his questions. Some of the answers were even more detailed than those in the textbook. This was a piece of cake for Tom. Draco then believed that the diary truly possessed real abilities. Although he remained wary of the mysterious Tom Gunter, he had begun to believe what the man said. "Okay," Draco wrote. "I can learn from you, but I have conditions." "What are the conditions?" "First, you are not allowed to ask my real name. Second, you are not allowed to force me to do anything. Third, if I feel something is wrong, I can stop at any time. Tom sneered inwardly when he saw these conditions. He was quite cautious, but this caution seemed utterly ridiculous to him. He only needs to spend enough time with the other person to completely penetrate their body with his consciousness if he wants to control them. I'm not afraid of his caution. I'm afraid he won't even open a book. Of course, Tom replied. I just wanted to help a talented young wizard. Time flies and Halloween is here in the blink of an eye. After Harry told Professor McGonagall about the diary, the entire Hogwarts was on edge. Professor McGonagall's expression turned serious, and she immediately organized the prefects of each college to conduct a search of the campus. The prefects split into groups and searched every corner, from the dormitories to the classrooms, from the library to the dungeons. Percy held a list and carefully examined each suspicious item. Unfortunately, nothing was found. That makes sense, really. If it were so easy to discover, why would Mr. Weasley have allowed the diary to stay with Ginny for so long? A diary can obviously conceal the presence of dark magic within one's being. Draco also received a notification from Professor McGonagall, but he had no intention of handing over the diary. Slytherin students are born with a thirst for power and a desire for success. If given enough temptation, they will willingly walk into the trap. Moreover, having frequently seen dark magic items at home since childhood, he felt that the professor was making a mountain out of a molehill. During this time, Draco became quite the character in class by using his diary. Draco basked in the envious glances of his classmates and the praise of his professors. The feeling was so wonderful that he simply couldn't bear to part with his diary. On Halloween, Draco once again took out his diary. I have a special task for you tonight. Tom's handwriting appeared on the paper. What mission? Draco wrote, go to the girls' restroom on the second floor. A secret awaits you there. Draco hesitated. A girls' restroom, that's not really appropriate. Believe me, one of Hogwarts' greatest secrets is hidden there. Tom continued to tempt. If you want to become stronger, you have to go there. Draco's reason told him he shouldn't go, but his inner greed overcame his reason. The girls' washroom on the second floor has been abandoned for a long time and is never used. Draco nervously looked around. What do we do now? Draco asked in a low voice. Tom's consciousness began to invade his brain. Draco felt a wave of dizziness, and the world before his eyes began to blur. When he opened his eyes again, he was no longer himself, Tom. Controlling Draco's body headed straight for the sink. His gaze settled on a peculiar faucet, which was engraved with a small snake. Tom took a deep breath and hissed, open. When Charlie entered the auditorium, the entire hall was already buzzing with excitement. Hagrid was carrying a huge pumpkin, which weighed at least 300 pounds. Although Hagrid was strong enough to lift it, the enormous pumpkin completely blocked his view. Make Hagrid shout with every step he takes. Make way, make way. Charlie glanced at the pumpkin, then pulled out his wand. Eugodimer Leviosa. The giant pumpkin immediately floated up and hung steadily in the air. Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief and wiped away non-existent sweat. Thanks, Charlie, he said with a sheepish grin. This thing is way too big. Charlie manipulated his wand, causing the pumpkin to float slowly to the most prominent position in the center of the hall. Hagrid pulled out a sharp knife and quickly shaved the pumpkin into a classic Halloween shape. It has triangular Isa largest serrated mouth, and a candle inside once lit. The entire pumpkin emitted an eerie orange-yellow glow. The professors were all busy setting up the venue. Professor Flitwick waved his wand, causing countless bats to fly down from the ceiling and hover above the students' heads. Professor McGonagall conjured up a bunch of skeletons and placed them against the wall. Professor Snape, he doesn't have to do anything. Just standing there, he already creates a strong Halloween atmosphere. Even Filch, who usually loved to catch students breaking the rules, put aside his sour face and obediently helped out in the auditorium. Charlie watched Filch bend over and wipe the floor. And a question suddenly occurred to him. He seemed to have never seen Filch eat in the auditorium. Does this old man give himself special treatment every day? That doesn't seem like it. His cat is so thin it's practically skin and bones. The auditorium was quickly decorated. The ceiling has been enchanted. Now displaying the night sky, dark clouds rolled in. Lightning flashed, and occasionally a few ghosts could be seen drifting by. The students took their seats one after another. Dumbledore stood up and clapped his hands. "Happy Halloween," he said with a smile. "Let's enjoy this feast to the fullest." As soon as he finished speaking, countless foods appeared out of thin air on the long table. But the appearance of these foods is truly somewhat horrifying. Bloody ladyfingers, black liquid soup, and jelly that looks like eyeballs. Charlie picked up a piece of what looked like a frightening flesh and blood and put it in his mouth. Tomato sauce. I tasted the black soup again, squid ink. He couldn't help but laugh. House elves are incredibly skilled cooks. They can make anything. The novelty of these things surpasses even that of the raw materials used to brew magic potions. Speaking of potions, Charlie suddenly remembered that the healing potion had been brewing for a month and should be ready soon. Lucius needs to come and pick up the goods. He looked up at the Slytherin table, intending to ask Draco to pass on a message. But Draco was not at the long table. Charlie frowned. Where did that kid run off to? Not attending the Halloween party is unlike Draco. That guy always loves to show off. How could he possibly miss an event like this? Gradually, the banquet drew to a close. After the students had eaten and drunk their fill, they got up and headed to their respective common lounges. The corridor was packed with people, all chatting about Halloween decorations and food. Suddenly, a scream came from ahead. Ah! The crowd instantly stirred. Charlie frowned and quickened his pace. He pushed through the crowd and saw a scene that horrified everyone. Filch's cat, Mrs. Loris, was hanging on the torch stand on the wall, her body as stiff as stone. A line of large characters was written on the wall in bright red liquid. The secret chamber has been opened. Those who oppose the heir fear is yours, Harry. Ron and Hermione were standing by the wall, being pointed at and whispered about by the students watching. Did they do it? Some people whispered. Possibly. I saw them as soon as I arrived. Charlie stepped forward and carefully observed Mrs. Loris's condition. The cat's body was as stiff as a stone. Its eyes wide open, its pupils unfocused. But it still felt alive, as if it had been petrified or something. Charlie's expression turned serious. Today it's a cat hanging here, tomorrow it could be a person. He didn't want such a dangerous element around him. The commotion around them grew louder, and students crowded into the corridor, craning their necks to get a better look. Make way. Everyone move aside. Filch's shrill voice came from outside the crowd. He pushed the students aside and rushed over. Judging from his expression, he was already prepared to severely punish those who caused the riot. When he saw Mrs. Loris hanging on the wall, he froze on the spot, clutching his head in terror. My cat. Mrs. Loris. Filch's eyes instantly reddened then. His gaze settled on Charlie, who was closest to the cat. It's you. Filch let out a scream, his voice cracking. You killed my cat. I'm going to kill you. Harry and Ron rushed forward at the same time, desperately blocking Filch. Calm down, Mr. Filch. Harry hugged Filch around the waist. But the scrawny old man was surprisingly strong at that moment. Ron grabbed his arm and was nearly thrown off. Charlie glanced at the excited Filch, his tone flat. If I wanted to kill your cats, it wouldn't even be left as ashes. Filch stood there stunned. He knew Charlie could definitely do it. Ernie pushed his way out of the crowd and hurriedly explained to Charlie. The Charlie dinners have been held in the auditorium the whole time. We've all seen it. The Hufflepuff students nodded in agreement. Yes, Charlie has been here all night. Filch then realized what was happening. Yes, Mrs. Loris was perfectly fine before the dinner. Only those who weren't at the banquet that evening could be the murderer. His gaze swept across the crowd. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. Harry won't be at the party tonight. All eyes immediately turned to Harry. Filch's eyes widened as if they were about to breathe fire. "It's you." Harry's face turned deathly pale. "It wasn't me." He quickly explained, "I'm going to Nick's death anniversary dinner." Filch was about to say something when he was interrupted. Argus, the crowd automatically separated. Dumbledore walked over, followed by Professor McGonagall and a group of professors. Dumbledore walked to the wall and took Mrs. Loris off it. Argus, he turned around and looked at Filch. "Your cat is not dead." Filch was stunned. "What?" "She was just petrified," Dumbledore said. "Although it's serious, it's curable." Filch showed a relieved expression. Dumbledore looked at Harry, Ron, and Hermione. "You three come with me." Lockhart hurried over, afraid of not making his presence known. "My office is the closest. Come to my place." He flashed a perfect smile at the students around him. "Leave this to me. I have experience." Just as Dumbledore was about to leave, Charlie called him back. "Professor, what is a locked room mystery? What is an heir?" Dumbledore turned to look at Charlie, his eyes deep. "A secret room, Albus." Professor McGonagall stopped Dumbledore, seemingly unwilling to bring up the topic. "It's all right, Minerva, they'll find a way if they want to." Dumbledore shook his head, and Professor McGonagall did not stop him. "The Chamber of Secrets is just a legend. Built by Salazar Slytherin, it can only be opened by Slytherin's heir. It is said that Slytherin keeps a monster inside, and when the heir opens the Chamber of Secrets, the monster will purge all those in the school who are unworthy to learn magic. Of course, this is just a legend. Don't take it seriously." After saying that, Dumbledore led Harry and the others away. However, Charlie had a bad feeling. According to Slytherin's pureblood philosophy, those who were supposedly unworthy to learn magic were simply referring to those of Muggle blood. "Oh no, it's coming for me." Professor McGonagall began to disperse the crowd. "Go back to your dorms, everyone," she said sternly. "There's nothing to see here." The students gradually dispersed, but the murmurs continued. Charlie stood still, looking in another direction. That's the direction of Slytherin besides Harry. His two companions, and one other person was absent from the dinner party. Draco Malfoy. Let's rewind to before the dinner ended. When Draco regained consciousness, his mind was still somewhat muddled. He blinked blankly and realized he was standing in the second-floor corridor. The sight before him instantly brought him to his senses. Filch's cat was hanging on the wall, its body as stiff as a stone. A line of large characters was written on the wall in bright red liquid. "The secret chamber has been opened. Those who oppose the heir fear heir." Draco's heart began to pound. As a member of a pure-blood family, he naturally knew the legend of the Chamber of Secrets in Slytherin. That is the greatest secret left behind by Salazar Slytherin, and only the true heir can unlock it. Now the secret room is open. The words heir are clearly written on the wall. It's him. It must be him. Draco suppressed the urge to burst out laughing. He, Draco Malfoy, was chosen by Slytherin. Footsteps came from the other end of the corridor. Draco immediately became alert and quickly hid behind a nearby stone pillar. Harry, Ron, and Hermione walked over and stopped right under the cat. Immediately afterwards, students poured out of the auditorium, screams, whispers, and Filch's cries all reached Draco's ears. He hid in the shadows and watched everything that happened afterward. Draco was excited but also a little scared. He knew he couldn't go back to being a student now. If someone sees him alone, they will definitely become suspicious. The crowd slowly dispersed. Draco quietly followed at the back of the Slytherin group. Trying not to attract attention, Charlie greeted Ernie and the others, then cast an illusion spell on himself. Its form instantly became transparent, blending into its surroundings. Charlie walked toward the Slytherin common room. If the heir attacks Muggles, then he cannot sit idly by and wait to die. Charlie did not consider himself to have any pure blood. As an orphan, he had no one to prove his lineage. If Draco really did this, then he's probably not back in his dorm yet. If you wait by the door now, you might be able to catch him. Even if I guess wrong, there's nothing to lose. Charlie was much faster than the entire college of students. He arrived at the entrance to the Slytherin common room first and hid in the shadows. Under the influence of the illusion spell, no one could detect him. The Slytherin students arrived one after another. Pureblood, the prefect, gave the command, and the stone door slowly opened. Charlie silently memorized the password. The students filed in and soon they were all inside. But Draco wasn't in the crowd. Charlie squinted and continued to wait. A few minutes later, faint footsteps were heard at the end of the corridor. Draco appeared. He walked very carefully, glancing back every now and then, afraid of being discovered. Charlie broke free of the illusion curse and stepped out of the shadows. "Young Master Malfoy, where are you going?" Draco jumped up in fright, almost screaming. His face turned deathly pale the moment he recognized Charlie. "Charlie's you, what are you doing here?" Draco stammered. Charlie stepped forward, his eyes fixed on him. "Did you do what happened tonight?" Draco paused for a moment, then quickly realized what was happening. He tried to appear calm, raising his chin. "It wasn't me," he said, "but I really hope it was me." Charlie gave a cold laugh. "You weren't even in the auditorium tonight. How did you know what I was talking about?" Draco's face froze instantly. Oh no, he's been exposed. Charlie's gaze grew colder and colder. Draco gritted his teeth, deciding to give up entirely. "So what if it's me?" he shouted, his voice trembling with fear. "I am now the heir to Slytherin, and I'm not afraid of you." Charlie narrowed his eyes. Some people have gotten too big for their britches. A minute later, Draco's face was swollen like a pig's head, but his eyes were clear as he handed over the black notebook. "Big brothers, you know me perfectly well. How could I be the heir? It was all because of this diary that I became one." Tom in his diary. Charlie examined the diary, which seemed to match Harry's description, and then took it with him. Draco covered his face. His lips swollen like sausage sand, he was panting heavily. He staggered to the wall. "Spring snow." The wall did not react at all. Draco was stunned. "A spring snow." He raised his voice, but the wall remained unmoved. "Damn it!" Draco gritted his teeth and kicked the wall hard. "It's all that damn diary's fault. And you say you'll catch up with Charlie. I don't believe a word you say. He was beaten so badly his own mother wouldn't recognize him. And now he can't even go back to his dorm." Charlie returned to his Hufflepuff dormitory. Ernie was sitting on the bed when he saw Charlie come in and immediately came over. "Where did you go just now?" Charlie did not answer immediately. He pulled out his wand and pointed it at the tables and chairs in the dormitory. Rapid transformation, the table chairs and wardrobes all floated up and turned into shields, lining up in a circle around Charlie, Ernie, and Justin. Ernie was dumbfounded. "What are you doing?" Charlie then dressed the three of them in several layers of armor for protection. Charlie then pulled the black diary out of his pocket. Seeing Charlie's wariness, Ernie and Justin hid behind him and didn't ask any more questions. Charlie conjured a vine, wrapped it around the diary, and opened it from a distance. The diary lay quietly on the floor. Tom was filled with rage. All his previous efforts had been in vain once again. A few seconds later, dark green cursive script appeared on the paper. "Hello, my name is Tom Riddle." Ernie and Justin exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Charlie manipulated the vines and wrote in his diary, "Did you do what happened tonight?" The writing was quickly absorbed. New words emerged. "I don't know what you're talking about." Charlie gave a cold laugh. "Do you know Ginny?" "I know him," Tom replied, "but she misunderstood me." Charlie squinted. "What exactly are you?" "I am just a diary." Tom's handwriting remained elegant. It recorded a lot of knowledge. Charlie stopped talking nonsense. "This diary is not honest at all." He manipulated the vines to tightly wrap the diary, then walked towards the toilet. The diary sensed something was wrong. The writing on it suddenly became denser. "I can help you become stronger, gain knowledge, and achieve glory. I can help you. I know many secrets about Hogwarts. Charlie didn't even glance at it and continued walking towards the toilet. The handwriting in the diary began to become messy, etc. Where are you going, etc. Calm down, don't want. Your Majesty feeds your senior shit, Tyrant Points +5. Charlie pulled up his pants and waited for 10 minutes. Then he took out his wand, pointed at the diary, and used clean and scrub to clean it. After the smell dissipated, Charlie wrote on it with vines. Confess honestly, or I'll soak you in a cesspool for a whole month. The writing in the diary disappeared and reappeared. This time with incredible speed. No. I was created by humans. My only purpose is to store knowledge. If you forget anything, I can remind you. Charlie continued writing in his diary. You're the one who had Draco open the secret room. Aren't you? That's right. But the Chamber of Secrets isn't as terrifying as the legends make it out to be. Salazar Slytherin was also the founder of Hogwarts. So why would he purge the school's students? Slytherin left his wisdom and legacy only in the Chamber of Secrets. Tonight I'm taking Draco to retrieve it. Frustrated and humiliated by his defeat, he took his anger out on a cat. Charlie raised an eyebrow. This diary certainly absolves me of all responsibility. The words from the diary continued to surface. I can help you improve your grades, learn new knowledge, and even go to the Chamber of Secrets in Slytherin. Tom wrote these words in humiliation, in his view. Charlie was just a second-year student. And as long as Charlie carried his diary with him, he could control Charlie. But Charlie didn't believe a word of it. He witnessed Ginny's state while killing the chicken, which was most likely influenced by the diary. This diary is definitely not as simple as he claims. Charles wanted to find out exactly where the secret room was, so he wrote it down. Then can you tell me where the secret room is? The diary remained silent for a few seconds. It's not time yet. I need to impart some knowledge to you before I can take you to the secret chamber. Charlie sneered. This diary is completely unresponsive, so there's no need to say anything more. He wrapped the diary tightly with vines, then turned and walked out. Ernie asked, Charlie, where are you going? Find Dumbledore's. Lockhart's office was packed with people. Dumbledore stood before the table, carefully examining the stiff Mrs. Loris. Lockhart paced back and forth excitedly, his mouth never stopping. I've seen this before. His voice was full of confidence, and he gestured animatedly. Back in Wagadalu, a village encountered a similar curse. The villagers panicked and didn't know what to do. I made a talisman for each of them, and the problem was solved immediately. The villagers were extremely grateful and gave me many gifts. He continued boasting to himself, completely oblivious to how speechless the people around him were. Dumbledore suddenly sat up straight and turned to look at Lockhart. Since Professor Lockhart is so experienced, he said, his eyes giving a meaningful look, then please handle it. I cannot undo this spell for the time being. Lockhart's smile froze on his face. No, how could you? The headmaster of Hogwarts not be able to solve this? If you can't do it, how could I? Lockhart steeled himself and stepped forward. He took out his wand and chanted incantations at Mrs. Loris, but no one could understand what he was saying. Filch looked at Dumbledore expectantly. Is there any hope for my cat? Dumbledore nodded. There's hope. Professor Sprout's mandrake can be used to prepare the antidote. Lockhart instantly felt saved. Yes, yes, yes. That's exactly what I think. I can concoct the antidote. When I saved people back then. Snape turned his head and stared at him with the look of someone who was already dead. Lockhart added sullenly, of course. Professor Snape is definitely more skilled at it. Professor Snape should be in charge of configuring it. Nobody was in the mood to pay attention to Lockhart at that moment. Professor Sprout was so angry that his face turned red. The murderer must be caught. This is outrageous. She slammed her hand on the table. We absolutely cannot allow the perpetrator to harm the students. Professor McGonagall sighed. This is not easy. Charlie previously mentioned that there were dark magic items at the school influencing the students. Now it seems very likely he's the murderer. But we've searched for so long, and we still haven't found it. Just then there was a knock on the door, knock, knock, knock. Everyone turned their heads. The door was pushed open and Charlie walked in. Snape's eyes lit up immediately with an excitement like, "Oh," he drawled out the word, his voice full of pleasure. It seems Charlie is very worried about his friend, to the point that he broke school rules by going out at night, and even went to stand in front of professors. He slowly walked towards Charlie, his black robes billowing behind him. "Tell me, Charlie, do you think we can't see us? Or do you feel that the school rules don't apply to you?" Snape's lips curled into a cold smile. "Hufflepuff deducts 50 points. In addition, you will need to be confined for a month." Harry, Ron, and Hermione's expressions all changed. Professor Sprout frowned. "Severus, Charlie must have something to say. Can you let him finish speaking first?" Snape let out a cold laugh. "Let me see if you have anything special." Charlie calmly manipulated the vines to deliver the diary inside. "I found that dark magic item." The office fell silent. All eyes were on the diary. Snape froze, his sneer gone. Charlie placed the diary on the table. What happened tonight was orchestrated by it. Manipulating Draco Malfoy, Dumbledore stepped forward. But instead of touching the diary directly, he took out his wand and gently tapped it. A wisp of black smoke emerged from the diary and vanished in an instant. "It is indeed a dark magic item," Dumbledore said calmly. "And it's very well hidden." Professor McGonagall's face turned ashen. "This thing has been circulating in the school for so long." Professor Sprout also came over to take a look. "That was too dangerous." Luckily, Charlie found it. Lockhart suddenly strode forward and grabbed the diary. "Let me see." He excitedly flipped open the diary and examined it with great seriousness. "I'm quite skilled at dealing with dark magic items." Charlie watched Lockhart fiddling with the diary in his hands, and his lips twitched. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately kept it closed. "Never mind. Anyway, it's definitely clean now. As long as no one says anything, no one will know." Tyrant Points plus 10. Dumbledore waved his wand and conjured a delicate silver box. The box was covered with intricate runes and emitted a faint glow. He put the diary into the box and closed the lid. The runes lit up instantly, sealing the box tightly. "I'll keep this for now," Dumbledore said. Turning to Charlie, "Charlie, you did a great job. Hufflepuff gets 100 points. Professor Sprout finally smiled. Dumbledore looked at Snape. "Severus, I think you won't punish Charlie with solitary confinement anymore. Will you?" Snape's face darkened further. He snorted coldly, but didn't mention the confinement again. Professor McGonagall was trembling with rage. "That Malfoy! How could they bring something so dangerous to school? They tried to hide the search from us." She turned to Snape. "Severus, you should keep an eye on him." Snape's expression darkened further. "I'll handle it." Charlie saw Snape's expression and knew someone was in trouble. Dumbledore clapped his hands. "All right, it's getting late. Everyone go back and rest. Charlie, you go back to your dorm too." Charlie nodded and turned to leave. Harry, Ron, and Hermione followed them out of the office. On the other side, Dumbledore returned to his office. He sat down in the chair and placed the silver box on the table. "Open the lid and take out the diaries." The diary lay quietly on the table, unresponsive. Dumbledore stared intently at the diary, his eyes deep and thoughtful. Tom was terrified, he wrote in his diary. He recognized the old man's. It was the most terrifying nightmare of his student days. Those blue eyes could always see through his lies. He cursed Charlie under his breath. "That be ****D. Why aren't you playing by the rules? Shouldn't the students be very interested in finding these magical items and secretly keep them? Why was it handed over directly to Dumbledore?" Tom dared not make a sound. Dumbledore opened his diary. The blank page contained no writing. He picked up a quill and wrote on the paper. "Tom, I knew it was you." The diary still didn't respond. Dumbledore sighed. "Many years ago, when he was still a professor of transfiguration, the secret room was also opened. Hagrid was framed for keeping magical creatures without permission. But Dumbledore knew that it was most likely Tom who opened the secret room. When he saw the words "air" on the wall tonight, he guessed it must be Tom. But he was puzzled as to how Tom had done it. Didn't he already become a wandering ghost and escape last year? Seeing the diary at that moment, everything became clear. Tom created Horcruxes, that's why he didn't die. The second day was the transformation lesson. Professor McGonagall stood on the podium. Ready to call roll, the classroom door was pushed open. A person with a pig's head walked in. Professor McGonagall was stunned. "Who is this?" "Who are you?" Professor McGonagall asked. "I am Draco Malfoy," Draco mumbled. Whispers echoed in the classroom, making Draco blush. Professor McGonagall was quite surprised. Was Severus really that ruthless? Should I advise him not to physically punish students? Professor McGonagall had initially been resentful about Draco keeping his diary. But seeing Draco's miserable state, Professor McGonagall's anger subsided considerably. "Come in," she waved. "Sit down quickly." Draco covered his face and glanced around the classroom. Charlie sat in the last row on the left. Draco's heart pounded. He was terrified of being beaten up. So I went straight to the far right of the first row, as far away from Charlie as possible. The class period passed quickly. The bell rang, signaling the end of get out of class. Draco immediately stood up, ready to slip away and find Professor Snape to get him a potion to reduce the swelling. "Draco!" Charlie's voice came from behind. Draco froze. "Completion." He turned around stiffly and saw that Charlie had already walked up to him. Charlie patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "You look good." Draco wanted to cry. "Charlie, is something the matter?" he said quickly. "I have something to ask you. Do you know where the secret room is, if the rumors are true? There are monsters in the secret chamber that cleanse Muggle bloodlines. Isn't Charlie also within the scope of the cleanup? A wise man does not stand under a crumbling wall. So Charlie decided to push the wall down first." Draco's heart skipped a beat. "I only know it's in the girls' restroom on the second floor." He quickly replied, "I really don't know anything else. When I woke up, I was already in front of Mrs. Loris." Charlie squinted and stared at him for a long while. Draco felt a chill run down his spine from being stared at. "Let's go," Charlie said suddenly. "Where to?" Draco was stunned. "Find Dumbledore." Dumbledore's office. Charlie didn't know what the password was for today. Try them one by one, the dripping spout stone beasts. They're most likely some kind of dessert. Suddenly the stone beast leaped aside, revealing the stairs behind it. "Hurry up and go up, this is so annoying." It was Dumbledore who made it open the door. Charlie went up the stairs, pushing open the door. Dumbledore was sitting in a chair, smiling as he looked into the doorway. "Oh, Charlie," he said, putting down his book and smiling. "And Mr. Malfoy." Charlie stepped forward and explained his purpose. "Oh, Professor," Draco said, "the entrance to the secret room is in the girls' restroom on the second floor." Dumbledore put down his teacup. "Really?" He looked at Draco. Draco nodded, not daring to speak. "Then I must go and see." Dumbledore stood up. "Are you two going together?" Charlie nodded. He was also curious about what was in the secret room. Moreover, with Dumbledore a top-tier bodyguard, it's absolutely safe. Only Draco, grabbed by Charlie, trembled and dared not refuse. Second floor, girls' washroom. Charlie peeked out from behind Dumbledore. "No one comes here all year round." The walls were covered in water-stained sand. The floor was wet. There was a musty smell in the air. "Who's there?" A shrill female voice suddenly rang out. A semi-transparent ghost floated out of the cubicle. She had shoulder-length short hair and wore thick glasses. "Peach Golden Girl, oh a boy," she exclaimed excitedly as she floated over. "Why would boys come to the girls' restroom? Did you come to see me?" She stared at Charlie, her eyes shining. Charlie's lips twitched. "No wonder nobody comes here. Anyone who finds one of these in front of them while using the restroom is truly blessed." Dumbledore stood aside with a smile, clearly not intending to help. "Yes," Charlie said, forcing a smile, "we came to see you." Myrtle screamed, really. She was so excited she felt like she was floating on air. Finally, someone came to see me. Do you know how lonely I am? I've been dead for so many years. And no one has ever come to see me. She kept talking and talking. Charlie sighed and shoved Draco away. Draco, you talked to Myrtle. Draco's eyes widened. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. But under Charlie's compelling gaze, he had no choice but to comply. His Majesty forces a good woman into prostitution. Tyrant Points +5 Myrtle, this is Draco, Charlie said. He really wants to hear your story. Myrtle immediately turned to Draco, really. She exclaimed excitedly as she floated up to Draco. Do you want to hear my story? Draco opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. He looked at Charlie, his eyes filled with despair. Charlie waved to him. Then he and Dumbledore began searching the bathroom. Dumbledore waved his wand, carefully examining every corner. Found it, he said suddenly. Charlie immediately moved closer. Dumbledore pointed to a tap. It has a small snake pattern engraved on it. The symbol of Slytherin House is the snake. It's so obvious that it's almost certainly related to the Chamber of Secrets in Slytherin. Charlie tilted his head to look at the faucet with the little snake carved on it. Professor, how do I open it? Dumbledore pondered for a moment, his fingers gently stroking his wand. Anything belonging to Salazar Slytherin must require a key associated with him. He looked up, his blue eyes sparkling behind his half-moon spectacles. It could be a specific curse. Or it could be Parslion's speech, snake language. The language of communication with snakes. Dumbledore explained this ability is extremely rare. Usually only found in certain specific bloodlines. Charlie stroked his chin. He doesn't speak in a snake-like voice. But he had an easier way. Professor, there's really no need to go to such lengths. Dumbledore turned around and looked at the strange smile on Charlie's face. And suddenly had a bad feeling. What are your plans? Back off. Charlie drew his wand and gestured for Dumbledore and Draco to stand back. Draco sensed something was wrong and ran frantically toward the door. Dumbledore stood still, silently raising his wand. Charlie aimed at the faucet. Orange light condensed at the tip of the wand. Thunderous explosion, boom. A huge explosion resounded in the cramped bathroom. The entire toilet was shaking. The tiles on the wall were shaken and started falling off in a clatter. The faucet was blown away, crashed to the ground. And rolled into a corner, the thick smoke dissipated. Where the faucet used to be, a dark hole has been exposed. The opening is large enough for an adult to pass through. His Majesty has finally started bombing schools. Keep it up, Tyrant Points +10. Charlie blew on his wand with satisfaction. Dumbledore's lips twitched. He's the principal, after all. Isn't it a bit much to blow up the school toilet in front of him? Charlie, I can actually speak some parcel tongue. Charlie looked at Dumbledore strangely. Why didn't you say so sooner, Dumbledore? It's my fault, it's my fault. Dumbledore went into the secret passage first. Draco backed away, trying to slip away. But Charlie grabbed him. Where is that drive to become Slytherin's heir? You need to stand up for yourself. Ignoring Draco's pleading eyes, Charlie grabbed his collar and jumped into the secret passage. The passageway was a dark pipe with slippery walls and a putrid smell. The three of them slid down the pipe. Charlie felt like he was sitting on an endless slide, surrounded by darkness, with only the whooshing sound of the wind in his ears. Mother, Draco screamed in alarm from behind. I don't know how much time passed. Charlie landed. At the bottom is a wider tunnel. Dumbledore had already landed first and raised his wand. Fluorescent flashing. A soft light shone from the tip of the wand. The light illuminated the surrounding environment. The tunnel was damp, with moss covering the walls and shallow water stains on the ground. The three of them waded through the water. Water splashed up, making a slight sound. After walking for a while, Charlie noticed something huge ahead. It was a snake's shed skin. The shed skin was translucent, about 20 feet long, and looked like an empty coat discarded on the ground. Charlie stopped and examined the snake molt. It seems the monster in the secret room is a snake. That's quite in line with Slytherin's character. Draco shrank behind him, his face turning even paler as he stared at the enormous snake molt. He didn't think such a huge monster would let him off the hook just because he was from Slytherin. Dumbledore didn't say anything. He just kept walking forward. The three men bypassed the snake's shed skin and continued along the tunnel. The tunnel narrowed ahead, then suddenly came to an end. At the end was a wall. Two intertwined snakes are carved on the wall. The carving is exquisite, and the snake's scales are clearly visible. Each of the two snakes' eyes was inlaid with an emerald, which shimmered with an eerie green light under the wand's glow. Charlie stared at the wall for a few seconds. Then he took out his wand. If we can't find the mechanism, then we'll blow it up. Dumbledore's eyelid twitched. Oh, wait, Charlie. Let me give it a try. He was afraid that if he spoke too slowly, Charlie would take action. Charlie thought to himself that it was a pity. With the principal present, he couldn't fully express his artistic talents. Put away your wand and step aside. Dumbledore stepped forward and examined the wall for a while. He looked up at the snake on the wall. A hissing sound came from his mouth. It was a strange sound, like a snake flicking its tongue. The two snakes on the wall suddenly moved. They slowly separated. The walls opened to the sides, revealing the space inside. An even stronger musty smell wafted over. Dumbledore went in first. Charlie hid behind Dumbledore and followed him inside. Draco was now in a dilemma: keep going. And who knows what monsters might be lurking here. The deep tunnel behind us looks like a giant python opening its mouth, ready to devour its prey. Dumbledore and Charlie went inside. He gritted his teeth. Wait for me, they chased after him and hid behind Charlie. The space inside the wall is much larger than the tunnel. This is a rectangular hall with a ceiling so high that you can hardly see the top. On both sides of the hall stood many huge stone pillars, carved with coiled snakes. The snake's eyes also inlaid with emeralds. The light from the wand shone on the stone pillar, casting distorted shadows. There is a statue deep inside the room. The statue was enormous, its head almost touching the ceiling. The statue's face looks old and gaunt like a monkey's, with a beard hanging down to its chest, strangely. The statue's mouth is open, which looks incongruous, revealing a dark empty space inside. The room was quiet. There was no sound, there wasn't even a dripping sound. Charlie stepped out from behind Dumbledore, his gaze sweeping across the hall. Why is it so quiet? Dumbledore did not answer. He looked up at the statue's open mouth. It seems that monster hasn't returned. Dumbledore then took Charlie and Draco's hands. It appeared in the statue's mouth the next moment. Draco bent over, feeling nauseous, while Charlie had gradually gotten used to the feeling. Isn't it said that apparition is prohibited at school? Dumbledore blinked. I'm the principal. It's reasonable for me to have some privileges, isn't it? The interior space is larger than I expected. The ground was covered with layers of snake molts, which made a rustling sound when stepped on. In the corner were piles of bones from various small animals. Charlie glanced at it. This is the monster's lair. Normally, the statue's mouth is closed. It only opens when summoned, releasing monsters. The monster is gone now. That means it's still wandering around the castle. Charlie frowned. If I were to encounter this thing, what are my chances of survival? Dumbledore stood in the center of the lair, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings. His expression was calm, but Charlie noticed that his fingers tightened around the wand. He was equally concerned about the safety of the students on campus. Draco huddled behind Charlie. He was also worried that the two people in front of him would take their anger out on him and release the monster, and then chop him up. I really didn't mean to, he said in a low voice. Charlie glanced at him. Shut up. Draco immediately shut his mouth. Dumbledore turned around. Let's go back. The three of them teleported back to the principal's office. Dumbledore sat in his chair and remained silent for a few seconds. Now that he knew the monster was a snake that could turn people to stone, Dumbledore had several guesses in his mind. To verify his guess, he opened the drawer and took out the silver box. I opened the box and took out the diary. Charlie and Draco had both been in contact with the diary. There was nothing to hide from them. He opened his diary and wrote something in it. Tom, I found the secret room, unfortunately. The basilisk in the secret chamber is gone. You hid it, didn't you? The diary remained silent for a few seconds before dark green handwriting appeared. You don't need to test me, I won't say anything. Tom became alert after his possession of Ginny was discovered. He kept the monster hidden in the castle, preventing it from returning to its lair. This is precisely to prevent such a situation. Even if he were captured or restrained, the basilisk could still wipe out the Muggle race in the academy. Dumbledore continued writing. Although you were very cautious, you still left some clues. I roughly know the location of the basilisk. It's in the castle's pipes, isn't it? The diary is not responding. Dumbledore wrote a few more lines. The diary remained silent. Dumbledore intended to feign probing the monster's location, but in reality wanted to determine its type. If the diary followed his lead and mentioned the basilisk, then it would be confirmed that it was indeed the basilisk. If not, then we can narrow down the possibilities and eliminate the other possibilities. But Tom was far too cautious and didn't say a word. Dumbledore locked the journal back in its box, isolating it from the outside world. It seems he has no intention of cooperating. Charlie sat opposite him. Professor, do you know what kind of monster that is? Dumbledore took off his glasses and wiped the lenses. I have several goals, but it cannot be completely certain. Jaw thought about it. I saw the diary manipulating students to kill a rooster. Could it be related to monsters? Dumbledore stopped moving. He put his glasses back on and looked at Charlie. Kill the rooster, right? Charlie nodded. Dumbledore stood up, walked to the bookshelf, and pulled out a heavy book. I turned to a certain page and looked at it carefully for a few seconds. Then closed the book. It's a basilisk. He turned around. Only basilisks are afraid of the rooster's crow. Charlie raised an eyebrow. A basilisk? Dumbledore walked back to the table. The basilisk is an extremely dangerous creature. Its gaze can be deadly. Only by seeing it indirectly can one be petrified. Charlie thought of Mrs. Loris. So Filch's cat saw it indirectly, it should be. Dumbledore nodded. It could be due to the reflection on the water's surface, or other reflective objects. Charlie fell into deep thought. A rooster. Then you're finished. Charlie came out of the principal's office and glanced at the time. There's still some time before lunch, we have enough time. He left the castle and went straight to Hagrid's cottage. Charlie walked to the door and raised his hand to knock. Knock, knock, knock. I could hear babbling sounds and the clattering of heavy objects coming from inside. Here it comes, here it comes. Hagrid's gruff voice rang out. The door was opened. Hagrid's enormous figure appeared in the doorway. And upon seeing Charlie, a smile immediately spread across his face. It's Charlie. Come in quickly, I'm making rock cakes. Charlie entered the cabin. As October arrives, the weather has already turned cooler. But the room was warmed, a fire was burning in the fireplace. Toothy wagged its tail and pounced. Charlie patted its head. Hagrid produced a plate of cookies from somewhere. Want to try some? No need, Hagrid. Ever since he had that one bite of rock cake, Charlie has refused any food Hagrid offers him. That thing can kill people instantly. He quickly waved his hand. Hagrid was somewhat disappointed, but he still placed the cookies on the table. Then let's have some tea. He poured Charlie a cup of tea. Charlie took the teacup and sat down in the chair. Hagrid, I've come to ask you for a favor. What is it? Tell me. Charlie took a sip of tea. I'd like you to help me buy some roosters. Hagrid scratched his head. Nober wants to eat chicken. No, I want to live lives. What do you need a live chicken for? Charlie put down his teacup. Used to deal with the basilisk monster. Dumbledore wouldn't hide the basilisk matter from Hagrid. and telling him now would allow Hagrid to prepare in advance and avoid being attacked by the basilisk. Hagrid's eyes lit up instantly. A basilisk. He stood up excitedly. The chair was pushed back quite a distance by him. There's a basilisk monster at school. I've always wanted to have one. Charlie stared at him speechlessly. Only Hagrid would say something like that. He'd like to keep any animal that can move as a pet. Charlie sighed. So can you help me buy a rooster? Hagrid then came to his senses. Of course, of course. He patted his chest. Leave it to me. Charlie stood up and took his leave. I'll be going now. Remember to buy the chickens as soon as possible. The next morning, the auditorium was packed with people. The students sat at their respective college tables, whispering among themselves. Dumbledore stood in front of the faculty seating area. He raised his hand, and the auditorium fell silent instantly. Classmates. Dumbledore's voice was calm. I have something to announce to everyone regarding the attack on Mrs. Loris. Everyone looked up at him. The Muggle-born students were especially uneasy, especially after Dumbledore told them the legend of the Chamber of Secrets that day. They lived in constant fear, afraid that they would be the next target of the heir. Dumbledore continued speaking. It is now confirmed that the basilisk was responsible. Directly looking into its eyes will kill, and indirect contact will cause petrification. The auditorium erupted in chaos. The students gasped in alarm, terrified. May Merlin protect you. Has the basilisk been captured? Are we in danger? Dumbledore raised his hand again. The auditorium fell silent again. Please don't panic. He continued, the basilisk is still in the castle. The professors will handle this as soon as possible. Before that, please travel in groups and do not act alone. A student asked a question in the crowd. Headmaster, was it the basilisk released by the heir? The auditorium erupted in noise once again. The Muggle-born students in particular whispered amongst themselves, their faces filled with fear. But Dumbledore did not answer the question. The true successor was Tom, and he did not want to cause unnecessary fear to his students before Tom returned. He raised his wand and pointed it at his throat. Quiet. The sound exploded in the auditorium, as if someone had shouted in every student's ear. The whispers stopped instantly. Dumbledore lowered his wand and glanced across the Great Hall. The school will ensure everyone's safety. His voice was calm and reassuring. The professors will resolve the basilisk problem as soon as possible. Until then, please trust the school and the professors. He paused. Furthermore, I would like to thank Mr. Charlie White. He found the entrance to the secret chamber and discovered the basilisk's presence. Mr. White has also prepared a gift for everyone. The students below the stage all turned to look at the long table in Hufflepuff. But they didn't see Charlie anywhere. Harry was stunned. Where's Charlie? Hermione also turned around and looked around the Great Hall. He's not in now. Just then, the auditorium doors were pushed open. Charlie and Hagrid walked in one after the other. A huge cage floated behind them, crammed full of roosters. Giggle coo coo coo. The roosters crowed at the top of their lungs, making an unbearable racket. The students all turned their heads. The two walked to the faculty seating area. Hagrid placed the cage on the ground, and Charlie canceled the levitation spell. The roosters crowed even louder. Charlie walked up to the faculty desk, turned around, and faced all the students. He pointed his wand at his throat. Hello, everyone. I know everyone is scared. The basilisk is indeed very dangerous. Charlie paused. But the basilisk has a fatal weakness. It's afraid of the rooster's crow. He pointed to the rooster in the cage. So I prepared these roosters. Next, Mr. Filch will distribute the roosters throughout the school. Roosters can be found in the hallways, classrooms, and near the dormitories, as long as the rooster is around. The basilisk won't dare come near. Whispers filled the auditorium. The fear on the students' faces gradually subsided as they looked at the rooster in the cage. The roosters are still crowing, but at this moment, the noisy sounds sounded exceptionally pleasant. Dumbledore stood to the side with a smile. Mr. White has done a tremendous job for everyone's safety. Hufflepuff plus 50. A burst of enthusiastic cheers erupted at the Hufflepuff table. Ernie was the first to stand up, Charlie. He excitedly waved his fist, our king. The Hufflepuff students paused for a second, then stood up one after another, Charlie, our king. Charlie, our king, the sound grew louder and louder. Students from the other 3 colleges also began to shout. Besides Hufflepuff, Gryffindor shouted the loudest. For the next few days, the castle was filled with the crowing of roosters. Roosters can be seen in cages in the hallways. Outside the classroom stand near the dormitories, giggle. Coo coo coo, the roosters kept crowing. The professors were relieved. At least the students were safe. Charlie was truly a thoughtful young man. But not everyone thinks that way. Professor Snape smashed a potion bottle because he was interrupted several times by the crowing of chickens during class. Filch has to feed the chickens and clean up their droppings every day. So he hasn't had the energy to catch the Weasley twins roaming at night lately. Defense against the dark arts class. Lockhart stood in front of the podium, beaming. Let's open our textbooks to Wandering with Werewolves. This book chronicles my experiences interacting with werewolves. Absolutely fantastic, absolutely thrilling. He read long passages of the book. Ever since the little elf went out of control last time, he has stopped bringing any living creatures with him and has instead started reading books aloud. His classes were simply more engaging and expressive than Professor Binz's. Before I could finish reading a few sentences, the rooster outside crowed again. Lockhart's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, right. He turned around and looked at the students. I've used roosters to deal with many basilisk monsters. That was in Egypt inside an ancient pyramid. He became more and more excited as he spoke. There were 3 serpent monsters at the time, and they were extremely ferocious. But I easily dealt with them by crowing like a rooster. Harry and Ron below grimaced. He didn't mention it earlier. But once Charlie brought out the rooster, he became an expert. Anyone who believes him is a fool. Hermione blushed slightly. She had genuinely believed Lockhart was a powerful wizard. Lockhart walked to the cage and opened it. To enable everyone to deal with the basilisk, I need to demonstrate it to you. He reached out to grab the rooster. The rooster turned its head away, giggle. It pecked Lockhart's hand. Lockhart screamed and quickly pulled his hand back. The rooster persisted, flapping its wings and catching up with Lockhart. Lockhart stumbled backward. Laughter erupted in the classroom. Lockhart's face turned bright red. He quickly closed the cage, pretending nothing had happened. This rooster has a bit of a temper. Let's continue with the lesson. The students laughed even harder. It's Saturday again. A large crowd gathered outside the stadium, students, wearing their respective college scarves and carrying flags, surged onto the field. Today is the first Quidditch match of the semester. The original arrangement was Slytherin versus Gryffindor. But Snape suddenly suggested that Hufflepuff fight Gryffindor first. Hufflepuff doesn't care. They've been incredibly strong this semester. They beat anyone who comes near, he agreed immediately. Gryffindor did not refuse. We'll have to fight sooner or later anyway. So it doesn't matter in the stadium stands. Draco and Marcus Flint sat in the Hufflepuff stands. Marcus is the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. He is a burly man with a fierce expression on his face. He turned his head and looked at Draco. Why did you suddenly ask the professor to change the date? Are you afraid to fight Gryffindor? Draco glanced at him. Should I avoid his sharp edge? He sneered. Gryffindor is nothing to worry about this semester. But Hufflepuff is a formidable rival. The date was changed so that Gryffindor could test Hufflepuff's true strength, allowing us to prepare a response. Marcus paused for a moment. Then his expression changed to one of sudden realization. I see, he patted Draco on the shoulder. You're the quickest-witted one. Ernie overheard this and looked at Draco with disdain. Draco's face flushed red instantly. What are you looking at? He stood up and glared at Ernie. Ernie showed no weakness. What's wrong with you? Draco was furious when had young Master Malfoy ever been afraid of trouble. But then I remembered that Ernie was Charlie's roommate. He immediately became extremely angry and lashed out. Take a look if you like, where's Charlie? Where's Charlie? Ernie was taken aback. Clearly they hadn't expected Draco to ask that. This is as bizarre as someone arguing with you and then suddenly slapping themselves in the face while taking a taxi home. Charlie's going to cheer on the Hufflepuff team today. Ernie said they should be in the team's locker room. Draco nodded and sat down again. A little while later, more time passed. The announcer on the court, Lee Kyoden, stood up. He held his wand to his throat, ladies and gentlemen. His voice echoed across the stadium. Welcome to the first Quidditch match of the semester. Cheers erupted from the audience. First, let's welcome the Gryffindor team onto the field. The door to the Gryffindor common room opened. 7 figures in red team uniforms flew out on broomsticks. Harry was at the very back. He held the Nimbus 2000 and circled it in the air. A deafening roar erupted from the Gryffindor stands. Potter, Potter, Gryffindor will win. Lee Kyoden continued speaking. Next, let's welcome Team Hufflepuff. All eyes turned to the Hufflepuff lounge. But the door to the lounge remained closed. The stadium fell silent for a few seconds. Lee Kyoden was stunned, the Hufflepuff team. He called it again, still nothing. Whispers arose from the audience, what happened? Where are the Hufflepuffs just then? The door to the Hufflepuff lounge suddenly opened. A gigantic throne slowly rose into the air. The throne is entirely gold, with badger patterns carved on the armrests. Charlie sat on the throne. He was dressed in a long black robe and held a magic wand in his hand. Behind the throne followed Jenny and several other senior students. They didn't ride brooms, but rather stood on long wooden swords. The longsword sliced through the air, leaving a faint trail of light. The stadium fell silent for a moment, then erupted in whispers, what is this? I've never seen this before. Charlie flew into the air and came to a stop. He raised his wand and pointed it to the sky. Multicolored sparks shot out from the tip of the wand. Sparks exploded in the air, outlining a giant badger. The badger opened its mouth and let out a silent roar. At the same time, the female students behind them also launched fireworks with their magic wands. The reflection behind the massive badger makes it look incredibly imposing. The Hufflepuff team members flew out of the locker room. They streaked across the fireworks and flew into the stadium. Charlie sat atop the flying throne and raised his wand. Hufflepuff will win, his voice echoed across the stadium. The entire room fell silent for a moment. Then a loud bang erupted from the Hufflepuff stands. Victory is certain, victory is certain. Victory is certain. The noise from the Hufflepuff stands was deafening. Charlie's entourage has already overshadowed Gryffindor. Angelina, the Gryffindor chaser, even swallowed hard. Harry, riding his broomstick, looked at the Hufflepuff team members opposite him. Their morale soaring, and a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. The opponent's broom was already better, and now they were so aggressive. This was definitely not good news for them. In the Hufflepuff stands, as Charlie and senior student Jenny returned, the crowd gradually quieted down. Charlie left the throne in the team's locker room. I didn't carry it with me. Senior Jenny and her friends carried flying swords on their backs. The sword hilt protrudes from behind the shoulder. It looks particularly eye-catching. The Hufflepuff students gathered around. What kind of broom is this? A second-grade student curiously touched the hilt of a sword. I've never seen anything like this before. Senior Jenny smiled. Charlie gave it to me. He said it's not called a broom, it's called a flying sword. Someone else asked, why carry it on your back? Wouldn't it be more convenient to hold it in your hand? Jenny didn't know either. She looked at Charlie. Charlie smiled wickedly when he heard the question. Because we belong to a reputable sect, we must carry our flying swords on our backs. Wouldn't holding that in your hand make you a demonic cultivator? Everyone looked completely bewildered. I have absolutely no idea what Charlie is talking about. Charlie sighed helplessly. It's just that I can't remember the plot myself. Otherwise, I would definitely bring the novel from my previous life here to broaden their horizons. Let them know what it means for fortunes to change every 30 years. What does it mean to grab it in one gulp and refine it in an instant? Referee Mrs. Hooch flew to the center of the field. She blew her whistle, both teams shake hands. The two team captains flew to the middle. Gryffindor Captain Wood and Hufflepuff Captain Cedric shake hands. Cedric had a smile on his face, good luck. Wood managed a weak smile, the same to you. The two let go of each other's hands and returned to their respective groups. Mrs. Hodge opened the box. The roaming ball and the golden snitch flew out. She caught the quaffle ready, the whistle blew. The quaffle was launched into the air, the match begins. Hufflepuff's chaser immediately rushed toward the quaffle. The Gryffindor chaser was not to be outdone. The two teams engaged in aerial combat. But Hufflepuff is clearly stronger. They cooperated seamlessly and passed the ball with precision. With the Nimbus 2001's power, Gryffindor was overwhelmed. 5 minutes later, the score had widened to 30-0. Cheers erupted from the Hufflepuff stands. Pretty. One more in, the Gryffindor audience remained silent. Wood's face turned ashen. He tried his best to defend the goal, but Hedgehog's attack was too fierce. Harry circled in the air, searching for the golden snitch. But he was a little impatient. His teammates were being pressured and beaten, which wasn't good for him either. Just then, he saw the golden thief. The thief is on the other side of the court, flying downwards. Harry immediately swooped down. Cedric also spotted the thief. He followed closely behind Harry. The two descended rapidly, the wind whistled in my ears. The two men reached out their hands, getting closer and closer to the thief, however Cedric, with his longer arms and the advantage of his broom, was clearly closer to the golden snitch. Just as he was about to catch him, a ball suddenly flew in from the side. It hit Harry's broom. Harry's broom jerked violently. He lost his balance and nearly fell off the broom. Cedric also swayed, but Fred, who was not far away, reacted quickly and knocked the ball away with a single blow. Unfortunately, by the time the two regained their footing, the golden thief had already flown far away. Harry gritted his teeth, continued searching for the thief. But the quaffle took a detour and came straight at Harry. Harry pulled the broom up with all his might, but the ball seemed to have ice holding on tightly. What's going on with this wandering ball? Fred and George flew over, swinging their bats with tremendous force, the two players, one on the left and one on the right, simultaneously hit the wandering ball. Bang. The ball was knocked away, tumbled a few times in the air, then changed direction and continued chasing Harry. Gasps of surprise erupted from the audience. This isn't right. Why is the ball still chasing Harry? Hermione stood up, frowning as she stared at the field. Ron also noticed something was wrong. Someone must have put a curse on Harry. He turned his head sharply and looked at Draco beside him. Malfoy, did you do this last year? All the Quidditch brooms were enchanted with protective spells. This year, focus on the ball-walking technique. Draco was engrossed in the story when he heard Ron's roar and rolled his eyes. Weasley, is your brain filled with troll poop? He crossed his arms and glanced sideways at Ron. If I could cast a spell, would I still be alive today? If the two still haven't dismissed their suspicions about Draco, what if he manages to persuade Snape to cast a curse? On the fields, the ball roamed back up again. Harry jerked to the side, nearly losing his balance with the broom. But the ball relentlessly pursued, hurtling towards them with a whoosh, bang. The ball struck Harry hard in the left arm. Harry screamed and fell off the broom. The audience erupted in cheers. Harry. Hermione screamed and stood up. Ron's face turned ashen as he desperately pushed his way forward. Charlie sat down, raised his wand, and pointed it in the direction Harry had fallen. A glimmer of light flashed at the tip of the wand. The ground suddenly softened, the soil churned, and it turned into a swamp. Harry fell into the swamp, splashing up a huge cloud of mud. But the swamp is soft, so there was no secondary injury. Misses. Hodge blew her whistle, the game is paused. Ron and Hermione rushed off the stage. Charlie also stood up and walked towards the field. Jenny and her friends followed behind him. At the edge of the swamp, Harry was helped up by Fred and George. He was covered in mud, and his left arm was hanging limply, clearly broken. Hermione ran over and looked at Harry's arm with concern. "Harry's your hand." Harry gritted his teeth, his face deathly pale. "I'm fine, it just hurts a little." Ron stood by, grumbling and cursing at whoever had tampered with the ball. Just then Lockhart excitedly squeezed through the crowd. He wore a magnificent purple robe and had a confident smile on his face. Make way, the professor is here. Let the professionals handle this, okay?" He walked over to Harry and took out his wand. "Don't worry, Potters. Treating fractures is a piece of cake for me." He raised his wand and aimed it at Harry's arm, then he froze. What was the incantation again? He muttered to himself, his eyes darting around. "Bone restoration or bone," Charlie frowned. "This guy doesn't even know the incantation. Yet he dares to use it on people. You should know that a single difference in the pronunciation of the levitation charm can summon a bison that can crush a person to death." Lockhart in this state might just blow Harry's arm off. Harry was terrified when he saw Lockhart like that. Professor, I'm actually fine. I don't feel any pain at all." Lockhart grabbed Harry's left arm. "You stubborn little brat. You're like this and you still say you're fine. Don't worry, I will heal you." He waved his wand. A beam of light shot out from the wand. Charlie's heart skipped a beat, and a transparent light screen appeared on Harry's arm. That was Charlie's level 4 armor, which allowed him to cast spells silently and without a staff. And the power of the spells was also extremely strong. Lockhart's spell struck the armor. The light was reflected and struck Lockhart's own right hand. Lockhart's right hand went limp instantly. The bones disappeared. His whole hand hung limply down like a lump of clay. Lockhart was stunned. He raised his right hand, his entire arm dangling down like a dead fish. Lockhart screamed and his wand fell to the ground. Lockhart screamed and ran towards the school infirmary. The right hand resembling clay floats behind him. At first Glaceon might mistake it for a Naruto cosplay. Harry sat on the floor looking at Charlie. Although we don't know what happened, the only person at the scene with such powerful abilities is Charlie. "Thank you, Charlie," Harry said sincerely. Charlie waved his hand. "It's nothing." Ron and Fred quickly helped Harry up and headed towards the school infirmary. Although his arm wasn't boneless like Lockhart's, a fracture is no small matter. Mrs. Hodge blew her whistle. The match is over. Hufflepuff 220 Gryffindor. Hufflepuff wins. It turns out that while Harry was entangled with the blink dagger, Cedric had already snatched the golden snitch, adding 150 points to Hufflepuff and killing the game. Wood protested frantically, but to no avail. Cheers erupted from the Hufflepuff stands. Cedric flew to Charlie on his broomstick. His face beaming with joy, Charlie gave him a thumbs up. "Well done, hopefully you'll satisfy your sugar daddy." At this moment, the wandering ball lay quietly on the edge of the swamp. The black surface reflected a faint light. Charlie crouched down, staring at the ball. Something was very wrong just now. The ball was relentlessly chasing Harry, which was completely illogical. Someone must have cursed the ball. The problem was, Charlie didn't sense any magical fluctuations. Although Charlie's magical knowledge all came from the system, it was pure, acquired step by step with skill points added gradually. Even a professor like Charlie could detect the magical fluctuations during spellcasting. But this time there was nothing. He had only ever seen this happen to Billy. Billy said at the time that fairy magic and wizard magic belonged to different systems. Therefore you can't feel it. Charlie squinted. Could they be house elves from the castle? The bitter smell of potions filled the air in the school clinic. Harry lay in bed, a sharp pain shooting through his left arm. The broken bone is healing, and it feels like countless ants are crawling inside the bone. Mrs. Pomfrey stood by the bed, her face frighteningly grim. Such a dangerous activity should be cancelled. Her tone was accusatory. What are these professors doing? Letting a young wizard get hurt, Harry shrank back. I'm sorry, madam. Although he felt he had done nothing wrong, he thought it best to quell Mrs. Pomfrey's anger. Madame Pomfrey sighed and took a bottle of potion from the cupboard. Drink it. Harry took the potion, pinched his nose, and gulped it down. The potion tasted even worse than I expected. Like rotten eggs mixed with dirt, he almost threw up. Just then, a piercing scream came from the bed next door. Ouch, it hurts so much. Lockhart lay on the bed, curled up in a ball. His right arm hung limply off the bed, completely without any bone support. Madame Pomfrey gave him a dose of bone-giving elixir. However, the process of bone regeneration is extremely painful. Lockhart's face turned bright red, and large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Madam, I'm going to die, I'm really going to die. He cried out, his face covered in tears and snot. Harry lay on the bed watching Lockhart's disheveled state. Lockhart used to boast in class about how amazing and brave he was. But now he can't even bear the slightest pain. Hermione stood in the doorway. Disappointment was written all over her face. Turns out he really doesn't know anything. Ron sneered from the side. I told you long ago he's a complete incompetent. You still don't believe me. Hermione pursed her lips, offering no rebuttal. She turned her head and looked at Harry. Harry, how are you feeling? Harry stretched his left arm. Much better, just a little sore. Ron went to the bedside. Don't overthink it, losing the game isn't your fault. That ball was clearly tampered with, Harry sighed. But if I can get the golden snitch first. Will Gryffindor win? Ron patted him on the shoulder. You've done your best, Harry gave a wry smile, thank you. Mrs. Pomfrey walked over, all right, Mr. Potter needs a rest, you guys go back first. Ron and Hermione exchanged a glance, then turned and left. The school clinic fell silent again. Only Lockhart's wailing continued. Harry lay in bed staring at the ceiling. My mind is a mess. In the afternoons, sunlight streamed in through the windows of the school clinic. Madame Pomfrey examined Harry's arm and nodded in satisfaction. The recovery is going well, she put away her wand. You can go back now, but avoid strenuous exercise for the next couple of days. Harry sat up in bed and stretched his left arm. The bone has fully healed, but there is still some soreness. He thanked them and left the school clinic. The corridor was quiet. The students were in the common room or the library. Harry returned to the Gryffindor Tower and pushed open the door to his dormitory. Ron and the others were not there. They've probably gone to have dinner. Harry sat on the edge of the bed and took off his coat. His arm was still throbbing slightly, so he rubbed it. Just then, a slight popping sound was heard in the air. Smack asterisk. Harry turned his head sharply. A house elf stood in the center of the room. It has green eyes the size of tennis balls, bat-like ears, and wears a tattered pillowcase. Harry recognized the house elf who had stopped his letter during the summer holidays. His face instantly darkened. Dobby. He stood up and took a few steps back. What are you doing here? Stay away from me. Tears immediately welled up in Dobby's big eyes. Mr. Harry Potter's. His voice was high-pitched and choked with sobs. Why didn't Harry Potter listen to Dobby and go home? Dobby thought his ball-playing ability could. Harry was stunned, his roaming ball. Anger surged up instantly. Your ball. Harry's voice rose, almost shouting. Did you set that roaming ball off course? You want to kill me? Dobby jumped back in fright. No, 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 he shook his head frantically, his ears slapping against his head repeatedly. Dobby wasn't trying to kill Mr. Harry Potter. Dobby just wanted the gentleman to get hurt a little so he could be sent home. Stay away from the dangers of Hogwarts. Harry was trembling with rage. Danger. You are the greatest danger I encounter at school. Dobby covered her face and cried even harder. Dobby just wanted to protect Mr. Harry Potter. Hogwarts is too dangerous. The secret room has been opened, that's enough. Harry interrupted him. Don't you know Charlie has already found the secret room? The basilisk was too frightened to come out. Dobby's eyes widened. When was the version updated? I didn't know. Harry stared at him. His anger was still burning. But he forced himself to calm down. Dobby. He took a deep breath. Who are you? Who is your master? Dobby froze. He lowered his head, his ears drooping. Dobby cannot speak. His voice trembled. Dobby cannot betray his master. Harry took a step forward. You must tell me. Dobby shook his head. Dobby cannot speak. Dobby cannot betray his master's family. Even though they are utterly wicked. After saying that, he suddenly showed a look of frustration, and then rushed towards the wall. Bang. He hit his head on the wall. Harry was startled. What are you doing? Dobby bumped into him again. You wicked Dobby. How dare you speak ill of your master, you wicked Dobby. Harry stood there, watching Dobby frantically harm himself. The anger in my heart was gradually extinguished by his miserable appearance. Just then footsteps came from outside the door. It seemed Neville had returned. Dobby anxiously warned Harry. Dobby is leaving. But Dobby still wanted to warn Harry Potter. The danger is not over yet, Harry Potter, be careful. Then he raised his hand and snapped his fingers, asterisk smack. He disappeared from Harry's sight. Dinner time in the auditorium. The long table was laden with food, roast chicken, mashed potatoes, pumpkin juice. The aromas mingled together. Charlie sat at the long table in Hufflepuff, poking at the steak on his plate with his fork. He cut off a piece and put it in his mouth. The gravy exploded on the tip of my tongue. A group of young wizards swarmed over. They surrounded Charlie, chattering amongst themselves. Charlie, where can I buy that flying sword? I want one too. Yes, I want one too. Charlie put down his knife and fork and looked up. The crowd was filled with excited faces. There are Hufflepuffs and there are other houses too. Even some Ravenclaws are interested. Draco was also in the crowd. He held his head high, giving me an expression that suggested I wasn't very interested. But his gaze remained fixed on the flying sword that Senior Jenny was carrying. Charlie glanced at him. You want them both? The young wizards nodded vigorously. Charlie leaned back in his chair. The Flying Witch shop in Hogsmeade sells them. You can buy it there. The little wizard's eyes lit up. I must buy one next time I go to Hogsmeade. But what if we can't go to Hogsmeade in second grade? Idiot, you should ask a third grader to buy it for you. Charlie suddenly remembered something. He paid for the research and development of the flying sword. The Flying Witch's shop sells flying swords. Shouldn't she get a cut? He squinted. This money shouldn't be wasted. Charlie turned his head and looked at Draco. Draco paused for a moment, then walked over dejectedly. Is there something you need, Charlie? He also harbors a psychological trauma related to Charlie. I've finished brewing the potion, Mr. Lucius requested. You can tell him he can come to the school to pick it up. Furthermore, I funded the research and development of the flying sword. I'd like to ask Mr. Lucius to do me a favor and negotiate the profit sharing for me. Draco blinked. Is that all? Then I'll write a letter to my father. He turned to leave. Just then Harry, Ron, and Hermione walked over. Harry's face was pale and his left arm was bandaged. Charlie looked at him. Harry, you want to buy a flying sword too? Harry shook his head. No. He took a deep breath. I have something to tell you. Harry recounted Dobby's story from beginning to end. Charlie listened, his brow furrowing slightly. What's the name of that little sprite? Harry paused. Dobby. Draco whirled around. What? His voice rose, his face filled with shock. Dobby. Draco's face flushed red instantly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Dobby is my family's little elf. Charlie was stunned. Is Dobby from the Malfoy family? His mind raced. Dobby warns Harry that school is dangerous. His source of information was most likely from his master. The Malfoy family, after all. House elves rarely interact with anyone other than their owner's family. The matter of the diary is definitely related to Lucius. Charlie glanced at Draco. The shock on his face didn't seem faked. They probably don't know, but what was Lucius's purpose? Harry was completely stunned when he heard Draco's words. You are Dobby's master. Then you are the one who released the basilisk. Draco's face turned red with anger, but strictly speaking, It really was he who had released the basilisk, moreover. The diary resembled the one his father treasured. Draco suddenly felt a little guilty. But he absolutely cannot admit it. He gave a cold laugh. Porter, did you get hit in the head by a running ball? If I knew how to control a snake monster, the first thing I'd do is have it bite you to death. Harry glared at Draco with resentment. Dumbledore should fire you. He truly hated Draco at that moment. If it weren't for that diary, Dobby wouldn't have contacted him during the summer vacation. He wouldn't have missed his friend's letters. He wouldn't have been blocked outside the station at the start of the school year. And he wouldn't have gotten injured in the games. Draco was equally unyielding. Fire me. My father is a member of the school board. Dumbledore doesn't have that authority. You're the one who should be expelled, Potter. Charlie immediately realized what he meant upon hearing this. Lucius left his diary at school. The diary will unleash a basilisk. If the basilisk kills even one student, the principal will be held responsible, Lucius, as a member of the school board, could then seize the opportunity to take power. In addition, the Ministry of Magic searches for dark magic items during the summer holidays. The diary was also a big problem for Lucius. Even Lucius giving the diary to Ginny could get the Weasleys into trouble. This can be described as killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Charlie squinted. His partner was more cunning than he had imagined. The problem is Lucius's actions have affected him. This semester should have been a time of leisure and ease. Now we also have to be wary of the basilisk. Charlie wrote it down for Lucius in his little notebook. The two had a heated argument, and neither could prevail over the other. Draco felt guilty, and Harry had no evidence, so the matter was left unresolved. A week has passed. Charlie would carry a rooster around the castle every day. He wanted to find the basilisk, but perhaps because there were too many roosters, the basilisk dared not approach the castle. Charlie found no trace of the basilisk. The castle's corridors, classrooms, and auditorium were filled with the crowing of roosters. The students have become accustomed to this environment. Some people have even developed the habit of waking up to the sound of roosters crowing. Charlie walked through the foyer, where a crowd had gathered in front of the bulletin board. The students crowded there, chattering away about something. Ernie saw Charlie and ran over excitedly. Charlie, did you see the notice on the bulletin board? The school is starting a dueling club where you can fight other people. I wonder if there are any requirements to participate. You want to learn dueling, of course. If you don't know the techniques of dueling, you'll be at a disadvantage when fighting someone. Charlie recalled Professor Flitwick's skills from last year. That instant shadow killing formation was unforgettable. But I still haven't been able to use Phantom Shift to replicate it. If Professor Flitwick were to teach, I might consider checking it out. Evening arrived quickly. The auditorium was transformed into a dueling arena. The long tables were all pushed against the wall. A huge stage was erected in the center. The stage was covered with a golden carpet. The area was surrounded by students. Charlie stood in Hufflepuff's line. He looked around. Students from Gryffindor, Slytherin, and Ravenclaw all came. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood not far away. Harry's left arm has fully recovered. He was discussing something in hushed tones with Ron. Who do you think will teach us? Harry asked. Ron shrugged. Have no idea. He paused. It's definitely not Lockhart. The words had barely left his mouth. Lockhart walked onto the stage. He was wearing a crimson robe. It is embroidered with gold patterns. She looked radiant. Harry and Ron's faces fell instantly. Both of them simultaneously raised their hands, covered their faces, and their voices were filled with despair. Why him? Hermione stood to the side, pursing her lips. Charlie would be a better teacher than him. Charlie raised an eyebrow after hearing that. I'll teach you. Oh, Hermione, you're a genius. On stage, Lockhart spread his arms wide. His crimson robe shimmered under the light. Students. His voice echoed in the auditorium. Welcome to the duel club. The students quieted down. All eyes were on the stage. I know you're all worried about what's been happening at school lately. He paused, but don't be afraid, I'm here. Headmaster Dumbledore instructed me to establish this club and pass on my superb dueling skills to you, so that you can protect yourselves. Sparse applause rang out from the audience. Most of the students looked reluctant. After more than a month of classes, aside from a few die-hard fans, almost the entire faculty and student body knew that Lockhart was a fraud. But Lockhart didn't seem to notice any of this. He continued speaking. Of course, I can't teach them all by myself, so, at Professor Snape's insistence, I agreed to make him my assistant. He turned around and waved to the side of the stage. Let's welcome Professor Snape. Snape emerged from the shadows. He was dressed in a long black robe, and his face was frighteningly grim. Charlie believed it. If they weren't at school, Snape would definitely have chopped Lockhart into mincemeat. Lockhart smiled broadly, worry. I will return Professor Snape to you safe and sound. Snape's lips twitched. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Lockhart was completely unaware. He walked to the center of the stage. Now let's demonstrate the duel. The two stood facing each other. Lockhart raised his wand. First, you must bow to your opponent. He bowed deeply. The movements were so exaggerated, it looked like acting. Snape nodded reluctantly. He exuded an air of impatience. Lockhart straightened up, then he raised his wand. On the count of 3, we will simultaneously cast the spell. 1, 2, 3. It's almost the first letter of the number 3. Snape's wand flashed red, disarm you. Lockhart hadn't even had a chance to chant the spell. The wand flew out of his hand. He was knocked away and crashed heavily off the stage. The Slytherin students erupted in cheers. Lockhart struggled to his feet. His hair was disheveled and his robe was covered in dust. But he still managed a smile. Did you see that? He patted his robe. This is the disarming spell. Professor Snape used it very beautifully. Of course, it would be easy for me to stop it if I wanted to. I deliberately got hit so you could see the spell's effect. Snape's face darkened further. His fingers gripped the wand tightly. Harry whispered to Ron, I will never speak ill of Lockhart again. He's a true warrior. Lockhart clapped his hands. All right, now it's your turns. Pair up in pairs and practice the disarming spell. Remember, duels must be fought with elegance. To respect your opponent, first offer a salute. Charlie raised his hand. I don't think that's right. Lockhart's smile froze instantly. Mr. White, do you have any comments? The basilisk won't bow to us. This concept of dueling is completely wrong. It's just attention-seeking. The auditorium fell silent instantly. All the students' eyes were on Charlie. Lockhart's smile began to falter. It seems Mr. White has some new ideas. His voice was somewhat distorted. But you're still a student. And there's still a lot you don't understand. Lockhart was actually terrified. He knew Charlie's strength. He had never seen anyone faint like a shower of flowers in class before. He couldn't control Charlie at all. So he turned and looked at Snape. His eyes were filled with a plea for help. Snape will probably help him, right, after all. Snape hated nothing more than students talking back to their professors. Snape stared at Charlie. It seems Mr. White thinks he's better than the professor. Lockhart breathed a sigh of relief freely. Snape would never allow a student to talk back to a professor. But the next sentence completely stunned him. Since you are so arrogant, let Professor Lockhart teach you a lesson on what it means to respect a professor. He turned his head and stared at Lockhart. Lockhart's smile completely crumbled. No, no, no. He quickly waved his hand. I think I went too far in my treatment of Charlie. It's good that you're here. Snape remained expressionless on the assistant. The assistant was clearly insufficient to teach Mr. White a profound lesson. He stared at Lockhart. His eyes were full of mockery. Professor Lockhart, please make your move. Lockhart's lips twitched. He looked at Snape, then at Charlie. The expression on his face was priceless. Losing to Snape isn't shameful after all. Snape was a famous potions master, but losing to a student is something even he feels he can't justify. The students in the audience erupted in cheers. Charlie wants to duel the professor. This is going to be interesting. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance. Ron whispered, "I bet Charlie will win." Hermione rolled her eyes. "Is there even a need to gamble?" Charlie walked onto the stage. He took out his magic wand. "Come on, Professor." Lockhart stood still. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "My mind is racing." "What to do? You're so dense. Think of something." The students in the audience had already started to heckle. "Hurry up, Professor. Let us see what you're capable of." Lockhart gritted his teeth. He looked up at the sea of students below the stage. Those eyes were filled with expectation. "We have no choice but to continue." He encouraged himself mentally. Charlie was just a student. I can always manage to exchange a couple of blows with him. Then say you don't want to damage Charlie's confidence and voluntarily end the duel. Perfect. Lockhart walked toward Charlie, forcing a smile. "Mr. White, actually I think, disarm you." A burst of red light erupted. As the red light flew towards him, Lockhart had only one thought. "Young man, you have no sportsmanship." Before Lockhart could finish speaking, he was suddenly launched into the air and flew off the stage once again. The wand flew from his hand, dancing through the air, and landed at Snape's feet. The auditorium exploded. Merlin's mouthwash, he actually dared to make a move. The professor was sent flying. The students' cheers nearly lifted the roof off. It's quite a rare sight to see a professor being assaulted by a student. The Slytherin group laughed the loudest. Draco clapped his hands, making no attempt to hide the schadenfreude on his face. On stage, Charlie puts away his wand. The first move of the duel. He turned around and glanced at the audience. To catch someone off guard. A duel is not a dance, and the basilisk is not a gentleman. No one will stand still and wait for you to bow. We have only one objective in this duel, that is victory. Charlie paused. Next, I will introduce to you what a real duel is. Snape stood to the side, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. He also agreed with Charlie's point of view that the dueling club was meant to teach students how to defend themselves. If it weren't for this purpose, he wouldn't have agreed to let Lockhart be his assistant. If you encounter a wizard stronger than yourself, many spells won't work. That's because the other party often knows those spells too. Charlie continued, therefore he is the weaker party. Dueling skills are paramount. Mastering these skills can often allow spells to produce unexpected effects. He turned to Snape. Professor, please demonstrate some close-quarters combat techniques for me. Snape was puzzled. How come he didn't know any close-quarters combat techniques? However, still silently walked up to Charlie, raised his wand and stood ready. His black robe cast a shadow under the light, and he exuded an aura of oppression. Charlie approached unhurriedly. Professor, are you ready? 3, 2. But what happened next was not what I expected. Charlie suddenly pulled a handful of ash from his pocket with his left hand and threw it directly at Snape's face. At the same time, he raised his right wand. Concealed by the dust. Seal the tongue and choke the throat, caught off guard. Snape got sand in his eye and instinctively closed it. Because he lost sight for a moment, Charlie's spell hit Snape without a doubt, rendering him speechless. Charlie pressed his advantage, waving his wand. He conjured a rope and bound Snape tightly, to prevent Snape from casting spells silently and without a wand. Charlie tied Snape's fingers tightly with rope, as casting spells silently and without a wand still requires some hand gestures. His Majesty ambushed the division commander, humiliatingly binding him to the ground. Tyrant Points. The auditorium was completely silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what had just happened. Charlie cheated, shouted the Slytherin students. He sabotaged the professor. They found it hard to accept that their dean had been ambushed and defeated. What kind of technique is that garbage? I'd rather die than learn something like that. Charlie glanced at the other person outside of school. You're facing enemies and enemies won't show mercy. They'll only use more despicable methods against you. The methods I used are something even a first-year student could do. But if used unexpectedly, they can even take down an adult wizard upon hearing this. The Slytherin students' objections subsided. They also felt there was some truth to it, remember. Leniency towards the enemy is cruelty towards yourself. Charlie pressed on the instant the spell takes effect. You go up and gouge his ice, kick him in the groin, and completely incapacitate him. The students in the audience felt a chill, and even some of the girls began to feel a dull ache in some non-existent part of their bodies. Draco's eyes, however, lit up, as if he had opened the door to a new world. If he were to use that trick on Harry. Draco turned to look at Harry, only to find that Harry was also looking at him. Their gazes met in midair, sparking a fierce exchange. Charlie announced this on stage. Now pair up and begin training, remember. You must sprinkle it on your face to block the other person's vision. When you're casting the spell, use the same magic at the same time. Everyone should know how to seal the tongue and choke right. I don't need to teach you, Charlie waved his wand. And a huge pile of sand appeared beside the stage. Those who are ready grab a handful of sand. The students tentatively chose their partners. But everyone was quite reserved, even throwing sand in each other's faces. Is this something a normal person would do? But there are two exceptions. Draco and Harry stared at each other, drawing ever closer. Until the two faced each other, their eyes locked. Draco gave a wicked smile, broken, ah. Harry ignored all his rambling and threw a handful of sand at Draco's face. Unfortunately, due to the excessive range of motion, the right hand's release of the spell was distorted, and the tongue-locking and throat-locking maneuvers were not successfully connected. I still need to practice my eyes, you just wait. Draco panicked and grabbed a handful of sand, throwing it back at Draco. Some of the students watching also started to secretly take action. This is like stirring up a hornet's nest. Nobody wants to get their face covered in sand by the other. So to avoid being hit by sand, you have to throw it at the other person's face first. In an instant, the entire auditorium was filled with dust, and the students were having a great time playing around. Most people, due to their distorted movements, failed to unleash the subsequent spell, and could only frantically throw things around. Your Majesty is corrupting your classmates and setting a bad example. Your tyrannical rule is worth plus 10 points. Charlie looked at the chaos in the auditorium and the series of tyrannical figures, and nodded in satisfaction. He raised his hand to put on a protective film to keep dust out of his eyes. Just then, a humming sound came from beside my feet. Charlie lowered his head. Professor Snape lay on the ground, bound tightly with ropes, his eyes wide open as if he were about to breathe fire. Charlie swallowed hard. This demonstration of dueling techniques should be enough to convince the professor not to hold a grudge. He crouched down and picked up Snape's wand from the side. Then the ropes were loosened and Snape was free. The tongue-locking and throat-locking measures have also been lifted. Charlie quickly reached out and pulled Snape up from the ground. Snape stood up, his face so dark it could drip water. Before Snape could speak, Charlie immediately began to praise him. Professor, you've worked so hard to cooperate with my demonstration so that we could all get the best results. Thank you so much. The professor is very magnanimous. He certainly won't hold it against merit. Regardless of his reaction, shower him with compliments until he's completely overwhelmed. Snape scoffed. He extended his right hand in front of Charlie. Charlie handed him his wand. Snape took the wand and gripped it tightly. He turned around and faced the auditorium. The wand was suddenly swung, and a gust of wind rose out of nowhere. Sweeping across the entire hall, the dust was blown away, and the students were thrown about, their lively game coming to an abrupt halt. Everyone looked up at the stage except for Draco and Harry, who were still arguing. The two have completely abandoned their wands and switched to using their fists. Harry straddled Draco, pounding his fists down. Draco covered his head, kneeing Harry in the back. The two fought fiercely, neither gaining the upper hand. Snape's gaze swept over them. Stop. Are you wizards or just stupid goblins? Harry and Draco stopped moving at the same time. The two men were panting heavily, their faces bruised and swollen. Snape stepped off the stage and stood in front of the two men. Gryffindor loses 10 points, Hermione was desperate. There were so many fights. Why was Gryffindor the only one penalized? Draco glanced smugly at Harry, both of them were fighting. But Harry got points deducted while he didn't. Harry was very dissatisfied, but wisely refrained from arguing with Snape. Snape turned and stared at Charlie. Hufflepuff deducts 50 points. The Hufflepuff students in the audience let out wails. Snape continued, in addition, Charlie will be placed in confinement for 2 months. Charlie wasn't surprised at all. What was bound to happen would happen eventually. Being put in solitary confinement is like being at home. Everyone there is talented. I love being in solitary confinement. Snape turned and left the Great Hall. His black robe billowed behind him, stirring up a gust of wind. The auditorium fell silent again. The students looked at each other, unsure what to say. Charlie clapped his hands. All right, that concludes today's duel club session. Everyone go back and practice hard. The club will teach you a new trick next time. Hermione's eyes widened, next time. Because so many people at Hogwarts wanted to buy flying swords. The Hogsmeade Flying Witch Shop quickly launched a series of flying sword-themed props. Many wealthy students and parents at Hogwarts bought a flying sword. For a while, many students were playing with flying swords on the Quidditch pitch after class. However, the flying sword was fast and had a novel design. However, the problem is also obvious as a newly launched product. It is not as mature as a broom. The broom has a fixed spell on it. Riding it is like sitting in a cherry stable. But flying swords are different. Students can only stand on the sword itself, and they can easily slip off if they make even a slight sharp turn. Many students fell off the flying swords and broke their arms. Mrs. Hodge exasperated, posted a notice, flying on swords is prohibited. Please abide by this rule. The students were in an uproar. What, you're not allowed to fly anymore? My newly bought flying sword. Complaints arose one after another. Charlie stood on the periphery of the crowd. He stared at the notice, lost in thought. It seems necessary for the Flying Witch Shop to add a fixation spell to the flying swords. In the principal's office, sunlight streamed in through the high windows, falling on the large oak table. A black-covered diary sat on the table. Dumbledore sat in the chair, his blue eyes behind his half-moon spectacles fixed on the diary. His fingers tapped lightly on the table. Rhythmically and slowly, the basilisk is still at Hogwarts, though it's too frightened to approach the school by the roosters that fill the castle. It's still alive. As long as it exists, the danger is not over. Dumbledore sighed. He needed to find the basilisk's location and completely eliminate this threat before the students could be safe. But Tom definitely won't cooperate. Dumbledore's gaze fell on the diary, his eyes becoming deep. He made up his mind. Just then there was a knock on the door. Knock, 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 please come in, said Dumbledore. The door was pushed open. Lockhart walked in. He wore a light blue robe and his hair was neatly combed. But the expression on his face looked somewhat unnatural. His smile was a little stiff and there was unease in his eyes. Since the incident at the duel club, Lockhart's authority as a professor has been completely tarnished. Although his authority had long been lost, he was only now realizing it. He was worried that Dumbledore would fire him. What will his fans think if he gets fired? Will his reputation be ruined? Lockhart became increasingly panicked. He walked to his desk and forced a smile. Principal, is there something you need from me? His voice trembled slightly. Dumbledore looked up and smiled at him. Professor Lockhart, please have a seat. He pointed to the chair opposite him. Lockhart sat down, his hands clasped tightly together. His palms were sweaty. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses. I've recently been studying this diary that summons the basilisk. He pointed to the diary on the table. Lockhart's gaze fell on the diary. It looks quite ordinary. I had hoped to find the basilisk through the diary. But I'm having some trouble, Dumbledore continued. There are parts of this diary that I don't understand. Lockhart blinked. Was Dumbledore asking him for help? This is extremely rare. Professor Lockhart's adventures are so numerous. Dumbledore said, You must have seen many strange magical items. Do you have any ideas? Lockhart's eyes lit up instantly. This is an opportunity. If he can help, maybe he can salvage some of his reputation. He immediately sat up straight. Oh, of course, of course. His voice became louder. He's seen far too many of these. He began to talk incessantly, boasting about how he had solved 56 problems with such a diary. Dumbledore listened quietly, a kind smile on his face. Lockhart became more and more excited as he spoke, patting his chest. So, Principal, please feel free to give me the diary. I guarantee I can uncover the secret inside. Dumbledore nodded. That's wonderful. He picked up the diary and handed it to Lockhart. Please, Professor Lockhart. Lockhart took the diary, his smile widening. Don't worry, Principal. I will definitely not let you down. He stood up and tucked the diary under his arm. I'll go back and look into it right away. I can give you an answer in 3 days at most. Dumbledore smiled and watched him leave. The office door closed behind Lockhart. Dumbledore sat in his chair, his fingers interlaced and resting on his chin. Blue eyes stared at the door panel. What do you think he will do? He spoke, his voice very soft. The air opposite the desk distorted slightly. A fiery red phoenix appeared from the void and landed on the shelf. Its feathers shimmered with a dark golden light in the sunlight. Fox tilted his head and blinked. Dumbledore smiled. I think so too. He stood up and walked to the window. The grounds of Hogwarts stretched out beneath my feet. The lake reflected the sunlight, and the edge of the forbidden forest was a dark, looming expanse. His fingers rested on the window frame. Tom won't talk to me, Dumbledore said. When the diary was in my hands, he wouldn't reveal a single word. But Lockhart is different. Dumbledore walked back to his desk, opened a drawer, and inside was a stack of parchment. The top sheet is filled with Lockhart's personal information, which records how Lockhart stole other people's lives and wrote them into a book. He's stupid enough and arrogant enough that Tom will look down on him. They'd think he's easy to control, and they'd think this is his only chance. The basilisk is still at school, and Tom needs it to complete his plan. But he's currently trapped inside the diary and unable to act directly. Lockhart was his only tool. Fox let out a low growl. Dumbledore nodded. I'll keep an eye on Lockhart and keep track of the diary's location. As soon as Tom starts acting, he'll reveal a weakness. Then we'll be able to find the basilisk's location. The office quieted down, and the sound of wind came from outside the window. Dumbledore picked up a lemon candy from the table, unwrapped it and put it in his mouth. The sour taste exploded on his tongue and he squinted. This is an open conspiracy, Tom. You'll take the bait. Lockhart returned to his office. He carefully locked the door, drew the curtains, and the whole room darkened, with only a candle flickering on the table. Lockhart sat in the chair and laid his diary open on the table. He picked up the quill pen, dipped it in the ink bottle, and held the quill pen to the paper, hovering it in midair. Lockhart hesitated for a few seconds, then wrote a line. I am Gilderoy Lockhart, a third-class sergeant of the Order of Merlin, an honorary member of the Defense Against the Dark Arts, and a 5-time winner of the Wizarding Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. Tom's diary entry: What an idiot, where's Dumbledore? Did he abandon me? But Tom quickly realized that whatever the reason, the diary had ended up in this idiot's hands. This is all his chance. As long as he can gain Lockhart's trust and manipulate Lockhart into finding the basilisk, his plan to clean up the school can continue. Tom quickly absorbed the ink into the paper, and it disappeared in no time. Lockhart blinked. That's interesting. A few seconds later, new writing appeared in the diary. Hello, Mr. Lockhart, my name is Tom Riddle. Lockhart narrowed his eyes. In my hands now. You'd better tell me honestly, where is the basilisk? The handwriting disappeared again, and a new reply appeared in the diary. I think Mr. Lockhart has a deep misunderstanding about me. I didn't release the basilisk, someone else did. Lockhart let out a soft chuckle. You think I'd believe that? You could only fool a child with a lie like that. The principal entrusted you to me so that I would find out the truth. Don't try to lie to me. The diary remained silent for a few seconds. Tom knew that an adult wizard was not as easily fooled as a student. So a line appeared on the page. The secret room was also opened 50 years ago. One person died back then, but the true heir wasn't punished. And he's still living at Hogwarts. Lockhart was stunned. 50 years ago, that was half a century ago. He wasn't even born then. So naturally, he wouldn't know what happened. Lockhart's fingers trembled as he wrote. Do you think I'm stupid? Why should I believe you? Diary reply, I can take you to see that memory. And you'll understand everything. Lockhart suddenly became alert. Although he was unfamiliar with many spells. As a master of the Oblivion charm, he was extremely sensitive to memories. Whether you enter someone else's territory or allow someone else to enter. It is a dangerous thing, but he also wanted to know the truth. If the basilisk problem could truly be solved, Dumbledore would certainly publicize it, and his reputation would be salvaged. Furthermore, Lockhart was confident that he would have no problems with his memory. Okay, I'll go. The writing in the diary suddenly glowed, illuminating the entire room before Lockhart could react. The scene before him distorted, and he felt himself being pulled in by a force. The surrounding walls, furniture, and candles all disappeared. Darkness replaced them. Then the light returned. Lockhart stood in the corridor. Torches hanging on the wall, stone walls damp. The air musty. This is Hogwarts, but it's not quite the same. Footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Lockhart turned his head. A young man walked over. He had black hair and black eyes, wore a Hogwarts uniform, and had a blank expression on his face. But his eyes were sharp. Lockhart stared at him. This must be what Tom Riddle looked like when he was young. The young man in his memory obviously couldn't see him and went straight to the room on the other side of the corridor. Lockhart followed. The young man pushed open the door, revealing a small storage room with some boxes piled up in the corner. A large boy was squatting on the ground, stuffing something into a box. Lockhart froze when he saw the face clearly. That was Hagrid. Young Hagrid, his enormous size making him very recognizable. Hearing footsteps, Hagrid turned around abruptly and saw young Tom. His face instantly turned pale. Tom, what are you doing here? Tom didn't speak. He raised his wand and pointed it at Hagrid. Hand over that monster. Hagrid took a step back. A lag did not kill anyone. His voice was urgent. Really, it won't hurt anyone's. Tom's expression remained unchanged. This is for the sake of all the students, Hagrid. I don't want to say it a second time. Hagrid gritted his teeth. No, it's my friend. You can't hurt it. Tom swung his wand violently. Crushed to pieces, a burst of red light erupted. The box was hit and shattered completely. Wooden planks flew everywhere, and a sharp hissing sound came from inside. A giant spider crawled out of the wreckage, its 8 legs covered in needle-like hairs, its eyes reflecting an eerie light in the firelight. Hagrid shouted, Eric, runs. The spider turned and rushed towards the window, smashing the glass and disappearing into the night. Hagrid knelt on the ground, his hands supporting him. His shoulders trembling, Tom put away his wand. You'd better pray that no one else dies. The image is distorted. Lockhart felt himself being pulled away again, and darkness engulfed his vision. Then he returned to his office, the candle still flickering on the desk. The diary lying open in front of him. Not much time had passed. Lockhart slumped in his chair, panting heavily. His back was covered in cold sweat, and his mind was a complete mess. Hagrid is the heir, and the monster in the secret room isn't a basilisk, but a spider. Can spiders turn people to stone? Lockhart wasn't sure for a student like him. The knowledge was clearly beyond his comprehension. Why wasn't Hagrid punished? Lockhart wrote this question in bewilderment. Handwriting appeared on the diary page. That's a question for the current headmaster Dumbledore. He protected Hagrid back then. Lockhart's breath caught in his throat. Dumbledore protecting Hagrid, how could that be? But the diary continued to be written in. The secret room was sealed off in the academy. Unwilling to let the matter get out. Spread rumors that the girl had died in an accident. Everyone thought it was all over, but the truth was covered up. And Hagrid's monster was still alive, and now it's back. Although this matter is kept secret, there must be case files preserved. You can write to the Ministry of Magic to verify this. Lockhart's mind was buzzing if this is true. If Dumbledore really did protect Hagrid, then he holds a huge secret. He could write about it in a book or expose it. Then everyone will know that even the great Dumbledore can make mistakes and protect criminals. Lockhart is a hero who rebels against tyranny and exposes the truth. Lockhart's eyes grew brighter and brighter. This was a golden opportunity, thinking of this. Lockhart immediately wrote to Minister Fudge to inquire about the situation. Given his status and fame, he certainly has Fudge's contact information. Seeing that Lockhart had taken the bait, Tom sneered inwardly. These memories are certainly real. But he has cut out the cause and effect. Combined with Hagrid's dismissal at the time, it is indeed easy to believe that Hagrid is the heir. By drawing attention to Hagrid and then seizing the opportunity to control Lockhart, he could once again control the basilisk and cleanse the school of its filthy bloodline. The Christmas spirit is gradually spreading throughout Hogwarts. Snowflakes drifted from the ceiling of the auditorium. Pine branches and mistletoe clung to the walls, and the air was filled with the aroma of cinnamon and roast turkey. Charlie stood in the dormitory packing his luggage. He stuffed a few changes of clothes into his backpack and checked his wand and purse again. I'm going back to the orphanage for the holidays, so I need to prepare some gifts for those little devils and Grandma White. Just then, I heard a knocking sound outside the window. Charlie turned his head and saw an owl perched on the glass. Its head still covered in frost, he opened the window. And an owl hopped in and dropped a letter, as usual. Charlie took out Storm's jerky and handed it to the owl. Storm's eagle eyes instantly sharpened as it stared at it. Kid, if you dare take it, I'll kill you. Seeing that the messenger owl showed no reaction to the jerky, a hint of satisfaction flashed in its eyes. She's very sensible, however, the owl, seeing the storm momentarily subside, immediately snatched the jerky and ran away. Storm was so angry that the feathers on his head stood on end. But the other party was too fast, and Storm couldn't catch up even if he chased after him. All I could do was bitterly preen my feathers. You little b*********, D, you dare steal my jerky. Tonight I'm going to find your lover and see if I don't make her pay. Charlie ignored the bird's playful squabble and opened the letter. This is a letter from Hagrid. With the Christmas holidays approaching, if Charlie goes back to the orphanage, Hagrid won't see Norbert for a long time. So Hagrid wanted Charlie to take Norbert to see him before he left. Charlie had no objections, so he took the suitcase and left the castle. Upon meeting Hagrid, they opened the chest inside the hut. The two jumped in. Hagrid landed, completely stunned. Before me stretched groves of willows, their trunks thick and their branches sprawling and swaying in the wind. Although not as large as the one in the school, it is already quite impressive, with each tree reaching 2 or 3 meters in height. Sunlight streamed through the tree canopy, and the ground was covered with fallen leaves. Merlin's beard, Hagrid murmured to himself. How is this possible? He took a few steps forward. Upon noticing the intruder, Dorenliu instantly sprang into action. The willow branch lashed out with astonishing speed. Hagrid was startled and instinctively stepped back. Charlie raised his hand, and magic flowed from his fingertips, forming a thin film on Hagrid's body. The willow branches of the hitman willow froze in midair the moment they sensed the magic. They froze for a few seconds, then slowly retreated, drooping down again, swaying their branches, and fell silent. Hagrid's eyes widened. How did you do that? His voice was filled with shock. These willows who beat people actually listen to you. Charlie shrugged. They recognize my magic. Hagrid opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word for a long time. He turned his head and looked at the grove of willows that had been used to beat people. His eyes filled with envy. "You're really amazing," Hagrid said, "in all my years. I've never seen anyone tame a man-beating willow." He sighed. "I wish I could do that too." Not only did Charlie tame the beating willow, but Norbert was also completely subdued by Charlie. Charlie led him deeper into the woods. Norbert sensed Charlie the moment he entered the box. With a whoosh they dashed out of the cave. Judai, who was perched on Norbert's head, suddenly felt dizzy. When Norbert stopped outside the willow grove, Judai was already dizzy and disoriented, and roared like a dragon above Norbert's head. Vomits. Norbert lay on the open ground, wings tucked to his sides, tail swaying behind him, kicking up a cloud of dust. Its body was already enormous, its scales reflecting a metallic sheen in the sunlight, and it could spew small flames from its nostrils with every breath. Hagrid's eyes immediately welled up with tears when he saw Norbert. "My little Norbert," his voice choked slightly. "You've grown so much." Norbert nuzzled Hagrid with his head. Hagrid opened his arms, trying to embrace Norbert, but they could only cling to it, unable to close their hands. "I can't hold you like I used to when you were little." Hagrid sniffled. "You're too big, my arm can't even reach your back." Charlie stood aside, not disturbing them. Hagrid sat next to Norbert for a long time. He talked on and on, recounting what had happened to him recently, about the students at school, and about the animals in the Forbidden Forest. Norbert lay quietly at his feet, his tail swishing against the ground, his eyes half closed. Time flew by and the sky gradually darkened. Hagrid stood up and patted Norbert on the head. "I should go back now," he said. "Stay here and behave yourself." Norbert snorted and exhaled 2 puffs of white smoke. The 2 people came out of the box. Hagrid's cabin was warm, and the fire in the fireplace was burning brightly. Charlie was just about to say goodbye when there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hagrid and Charlie exchanged a glance. Hagrid walked over and opened the doors. 2 people were standing outside the door. One was Dumbledore, dressed in a purple robe, his half-moon spectacles gleaming in the firelight. The other was a short, stout man with gray hair, wearing a top hat and a formulaic smile on his face. Hagrid's expression changed instantly. "Your Excellency, Minister." His voice trembled slightly. "What brings you here?" The short, stout man walked into the house, his gaze sweeping over Hagrid, then over Charlie, and his eyes lit up. She walked up to Charlie and warmly took his hand. "Oh, Mr. White, I've heard of you for a long time. Let me introduce myself. I am Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic." Charlie greeted him and subtly withdrew his hand. These leaders all seem to have a penchant for backstabbing and shoving. Where did they pick up such a bad habit? Even Liu Bei isn't one of them. After Fudge and Charlie finished talking, they turned to look at Hagrid. "That's terrible, Hagrid." He sighed. "I heard the school's secret room has been opened again." Hagrid took half a step back. "It wasn't me," he said hastily. "I didn't open the secret room, really, I swear." Fudge waved his hand. "I know what you're saying now. But the problem is you have a criminal record." Hagrid panicked even more. He turned to look at Dumbledore. "Headmaster," Hagrid's voice trembled. "Please believe me, I really didn't open the secret room." Dumbledore entered the room and stood beside Hagrid, his eyes fixed on Fudge. "I completely trust Hagrid." "Kylie wouldn't do such a thing," Fudge shrugged. "Your trust is certainly important, Principal." His tone was neither warm nor cold. "But the problem is the Ministry of Magic doesn't think so." He took a roll of parchment out of his pocket and unfolded it. "This is a decision made by the Ministry of Magic," Fudge said. "Given that the Chamber of Secrets has been reopened, and that Hagrid previously opened it, the Ministry of Magic believes that preventative measures must be taken." He paused, "Therefore, I must take Hagrid away and temporarily imprison him in Azkaban until the truth comes out." Hagrid's face turned deathly pale. "Azkaban?" His voice was filled with fear. "No, we can't go there. Professor Dumbledore, I don't want to go to Azkaban. Hagrid's eyes were filled with fear. That place can kill people. Dumbledore's face darkened. He turned his head and stared at Fudge. Hagrid did not make a mistake. Dumbledore's voice was cold. The claim that the secret room was opened is just a rumor. You can't arrest him for that. Fudge's smile looked somewhat stiff. Professor, why are you doing this? Fudge's tone was persuasive. The Ministry of Magic only wants to temporarily take Hagrid away to ascertain the facts. Not to convict him. Once his innocence is proven, he will be released. Hagrid was breathing rapidly. His hands clenched into fists. Fudge's words were nice. But Hagrid had been taken to Azkaban in the same way before. And those days there were a nightmare for him his whole life. If Dumbledore hadn't saved him, he might have spent his whole life in Azkaban. Dumbledore remained calm, standing beside Hagrid and staring at Fudge. If the Ministry of Magic truly believed in justice, it shouldn't arrest people without evidence. Fudge opened his mouth, about to say something. Footsteps could be heard outside the door. Lucius Malfoy walked in. He wore a long black robe embroidered with silver patterns and carried a snakehead cane. Upon seeing the dilapidated state of the hut, he revealed a look of disdain. Hagrid's face instantly turned bright red. What are you doing here? Get out of my house. His voice made the fire in the fireplace flicker. You are not welcomed here. Lucius's expression remained unchanged. He glanced at Hagrid as if he were looking at a noisy insect. Dumbledore spoke. Lucius, is there something you need? Lucius did not answer. His gaze swept over the people in the room. And when he saw Charlie, Lucius nodded in acknowledgement. Mr. White, what a coincidence. Charlie nodded but didn't say anything. Lucius withdrew his gaze and looked at Dumbledore. As a member of the school's board of directors, I naturally have the right to be involved in school affairs. The locked room has been reopened, threatening the students' safety, and the board is deeply concerned. Hagrid opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago. That's a fact, although you vouched for him then. Which is why the Ministry of Magic didn't pursue the matter. Now that the chamber has reopened, Hagrid is undeniably responsible. If Hagrid isn't arrested and further problems arise, the principal should resign. Lucius's tone was calm, but his words were barbed. When the topic turned to dismissing the principal, his eyes gleamed with barely concealed excitement. Hearing this, Hagrid became furious. Dumbledore's eyes also held anger, but his expression remained calm. My guarantee to Hagrid remains valid, Dumbledore said. If Hagrid is indeed the heir to the Chamber of Secrets and has harmed the students, I will resign as headmaster and take full responsibility. The room was silent for a few seconds. Fudge's eyes widened, and he almost dropped the parchment in his hand. Lucius raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise flashing across his face. Hagrid abruptly turned his head and looked at Dumbledore. Principal, you don't need to. Charlie looked at Dumbledore, also surprised. With Dumbledore's power, the #1 wizard in the wizarding world, Fudge and Lucius are nothing. Shouldn't he avoid eating beef? Why follow the rules so strictly? Charlie stared into Dumbledore's eyes. There was anger in those blue eyes, but even more so restraint. Charlie suddenly understood. It is precisely because Dumbledore is so powerful that he needs to use rules to limit himself. Once he gets used to breaking the rules and solving everything with force, he will become another Voldemort. No, an even more terrifying being than Voldemort. No one can restrain him. Charlie was somewhat moved. The old man's awareness was truly noble, of course. Charlie wouldn't agree with this. He still thinks it's better not to eat beef. The atmosphere in the room froze. Fudge's smile faded. Lucius frowned and stared at Dumbledore, a look of resentment flashing in his eyes. Since Dumbledore had already said that, they couldn't pursue the matter any further. But they still felt unwilling to let him leave like that. The situation reached a stalemate. Neither side would back down, and neither side could do anything about it. Charlie took 2 steps forward. Minister Fudge, Mr. Malfoy Fudge turned to look at Charlie. His expression softening slightly, Mr. White plays speak, and Charlie shrugged. No one at the school has been injured so far. The principal has made considerable preparations for the locked room situation. And the situation is still under control. It's not something the Ministry of Magic would want to see if they wrongly accuse an innocent person. Fudge opened his mouth, feeling somewhat hesitant. Charlie was just a student, however. His status as the youngest potions master, coupled with the recent Rita Skeeter incident and the support of numerous pureblood families, demonstrates Charlie's considerable influence. This was enough to make Fudge take it seriously. Lucius, needless to say, was Charlie's partner. Lucius can oppose Dumbledore because the two are political rivals. But Charlie was different. He was an outsider and didn't take sides. It's best not to offend them if you can avoid it. Lucius took a deep breath, and the expression on his face softened. Mr. White is right. The Ministry of Magic should not wrong innocent people. Fudge glanced at Lucius, then followed suit. Yeah. Since no students at the school have been involved in any incidents, we'll hold off on arresting Hagrid for now. He paused, his tone becoming serious. However, headmaster, if anything else happens to anyone at the school, Hagrid must be taken away. That's the Ministry of Magic's bottom line. Dumbledore nodded. I accept this condition. Hagrid slumped into his chair, letting out a sigh of relief. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his hands were still trembling. Fudge put away the parchment and patted his robe. Then we'll be going now. He turned around and walked towards the door. Lucius didn't move, he stood still, staring at Dumbledore. Principal, I hope you can keep your promise. Dumbledore looked at him calmly. The Board of Trustees is welcome to supervise us at any time. Lucius snorted and turned to leave. As he reached the door, he glanced back, a look of resentment flashing in his eyes. As a member of the school board, he desperately wanted to oust Dumbledore. As long as Dumbledore is not around, he can support a new headmaster, at which point the Malfoy family's influence will reach new heights. Hagrid stood up from his chair and walked over to Charlie. His hands were still trembling, but his eyes were full of gratitude. Thank you, Charlie. Hagrid's voice was hoarse. If it weren't for your help, I'd be on my way to Azkaban right now. Charlie waved his hand. It's nothing, you've always been innocent. He looked up at Hagrid, but I'm also quite curious. Why would they have suspected you 50 years ago? Hagrid opened his mouth, a look of pain flashing across his face. Dumbledore approached, his voice very soft. That's because Tom Riddle framed us. Charlie turned his head and looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. 50 years ago, the Chamber of Secrets in Slytherin was opened, and a girl was found dead in the bathroom. Tom Riddle was a student at the time. He found the real secret chamber and the basilisk. But he needs a scapegoat. Dumbledore looked at Hagrid. Hagrid happened to be keeping a giant eight-eyed spider as a pet at the time. When the eight-eyed spider was mentioned, Dumbledore met Charlie's gaze, his eyes carrying a deeper meaning. Charlie remained unfazed. Why are you looking at me? I don't keep spiders. Tom then pinned the blame on Hagrid, saying that Hagrid's spider had killed the man. Dumbledore looked away and continued. In an effort to quell public opinion, then Principal Depet pushed Hagrid out. Hagrid was expelled. His wand was broken and he was even imprisoned in Azkaban. Hagrid hung his head, his shoulders slumped. Being misunderstood to this day is not a pleasant thing for this big guy. The Christmas holidays passed quickly. Charlie went back to the orphanage and brought gifts for Grandma White and the little devils. Grandma White was delighted to receive the gift and held Charlie's hand, talking to him for a long time. When the holiday ended, Charlie returned to Hogwarts. On the first day of the new semester, the students were chatting enthusiastically in the auditorium. When do you think the next duel club will open? I can't wait to learn Charlie's new tricks. When I got home, I showed my dad what I had learned last semester, but he couldn't even process it. So I just threw a handful of ashes at him. The whole family was in mourning. No wonder you kept covering your butt. You were getting a beatings. Everyone was eagerly anticipating what Charlie would teach in the new dueling club. Disappointingly, there was no news from the dueling club in the following weeks. Lockhart has been completely listless since the start of the school year. During defense against the dark arts class, Lockhart kept misreading his own book, as if he hadn't slept well the night before sometimes. The class is ended abruptly, leaving the students to study on their own, however. No one really cared about Lockhart's condition after all. You couldn't learn anything from his classes that evening. Harry went to Lockhart's office for solitary confinement as usual. He knocked on the door and it opened. Lockhart sat behind his desk, which was piled high with parchment. "Oh, Harry." Lockhart looked up. "Come in." Harry went inside and looked at the parchments. It was covered with writing crooked and messy, with many parts crossed out. "Professor, what are you writing?" Harry asked. Lockhart paused for a moment. "Oh, it's nothing." He stuffed the parchment into the drawer. "Just handling some work-related matters." Harry sat down and picked up the quill. "Professor, when will the duel club reopen?" If Harry didn't really want to know, he wouldn't want to talk to Lockhart much. Being with Lockhart was exhausting. He would always ramble on about his past glories. But Harry is even more looking forward to the next duel club match, where he can give Malfoy another good beating. So, for the first time ever, he took the initiative to speak to Lockhart, a duel club. Lockhart smiled knowingly. "Oh, I've been too busy lately to hold one. What's wrong? Is everyone really looking forward to my duel club?" Lockhart's smile widened. "Aren't you all eager to learn my powerful dueling techniques?" Harry felt a little disappointed and was about to speak when Lockhart continued. "Speaking of which, I once encountered a dark sorcerer in Egypt. His dueling skills were incredibly powerful, but Harry quickly interrupted him. "Professor, let's start replying quickly." Lockhart shut his mouth, his smile slightly stiff. "Oh, right, replies." Harry picked up his quill and began replying to Lockhart's fans. The table was piled high with letters, all from fans. Harry replied to each letter, but the number of letters remaining seemed to have increased at all. He looked up and glanced out the window. It was completely dark. "Professor, there are too many letters," Harry said. "I can't possibly reply to all of them by myself." Lockhart was dozing off when Harry woke him up, and his eyes were blank. After a moment he came to his senses and rubbed his eyes. "That's a bit much." He stood up and stretched. "I'll go see Professor McGonagall tomorrow and ask her to send another student who's in solitary confinement." The next day, Lockhart knocked on Professor McGonagall's office door. Professor McGonagall sat behind her desk, quill pen in hand. "Grading papers, Professor Lockhart." She looked up, her tone somewhat impatient. After the torment of the previous semester, she had had enough of Lockhart. "Is there something you need?" Lockhart walked in with a smile on his face. "Professor McGonagall, I need your help." Professor McGonagall put down her quill. "Speak. Could you send another student in solitary confinement to help? You know I have way too much to handle on my end. Harry can't manage alone." Professor McGonagall stared at him. Her eyes filled with suspicion. "Professor Lockhart, solitary confinement isn't for replying to your fan mail." Lockhart's smile faltered. I know, he said. "But that's part of education, isn't it? Teaching students how to communicate with others is an important skill." Professor McGonagall sighed. "Currently, only Charlie White is still in solitary confinement." Lockhart's smile froze. "Charlie? He's almost developed PTSD from this name. Aren't there any other students?" Professor McGonagall wasn't satisfied with his performance. "And you still have the nerve to have opinions about Charlie?" "There is none left." Lockhart opened his mouth as if to say something, but then swallowed it back. He took a deep breath and forced a smile. "Okay, Charlie it is then," Professor McGonagall nodded. "I'll have him come to your office tonight." That evening, Charlie received a notice to go to Lockhart's office for solitary confinement. He knocked on the door. "Come in." Lockhart's voice came from inside. Sounding somewhat tired, Charlie pushed open the door. Harry was already sitting at his desk, a quill in his hand, with a large stack of envelopes in front of him. "Oh, Charlie," Lockhart stood up, a smile on his face, but it seemed somewhat forced. He walked to the cabinet next to him and took out another large stack of letters. "These are the letters you need to reply to for me tonight." "These are Harry's." Lockhart placed the letter on the table, then turned to retrieve it, the second stack. "The third stack, the fourth stack." Charlie raised an eyebrow as he looked at the ever-growing pile of envelopes. Lockhart walked toward Charlie carrying the fifth stack of letters. As for Charlie sensed something was wrong and squinted at Lockhart. Lockhart paused, suddenly feeling a chill down his back and the envelope in his hand becoming very hot. "Charlie, please sit and rest. I'll reply to these letters myself." Harry looked up, his eyes wide open. "What? This damn world where I'm the only one who's hurt." Harry despised such privileged behavior, but he could only channel his grief and anger into a furious reply. Charlie sat down to the side. The office was quiet, with only the soft scratching of a quill pen across parchment. Charlie, bored, reached for a letter on the table. The envelope was pink and sprayed with perfume. The scent was cloyingly sweet. He opened the envelope and took out the letter inside. "Dear Professor Lockhart, your smile keeps me awake every night. I dream of you standing in the moonlight, wearing a purple robe, reaching out your hand to me." Charlie's expression changed. He quickly stuffed the letter back into the envelope and threw it on the table. These fans' words were practically whispers of ancient gods, the kind of thing that would need to be censored in the anime Royal Uncle. Watching too much of this will damage your brain. Harry opened letters quickly. He was numb to it. He'd open one, glance at it, and then reply. Just then, Harry opened a letter. The envelope was different from the others. It didn't smell of perfume and it wasn't pink. The envelope was made of ordinary parchment, and the opening was sealed with sealing wax. Harry paused. This didn't seem like a fan letter. Had Professor Lockhart made a mistake? He opened the envelope and took out the letter inside. There was only one sentence on the letter. "The goals for the new book have been set." Harry stood there, stunned. The new book's target. What did that mean? Could it be? Harry's heart skipped a beat. Ever since their first lesson with Lockhart, they had been certain that the events in Lockhart's books were not his own experiences. What seasoned adventurer couldn't even handle some Cornish elves? He looked up and gestured to Charlie with his eyes. Charlie raised an eyebrow, stood up, and walked over. He took the letter and glanced at it. "The goals for the new book have been set." Charlie frowned. He had the same thought as Harry. Lockhart, drawn by the interplay of stillness and movement, turned his head. He froze instantly when he saw the letter in Harry's hand, his pupils contracting sharply the next second. Before Charlie could react after just seeing the letter, Lockhart suddenly attacked. He drew his wand and pointed it at Charlie. "Forget everything and all is emptiness." A glimmer of light flashed, and the spell struck Charlie in the chest. Harry was startled by the sudden event. He immediately put his left hand in his pocket, gripped a handful of sand, and raised the spell with his right hand, aiming it at Lockhart's. At the same time, she anxiously called out to Charlie. "Charlie, how are you feeling?" Seeing that Charlie had fallen for it, Lockhart relaxed and let out a soft sigh. "I'm sorry, you've seen my deepest secret." His tone became very calm. "I had to do it." Lockhart's gaze fell on Charlie's face, and he felt a surge of pleasure. What good was a brilliant student if he fell for his signature move? He'd become a vacant, idiotic fool, etc. Lockhart suddenly noticed that Charlie's eyes were not vacant like those of a cursed person, but filled with anger. His heart skipped a beat. The spell hadn't worked. How could that be? Lockhart raised his wand intending to cast the spell again, but Charlie was faster, soul leaving the body. The green light exploded, striking Lockhart in the chest. Lockhart froze on the spot, his eyes becoming vacant. His wand fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Charlie reached out and pulled open his collar. revealing a silver-gray vest underneath. Its surface gleaming faintly, giant leather vest. The moment Lockhart's Oblivion spell struck his chest, the spell collided with the troll's leather vest and bounced off. Its extremely high magic resistance renders most spells ineffective. Charlie secretly rejoiced thankfully. He had been wearing this thing all along. Otherwise, he would have really been affected and would have lost his memory. His vigilance increased dramatically. That's how the wizarding world works, high offense. Low defense whoever strikes first gains the advantage. Even someone who seems useless shouldn't be underestimated. Harry breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Charlie was all right. But he still gripped his wand tightly. He had almost thought he was doomed just now. Charlie stared at Lockhart's face. What does this letter mean? Lockhart was under Charlie's imperious curse and was now completely controlled by Charlie. Although he still had his own memories, he could only be manipulated by Charlie. He began to speak. The letter was sent by my business partner. Charlie frowned. What are you collaborating on? He helped me find material for my new book and I paid him. You mean the stories in your book? Lohat nodded. All the stories in my book come from other wizards. I seek out those who have experienced adventures, listen to their stories, and then erase their memories with a forgetting spell, claiming the stories for myself. Harry gasped after hearing that. What happens to people who lose their memories? Lockhart said expressionlessly. That's none of my business, let them fend for themselves. Harry gritted his teeth, wishing he could punch that hateful face. Lockhart continued. Finding people with stories to tell is not easy. It requires a lot of time and effort. I don't have that much time right now, so I found a partner. He'll find the target for me in advance. All I have to do is erase my memories and write the story into a book. Harry opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word for a long time. Charlie stared at Lockhart's mind racing, trying to figure out what to do with him. Killing him would be too troublesome, as it would inevitably lead to a major investigation by Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic. It would be better to hand him over to Dumbledore and let him handle it. After all, Charlie was just a primary school student who couldn't carry anything heavy. Suddenly Lockhart bent down and pulled Tom's diary from under the table. Lockhart held the diary in both hands and walked up to Charlie with utmost respect. Master, this diary knows some dirty secrets about Dumbledore. Charlie was stunned. What isn't this Tom's diary? What dirty secrets does Tom know about Dumbledore? Including his love triangle from his youth. Lockhart's eyes were full of fawning with this diary. The Master will surely be able to overthrow Dumbledore and take control of Hogwarts. Charlie's lips twitched. When did I ever say I wanted to master Hogwarts? He looked at the diary in Lockhart's hand, and a question arose in his mind. How did the diary end up in Lockhart's hands? Where did this come from? Charlie asked. Lockhart immediately replied, Dumbledore gave it to me. He commissioned me to investigate the basilisk through the diary. That's fine then. Dumbledore is using Lockhart. Who would believe Lockhart could find out anything? They might as well believe I am Qin Shi Huang. He stared at the diary, weighing his options in his mind for a few seconds. Since Dumbledore dared to entrust his diary to Lockhart, he must have had his reasons. Charlie didn't want to get involved. He preferred to avoid trouble. He reached out and pushed the diary back. Here you go, everything as before. Lockhart took the diary and nodded, yes, master. Charlie thought the matter was over, but he didn't expect there to be an unexpected bonus. Lockhart found his classes incredibly boring. Charlie directly manipulates him, teaching students dirty tricks crossed out, and teaching them dueling techniques for later duels in the duel club. This includes but is not limited to kicking, monkey stealing, Peach's eye gouging, hair pulling, and ear bitings. The reason why the Tyrant Points didn't increase when the spell was cast on Lockhart is because Lockhart attacked first. And self-defense is not considered tyranny, as Charlie misled his students. His reputation as a tyrant skyrocketed. Your Majesty is misleading the youth. Tyrant Points +5 +5 +5 in Charlie's opinion. This wasn't misleading anyone. It was far more effective than Lockhart's classes and lectures. As Snape passed by the defense against the dark arts classroom, he heard Lockhart's voice coming from inside. Remember, in a duel, nothing is off limits. If the other person is taller than you, kick them in the groins. If he's shorter than you, poke his eye. Fighting isn't dancing, don't talk about manners. Snape stood there completely stunned. What the hell was this all about, Dumbledore? This is the defense against the dark arts professor you sought out. You must give me a perfect explanation. On February 14th. Charlie was stunned when he walked into the auditorium. The four walls of the auditorium were covered with large pink flowers. Heart-shaped confetti drifted down from the ceiling. At first glance, Charlie thought it was the lobby of a magic-themed couples hotel. Lockhart stood on the teacher's table wearing a pink robe, with a bright smile on her face. "Happy Valentine's Day, everyone." His voice echoed in the auditorium. "So far, 46 people have sent me greeting cards. I know you're envious, but don't worry, you'll get one too." Ron rolled his eyes and said to Harry beside him, "I dare say those 46 people are definitely not from our school. They never attended his classes." Seeing this, Charlie could only sigh and rub his forehead in exasperation. The imperious curse only makes Lockhart's will submit to Charlie and obey Charlie unconditionally. But it does not change his original character. So Charlie wasn't surprised that Lockhart did such a thing. Lockhart clapped his hands. "I want to thank everyone for their kindness and..." Without asking, have arranged a small surprise for you all. 12 dwarves with somber faces entered the hall. Their faces were terribly pale, and their eyes were full of resentment. Charlie guessed that the reason they looked so pale was because Lockhart had forced them to wear golden wings and carry harps. Cosplaying as Cupid, Lockhart opened his arms. "Today, these friendly little cupids will be delivering Valentine's Day cards to everyone at school." He paused, then his smile widened. "If you need any help, you can ask the professor. For example, ask Professor Snape how to brew an aphrodisiac. Ask Professor McGonagall how to transform into exquisite gifts. Ask Professor Flitwick how to use psychedelic magic." Professors Flitwick and McGonagall turned their heads away, too ashamed to look at Lockhart any longer. Professor Snape's fork was crushed and deformed. He looked as if he wanted to force Lockhart to drink a ton of poison. Charlie sat down at the long table in Hufflepuff and picked up a piece of bread. He took a bite, mentally calculating how to avoid those little dwarves today. He absolutely couldn't let these things get involved in a confession. That would be too embarrassing. Practically the same as lying on the ground. Before breakfast in the auditorium was even finished, a little dwarf came running to find Charlie. The little dwarf was dressed in pink, with its wings flapping behind it. He held a greeting card in his hands, but his face was very gloomy and his attitude was aggressive. "Just like a worker driven crazy by work, mister. Charlie White, someone sent you a greeting card." Charlie put down the bread and stared at the dwarf. "No needs, thank you." The dwarf seemed not to hear and continued to play his harp. "I have a heartfelt confession with background music to give you." Charlie shook his head frantically and turned to leave. "Thank you, no, I refuse." The dwarf reached out and grabbed Charlie, not wanting him to leave. Neither Ernie nor Justin wanted to help. They all stood by, suppressing their laughter and watching the show. Charlie gritted his teeth. "Damn it, they're so disloyal. Just wait. I'll have these dwarves deliver love letters to you in a minute. If we're going to die, we'll all die together." Before one little dwarf could be shaken off, several more little dwarfs appeared. They surrounded Charlie, chattering incessantly, accompanied by the harp music of a dwarf. They each recited their own love confessions. "Charlie, your eyes sparkle like stars. Your smile makes my heart race. Charlie, I dream of you every night. Your voice echoes in my ears." Charlie's forehead veins bulged. Can you imagine what it would be like to have several devilish men whispering sweet nothings in front of you? Damn it, can't Lockhart hire a few good villa? Charlie stood up and drew his wand. "That's enough." The dwarfs were stunned. Charlie waved his wand and vines sprouted from the ground. The vines wrapped around the dwarf's ankles, suspending them upside down in midair. The little dwarf struggled, screaming as they did so. "Put me down, I haven't finished speaking yet." Charlie ignored them and turned to leave. He didn't believe for a second that any girl would actually confess her feelings in such a way. Wait, could it be a guy? Charlie felt a chill run down his spine. Rather than believing he was being betrayed, he preferred to believe that the Weasley twins were playing a trick on him. To avoid the dwarfs, Charlie hid inside the seamless extension box. At the same time, they were frantically sending greeting cards to the dwarves. To recipients Ernie, Justin, Harry, Ron, George, Fred. The greeting cards could be as cheesy and disgusting as possible, dragging everyone down with them. Charlie didn't return to the auditorium until dinner. The little dwarf has been expelled from school by Snape. It is said that someone anonymously commissioned the dwarves to deliver a miniature model of Snape wearing a skirt to him. Snape immediately stuffed the dwarf into the fireplace and sent him away. Charlie breathed a sigh of relief, and the students in the Great Hall also breathed a sigh of relief. Snape had finally done something decent. But Ron's expression was strange. He was grinning foolishly. "What's wrong?" Harry asked. Ron chuckled and shook his head. "Nothing." "You can't fool me, tell me the truth." Harry stared at him. Ron blushed and pulled a greeting card from his pocket. "Someone confessed their feelings to me." Harry paused for a moment, then took the greeting card. The greeting card was pink and had a love quote written on it that made Harry shudder. Harry rolled his eyes. "It seems you really like dwarfs." Ron quickly waved his hand. "I also think Lockhart's dwarf is stupid." He paused, his face turning even redder. "But this greeting card is innocent. It's the first time I've ever received a card that confesses my feelings. As the youngest son in the family, with his older brothers all being very outstanding, he grew up under the pressure of his brothers. And because the family was poor, he could only use what his brothers had left over. This made Ron somewhat sensitive, lacking in self-confidence, and feeling uncared for by anyone outside his family. Charlie sat beside him, his expression strange. "Of all the nests we've set up, you're the only fool who fell for it." Fred snatched the greeting card from Ron's hand and exclaimed dramatically, "It's unbelievable that Ron actually has a girl who likes him." He glanced at the greeting cards, and his expression turned strange. George leaned over for a look, exchanged a glance with Fred, and finally said, "Unable to bear it any longer, Ron. I'm sorry to tell you, but we both received the same greeting card." The person who sent the greeting card specifically instructed the dwarfs to dance in public. "It's clearly a prank, we all noticed." Ron froze for a moment, his face turning red. "You must have made a mistake, it's different." He turned to look at Harry, only to find Harry closing his eyes in distress clearly. He had received it too. Ron stood there, frozen in place. He silently picked up the chicken leg and took a big bite. "This chicken leg is so salty." Fred delivered the final blow mercilessly. "The chicken leg isn't salty at all. It's your tears that fell on it, oh silly little brother. How could any girl like a silly boy?" Lockhart was afflicted by the imperious curse. This is a good thing for Tom. Lockhart's personal will was stripped away by the imperious curse, leaving him defenseless against the intrusion of the diary, which Tom easily took control of. Roosters were everywhere in the castle. Tom guessed that the basilisk had probably escaped the castle and was hiding in the forbidden forest. Late at night, Tom, controlling Lockhart's body, quietly left the castle and entered the forbidden forest. Meanwhile, in a corridor of the castle, Charlie was squatting on the ground, holding paints and brushes, painting a wild boar princess on the portrait of Sir Cadogan on the wall. Sir Cadogan was so angry he jumped around inside the picture frame. "This is an insult to knights." Charlie ignored him, focusing on adjusting the wild boar princess's eyelashes. Suddenly, he stopped what he was doing. A strange feeling came through his brain, as if something was struggling, trying to break free from his control. "It's Lockhart." Charlie frowned. The imperious curse could indeed be broken by a strong will. But Lockhart was definitely not one of them. That was clearly done by the diary, damn Tom. Daring to steal his slaves. They must have never seen the underworld before. Charlie snorted and stood up. He followed the faint scent of the Imperious Curse all the way to the edge of the castle. The sensor is pointing towards the Forbidden Forest. Charlie turned into the adjacent storeroom, where several roosters were locked up. These roosters were placed deliberately throughout the castle to ward off the basilisk. This came in handy at that moment, preventing them from encountering the basilisk in the Forbidden Forest and being ambushed by it. Charlie grabbed a rooster and cast a tongue-locking and throat-locking spell on it. The rooster struggled twice but couldn't crow. He tucked the rooster under his arm and turned to walk towards the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest was dark at night, and moonlight filtered through the tree canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Charlie walked slowly, wand in hand, the Imperious Curse growing stronger. Charlie hid behind a thick oak tree and peeked out. Lockhart stood in the center of the open space. The moonlight shone on his face. His expression indifferent, he lowered his head, his gaze sweeping across the ground as if searching for some trace. Charlie stared at him, sensing that this man was definitely not Lockhart. His demeanor and expression were all wrong. It must be Tom without a doubt. Charlie's eyes turned cold. After Lockhart was afflicted with the Imperious Curse, Charlie treated him as his personal possession, a very famous and utterly loyal writer. Charlie did not want him to slip out of his control. Previously, the reason for leaving the diary with Lockhart was twofold. Firstly, not wanting to disrupt Dumbledore's plans, and secondly, not expecting that the diary could actually help Lockhart break free from control. Charlie raised his wand and aimed it at his back. He collapsed to the ground unconscious. The spell was fired and struck Lockhart. Lockhart was sent flying the moment he was hit, crashing into a tree, spitting out blood, and then slipping to the ground. But just as the spell was cast, Charlie felt a pair of hands on his shoulders. Charlie froze. The surrounding scenery changed instantly. Before Charlie could react, it was pulled away by a force. This familiar feeling was apparition. The trees blurred in my vision and the air distorted. The next second, he was already standing in another clearing in the Forbidden Forest. Charlie turned around and threw a punch straight at the man's face. But the fist remained suspended in midair. He recognized the face. It was Dumbledore. Charlie's fist was only centimeters away from Dumbledore's nose. Any closer and Dumbledore's already crooked nose would probably be even more crooked. Dumbledore blinked, a helpless smile on his face. "Mr. White, going out at night is not a good thing," he said in a very calm tone. "What's more, they even attacked the professor." Charlie lowered his fist and rolled his eyes. "Come on, that guy is clearly Tom." He crossed his arms. "I haven't even asked you yet. How did the diary end up in Professor Lockhart's hands?" "I gave you the diary because I trust you." Charlie stared at Dumbledore. "And now the diary has come out and caused trouble again. Are you even capable, Professor?" Dumbledore's smile froze slightly. He pushed up his glasses, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. "I'm asking Professor Lockhart for help," Dumbledore said. "After all, Professor Lockhart is very knowledgeable and has experienced many adventures. I think he can find the basilisk through the diary." Charlie stared at Dumbledore. His eyes filled with suspicion. "Do I look like an idiot to you?" Dumbledore felt a little uncomfortable under Charlie's gaze. He coughed. "All right," he sighed. Professor Lockhart was actually bait. He willingly allowed himself to be controlled by the diary, even at the cost of his own life. To find out where the basilisk is, Charlie frowned. "No." He blurted out almost immediately. Dumbledore paused for a moment. "Why?" Charlie opened his mouth, but the words got stuck in his throat. He couldn't very well tell Dumbledore that he had used the Imperious Curse to turn Lockhart into a slave. Could he? Isn't that just asking for death? Charlie took a deep breath. "Because I love Professor Lockhart and can't bear to see him in danger." Dumbledore stared at Charlie. A hint of suspicion in his eyes. Do I look like an idiot to you? Charlie gave an awkward laugh. Even he found the reason ridiculous. All right, all right. You're the professor, so you are in charge. I should go back to sleep after saying that. Charlie turned and walked back to the castle, abandoning Lockhart at worst. We can just use Lockhart again after he's been used up, and then use the Imperious Curse on him once more. Tusk, 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 just thinking about it is pathetic. The most pathetic tool. Dumbledore stood there, watching Charlie's retreating figure. His fingers gently caressed the magic wand, clearly. Charlie didn't want to tell himself why he couldn't use Lockhart as bait. Just a moment ago, he almost couldn't resist using legilimency on Charlie. But he held back given Charlie's level of magic. It's highly likely he'd realize he was being cursed. This would undoubtedly create a barrier between Charlie and him, and might even push Charlie into the ranks of dark wizards. This is not what Dumbledore wanted to see. He also believed that Charlie and his companions in the castle were very loving, proving that there was love in Charlie's heart and that he would not be corrupted by dark magic. That's enough. The moment Tom was struck by the spell, he hid back in his diary, dared not come out again. After hiding for a whole semester, he finally managed to control a little girl. But he was discovered not long after. Let's find someone else to control him. He only managed to attack a cat before he was captured on the spot and fell into Dumbledore's hands. He was initially filled with despair, but then things took an unexpected turn, and he gained control of Lockhart. But as soon as it showed its face, it was struck by a curse from who knows where. Tom is truly exhausted. Destroy it, just do it already. Lockhart therefore spent the night in the Forbidden Forest. Lockhart awoke early the next morning in the Forbidden Forest. A scream pierced the sky. Ouch, how did I get here? It hurt so much he clutched his chest, where he had been struck by the curse and slammed into a tree. His skin was bruised and purple, and blood still lingered at the corner of his mouth. Lockhart limped toward the castle, each step sending piercing pain through his chest wound. He gritted his teeth, his mind a jumbled mess. His memories of last night fragmented. He remembered admiring his own handsome figure in the office and designing an exquisite evening suit for his master. Charlie. Then I got more and more sleepy, suddenly lost consciousness, and when I woke up I was lying in the Forbidden Forest. Forest Ban. Lockhart felt a sudden pang of panic. How did I end up in the Forbidden Forest? Was it because of the diary? He felt in the pocket of his robe. The diary was still there. Lockhart breathed a sigh of relief, but then felt something was amiss. Since the diary is here, what exactly happened last night? Should we give the diary to the owner to read? After Lockhart was struck by the Imperious Curse, he became completely subservient to Charlie, regarding Charlie as the supreme being. This is also the terrifying aspect of the Imperious Curse. It can completely reverse a person's perception without altering their memories. Only those with extremely strong willpower can break free from the soul-stealing curse. Lockhart quickened his pace, eager to find Mrs. Pomfrey to treat his injuries. In the university hospital, Mrs. Pomfrey frowned deeply when she saw Lockhart's condition. How many times has this happened this semester? And he's a professor. He gets injured more often than the students. Professor Lockhart, what's wrong? Lockhart opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word for a long time. You can't exactly say you inexplicably spent the night lying in the Forbidden Forest. That would be too embarrassing. Oh, that's a long story, Lockhart said dryly. While preparing lesson materials for my students, I encountered a ferocious werewolf and engaged in a fierce battle with him. Mrs. Pomfrey clearly didn't believe it, but she didn't ask any further questions and took out a healing potion to treat Lockhart's injuries. For a while afterwards, Charlie thought the Imperious Curse would be completely broken. But unexpectedly, Tom became very well behaved and did not try to control Lockhart again. Charlie was somewhat puzzled. He could sense that the Imperious Curse was still in effect, and its control over Lockhart remained firm. Was Tom scared and therefore afraid to do it? It's not impossible. That night, Charlie's spell blasted Lockhart away. And Tom must have been terrified. Charlie decided to leave the matter alone for the time being, figuring Dumbledore would take care of everything. Time flew by, and it was time for Hufflepuff's second Quidditch match. Against Slytherin. Although there was a basilisk in the school, the roosters scattered everywhere kept it away. So all school activities continued as usual. Charlie sat in the stands watching the game. Hermione and Ron were sitting on the left, and Ernie and Justin were sitting on the right. The weather is great, sunlight streamed onto the field, and the air was filled with excited shouts. Hufflepuff students waved yellow and black scarves, while Slytherin students carried silver-green flags. Cheers rose and fell from both sides. Charlie waved his wand, and a giant badger appeared in the sky above the Hufflepuff stands. The giant badger, with its yellow and black fur, opened its massive mouth in midair and let out a deafening roar. The surrounding Hufflepuff students screamed wildly, the sound almost lifting the sky. Ernie jumped up and patted Charlie on the shoulder hard. "Charlie, you're so big." Justin was also shouting from the side. "Hufflepuff will win, not to be outdone." Several upperclassmen conjured a giant snake and roared towards the Hufflepuff audience. Seeing this, the students of Badger House also conjured badgers of varying sizes and roared at Slytherin. Charlie waved his wand, and the giant badger leaped into the air, tearing apart the swaggering serpent in the sky. Before the Quidditch match even started, a fierce battle erupted in the stands. The badger and the snake fought endlessly, but only Charlie's giant badger was unbeatable. Although Gryffindor did not participate in the competition, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were still in the Hufflepuff stands. Hermione also waved her wand, conjuring a badger. She actually wanted to transform into a lion, but the current situation clearly wasn't suitable. As for Harry and Ron, forget it. Don't make things difficult for them. Hermione's badger leaped into the air, keeping company with the giant badger. However, compared to Charlie's badger, Hermione's badger's movements were somewhat stiff. Its fur wasn't realistic enough, and it fell far short in terms of detail. Hermione bit her lip, a look of resentment flashing across her face. After a semester of trying to catch up, the gap between them successfully widened. On the field, the game began. Cedric led the Hufflepuffs into the air, with Slytherin close behind. However, Hufflepuff, with the superior performance of the Nimbus 2001 and their skillful techniques, firmly held their own against Slytherin. Cheers erupted from the Hufflepuff stands, but just then, Charlie felt a strange sensation in his brain. The soul-stealing curse's control began to weaken. He suddenly looked toward the professor's chair. Lockhart was on the professor's bench, staring at Harry in the audience with a strange smile. Tom had been lying low in his diary, waiting for his chance. He didn't find any trace of the basilisk in the Forbidden Forest last time. Hogwarts is very large, and he wasn't sure where the basilisk had hidden. Searching blindly is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's futile and might even alert certain people, like the ones who launched the attack last time. But soon the opportunity came: Quidditch. Many teachers and students would gather on the court, and the crowd and the smell of people would be perfect bait for the basilisk. Tom's consciousness emerged from the diary and invaded Lockhart's brain once again. His hand slipped quietly inside his robe and grasped the wand. On the pitch, a Hufflepuff player has just caught a quake and is charging toward the Slytherin goal. The cheers from the audience were deafening. Lockhart stood up, his wand twirling in his sleeve. He whispered an incantation, and magic surged from the tip of his staff, silently drifting around the field. The scent emanating from the dense crowd in the stadium, under the influence of magic, gradually drifted further and further away. The smell was very faint and detectable to humans, but to the basilisk it was the most deadly bait. The smell traveled through the stadium, through the corridors and through the stone walls. In the abandoned secret passage of the castle, the basilisk was originally curled up in the darkness. Because this secret passage had been abandoned long ago, no one had ever discovered that the basilisk was hiding inside. It had been hiding for months and was starving. Suddenly it smelled fresh human flesh. The taste made its mouth water. The basilisk's eyes snapped open, and its enormous body writhed in the secret passage. It swam following the scent, its speed increasing. But the rooster in the castle kept it instinctively away, so it could only keep moving around on the ground. As they approached the Quidditch pitch, the rooster shrank to one side too afraid to cry. And even if it did, the basilisk completely drowned it out. The basilisk struggled frantically underground, torn between the presence of its natural enemies and its hunger, making it difficult to make a decision. Ultimately, the agonizing hunger overcame the fear of the world, and the basilisk broke through the soil and burrowed upwards. The ground began to shake. Before the students in the audience could react, they felt a sudden tremor beneath their feet. An earthquake. Ernie grabbed the railings. Justin also lost his balance and fell to the side. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the grass in the center of the field. The soil exploded, and a huge snake's head emerged from the ground. The basilisk's body was frighteningly thick, and its scales reflected an eerie green light in the sunlight. The audience erupted in cheers. Screams erupted one after another. What is that thing? Snake, a huge snake. It's the basilisk. It must have been done by the air. The students frantically pushed towards the exit, creating chaos. The players on the field were stunned, and Cedric's quaffle fell to the ground. The basilisk raised its head, flicked its tongue, and scanned the audience. Charlie's heart pounded. Fortunately, the stadium floor was some distance from the stands, so the students couldn't see the basilisk's eyes. Otherwise, a large number of people would be dead by now. But this does not mean it is safe. The basilisk's target was clear, everyone around it. Professor Sprout suddenly stood up from his seat, pointing his wand at the basilisk. All students evacuate immediately. Her voice echoed across the field. Snape also drew his wand, his face terribly grim. Charlie turned to look at the professor's chair. Lockhart was gone. Damn, that's fast. At the same time, the roosters around the field began to squawk pitifully. But soon, all the crowing of the roosters stopped abruptly. Charlie's heart sank. Tom killed all the roosters. Without the roosters' crow, the basilisk would not be afraid. The basilisk rolled on the ground, its scales scraping against the earth with a piercing sound. It twisted its enormous body and swam toward the audience seats. Snape had already raised his wand. He whispered an incantation, and a purple spell shot towards the basilisk. The spell struck the basilisk's scales, causing a burst of sparks. The basilisk paused for a moment, then continued crawling forward. Snape's face darkened further. Damn it. He gritted his teeth. The basilisk's magic resistance was higher than he had imagined. The spells it cast had no effect whatsoever. Professor Sprout was also desperately casting spells, and vines sprouted from the ground, trying to entangle the basilisk's body. But the basilisk struggled only slightly before the vines were torn to shreds. Professor Sprout's forehead was beaded with sweat. Only she and Snape were present at the match today. I wonder if they can hold on. The two professors knew their spells were useless against the basilisk, but they still desperately cast spells one after another. Professor Sprout shouted at the students, "Everyone close your eyes. Don't look into the basilisk's eyes." The students in the audience panicked and frantically pushed towards the exit. Hermione gripped her wand tightly and looked in the direction of the basilisk. Although the basilisk was still far away, the overwhelming sense of oppression made it hard to breathe. Go quickly, her voice was trembling. Ron was pale, his eyes were closed, and his hands were gripping Harry tightly. I can't see the road just then. A burst of intense heat suddenly erupted from the direction of the audience seats. Everyone felt the heat waves. The air itself seemed to distort. Snape jerked his head around, his eyes wide open. A gigantic fire dragon appeared in the center of the field. The dragon's body was terrifyingly large. Even thicker than the basilisk, its scales are deep red, shimmering with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. And when its wings are spread, they almost cover half the sky. Charlie had previously concealed his animagus powers because he lacked confidence in his own abilities. Having now served under two different defense against the dark arts professors, He's basically convinced that the magical world isn't as powerful as he initially thought, and he can now freely display his animagus abilities without any reservations. Professor Sprout's expression was grave. Why did a fire dragon suddenly appear? Hermione felt the heat wave and said in a trembling voice, "What's this?" Charlie closed his eyes, his dragon claws scraping the ground, and suddenly took flight, charging towards the basilisk. Since the basilisk's eyes can be deadly, then we should avoid looking into them. If it has high magic resistance, then tear it in two with your claws. The basilisk also discovered the fire dragon. It twisted its body trying to escape, but the fire dragon was too fast, and in the blink of an eye it pounced on the basilisk. The dragon's claws gripped the basilisk's head tightly. The basilisk struggled frantically, its tail lashing out at the ground, creating large craters. The dragon's claws dug deep into the basilisk's head, and blood flowed down its scales. The basilisk let out a piercing scream, hiss. Charlie didn't stop. He pulled hard with his dragon claw. The basilisk's eyes were gouged out, blood splattering everywhere. It writhed wildly beneath Charlie, the entire stadium shaking. The students in the audience huddled together, too afraid to open their eyes. Charlie felt the basilisk's eyes being gouged out before he opened them. With its claws, it lifted the basilisk like it was grabbing an eel and tore open its upper and lower jaws. A blazing fire erupted from Charlie's throat, transforming into a pillar of flame that he spewed into the basilisk's mouth. The basilisk struggled frantically, its screams growing increasingly shrill. It tried to break free, but the dragon's claws held its head firmly. Flames continued to erupt, and smoke began to rise from the gaps in the basilisk's scales. Even though the basilisk had high magic resistance on its exterior, its interior was still soft, and it was violently churned by Charlie's pillar of fire. The smell of burnt meat filled the air, making people want to vomit. The basilisk's struggles grew weaker and weaker. Finally, the basilisk stopped struggling. Its body collapsed to the ground. Its insides burned to a crisp. Charlie released his grip, and the basilisk's corpse crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Snape and Professor Sprout stood on the faculty table and exchanged a glance. Although the basilisk was dead, they did not relax. The fire dragon appeared suddenly, its origin unknown, and it's unclear whether it's friend or foe. Their attention was completely focused on the basilisk, and they didn't even notice where the fire dragon came from. Snape gripped his wand tightly, his eyes fixed on the dragon. The fire dragon turned around and flew towards the teachers' seats. Professor Sprout's breath hitched. His wand was already raised. Snape was also on edge, ready to act at any moment. But the next second they were all stunned. The fire dragon descended towards the teachers' seats, its enormous body beginning to shrink. The deep red scales gradually disappeared. The dragon's wings folded, and its claws transformed into human hands and feet. A moment later, standing before them was no longer the ferocious fire dragon, but Charlie. Charlie dusted himself off and looked up at the two professors. Snape's expression froze on his face. Professor Sprout stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. This is animagus, Professor Sprout's voice trembled. But that's not right. Animagus can only transform into ordinary animals, like cats or dogs, or at most an eagle. She had never heard of anyone being able to transform into a magical creature, let alone a top-tier magical being like a dragon. This completely overturned her understanding. Snape stared at Charlie, a complex mix of emotions flashing in his dark eyes: shock, confusion, bewilderment. The sudden appearance of the fire-breathing dragon Animagus greatly impacted their worldview. It's as absurd as people who have always lived on Earth suddenly arriving in outer space and discovering that they don't live on Earth, but on a giant jade foot. Charlie didn't have time to care what they were thinking. He walked quickly to the two professors. "Professor, don't just stand there." Charlie's tone was urgent. "Lockhart is probably controlled by the diary. It's the basilisk he summoned, but now he's gone missing. You'd better go look for him right away." Snape snapped back to reality. He gave Charlie a deep look. His eyes filled with inquiry. But he said nothing and turned to walk off the court. Professor Sprout opened her mouth. She had a lot of questions she wanted to ask. But she also knew this wasn't the time for conversation. So he nodded to Charlie and followed in Snape's footsteps. Charlie did not follow them. His expression was frighteningly gloomy as he turned and walked towards the audience. The students on the field gradually recovered. They had secretly opened their eyes halfway through and witnessed the ferocious fire dragon roast the basilisk to a crisp. Then the fire dragon landed and transformed into Charlie. A first-grade student's voice trembled. What? What is that? Is Senior Charlie a monster? Hermione shook her head, her tone resolute. That's Animagus. The student paused for a moment. But Animagus usually transforms into ordinary animals. Professor McGonagall mentioned that, Ron, speaking from the side, said in a tone of someone who had been there before. You just started school this year. You are still young. And there are many things you don't know. Charlie isn't an ordinary person. The student seemed to understand, but not quite, and was taken aback. Charlie then walked into the audience, and everyone looked at him with awe. Charlie ignored them and waved to Hermione. Come with me, Hermione. Hermione pointed to herself, looking puzzled, but still followed Charlie toward the castle. Ernie and Justin were still standing there, Justin's face still showing lingering fear. Ernie, however, looked worried. This is bad. Charlie's definitely going to be in trouble now. Justin couldn't understand it at all. Charlie was so awesome, he even took down the basilisk. What trouble could he possibly have? Why? He's too special. There's never been an animagus of any magical creature, let alone a dragon like him. Justin was still completely bewildered. So what? Doesn't it just prove Charlie is awesome? Ernie shook his head. When someone is different from everyone else, others will only fear them and suppress them. If Charlie's ability is replicable, that's fine. But if it's just his personal talent, then many people will definitely covet Charlie's ability. Charlie was unaware of Ernie's concerns, and even if he had, he wouldn't have cared. If anyone's got bad intentions, just come and kill them. He led Hermione quickly down the corridor and headed straight for the headmaster's office. Seeing his angry expression, the dripping stone beast wisely jumped away. Charlie rushed up the spiral staircase and reached the office door in a few steps. Hermione was dumbfounded. It's not a good idea for him to barge into the principal's office like that. Isn't he afraid of being expelled? Hermione quickly followed. Charlie pushed open the door, and Dumbledore was sitting behind his desk. Charlie didn't knock, he walked straight up to Dumbledore. Is this your plan? His voice was cold. Let the basilisk appear on the court and kill all the students. Dumbledore looked up. The smile on his face vanished, replaced by deep remorse. Mr. White, Dumbledore's voice was low, I'm sorry. He took off his glasses and rubbed his temples. Although I've been keeping an eye on Lockhart, I never expected Tom to lure the basilisk out this way. He paused. This was my mistake. Charlie stared at him without saying a word, but instead gave Hermione a look. Hermione immediately understood. So that's why she had been called here. Her eyes immediately filled with tears. Professor, why did the basilisk suddenly appear? Didn't the professors already drive it away? Just a hair's breadth away. The basilisk was about to rush into the stands. If it had come up, Hermione trembled all over, resting her head on Charlie's back. Sobbing intermittently, Dumbledore looked up. His blue eyes filled with even more remorse. He noticed the commotion at the Quidditch pitch immediately. And just as he was about to rush over to deal with the basilisk, Charlie intervened. Dumbledore was also shocked by Charlie's animagus. But more than that, he was concerned that none of the students had been harmed. Even if he handled it himself, it couldn't be said that he handled it as cleanly and quickly as Charlie. If it weren't for you, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He stood up and bowed deeply to Charlie. I apologize to the students of Hogwarts and to you. He straightened up. Besides that, thank you for your timely assistance. As the principal, I express my gratitude to you. If you have any requests, I will be happy to fulfill them. Charlie's anger vanished instantly. He blinked, a smile playing on his lips. You mean it? Then I'll have it. To be honest, Charlie was a little angry. After all, he was in danger himself at the time. But it wasn't to the point that he had to confront Dumbledore directly. Of course, he was just putting on an act to squeeze more money out of him. Dumbledore was somewhat exasperated. He knew Charlie would definitely come prepared, so Mr. White, what do you want? Charlie blinked, his mind racing. He had already made up his mind. I want apparition privileges on the Hogwarts campus. Dumbledore paused, pushed up his glasses, and a hint of doubt flashed in his blue eyes. Have you learned apparition? Charlie shook his head. Not yet, but let's prepare in advance. Dumbledore remained silent for a moment. Within Hogwarts, only the headmaster has the authority to apparate. But he can also share this authority with others, however. Not many people do this, and very few people would make such a request. Seeing Dumbledore remain silent, Hermione suddenly started sobbing again. Professor, we almost died. I can still remember how the basilisk charged at us. She sobbed, tears streaming down her face. If it weren't for Charlie, we would all be dead. Charlie mentally gave it a huge thumbs up. This acting deserved an Oscar. Dumbledore was both amused and exasperated. Miss Granger, I didn't disagree. Hermione paused for a moment. She scratched her head awkwardly, and her tears stopped instantly. Oh, I see. Dumbledore stood up. Okay, Mr. White, he said earnestly. This is a right reserved exclusively for past principals. No student has ever had it. He paused, however. In view of your significant contributions to the school today, I hereby grant you permission to apparate within Hogwarts. After saying that, Dumbledore snapped his fingers. Charlie blinked. He didn't feel anything particularly special. That's all. Dumbledore nodded. That's all. Charlie looked down at his hands. I don't feel anything. Dumbledore couldn't help but laugh. What kind of feeling do you want to experience? I thought I was going to be crowned with a golden light. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Please come in, said Dumbledore. Snape and Sprout walked in. Lockhart was supported by the two men, his face pale. Charlie squinted. Lockhart looked bewildered. His eyes filled with confusion. It's obvious that Tom has retreated back into his diary. Dumbledore stood up. Professor Lockhart, please give me the diary. Lockhart paused for a moment. He mechanically pulled a diary from his robes and handed it to Dumbledore. Dumbledore took the diary and locked it again. A silver light flashed across the surface of the box, indicating that it had been enchanted with many protective spells. Dumbledore turned around. Professor Sprout. Professor Snape, please go and calm the students down. What they experienced today was far too bizarre. He paused. Mr. White, please stay a moment. Sprout nodded, glancing at Charlie with a complex expression in her eyes. Snape didn't say much and turned to leave. Lockhart was taken away by the two professors. Hermione glanced at Charlie, then tactfully followed him outside, closing the door behind her. Only Charlie and Dumbledore remained in the office. Charlie pointed to the metal box. Professor, shouldn't that diary be destroyed? Dumbledore walked to the window, his back to Charlie, and did not answer directly. Do you know Tom's background? Charlie was taken aback. He really didn't know that the diary hadn't been in his hands for long. After a few interrogations, it didn't say anything. So Charlie handed it over to Dumbledore. I don't know. Who is it? Dumbledore turned around. Tom is Voldemort's real name. Charlie was somewhat surprised but not astonished. The black magic used to create that diary was extremely advanced and not something an ordinary person could produce. It makes sense if you put it in Voldemort's case. Dumbledore gently stroked the metal box containing the locked diary. If I'm not mistaken, he said calmly, this diary is Tom's Horcrux. Charlie paused for a moment. Horcrux? Dumbledore nodded. An extremely evil creation of dark magic. It splits its soul through killing, sealing the fragments of its soul within an object. He paused. It is because of the Horcruxes that Tom has never died. Charlie raised an eyebrow, knowing that splitting his own soul would inevitably have serious consequences. Although it was a form of immortality, the price paid was quite heavy. Voldemort really profited. Dumbledore continued. Knowing Tom as I do, he wouldn't only have this one Horcrux. He looked up, a thoughtful glint in his blue eyes. I want to use this Horcrux to locate the other Horcruxes. But that will require some time to study. Charlie stared at the metal box, his mind racing. Something was wrong. Why was old Deng suddenly telling him all this? After thinking about it for a while, I suddenly realized what was there to hesitate about. Why not just ask, Principal, why are you telling me this? Dumbledore smiled. A smile that held a certain profound meaning. In the magical world, there are many ways to achieve immortality. He walked to the window and looked at the sky outside. If Lemaitre can do it, Tom can do it. If I wanted to, I could do it too, Charlie nodded. Without a doubt that Dumbledore had nothing to do with Horcruxes or Philosopher's Stones. Dumbledore turned around. But truly powerful wizards never fear death. That was just another adventure. Just as Flamel ultimately chose to face it with equanimity. Tom, however, blindly pursued immortality, neglecting the truly powerful force, love. He looked at Charlie with a certain certainty in his eyes. I believe you are not a short-sighted, mediocre wizard. Charlie was momentarily speechless, never expecting Dumbledore to speak so highly of him. What else is there to say? That's right, I am such a powerful wizard. Charlie understood that Dumbledore's words to him were both an expectation of him and a piece of advice. But Charlie wasn't very interested in things like power or love. He opened it very wide. Don't worry, Professor, I won't blindly pursue power. Dumbledore nodded with satisfaction just then. The office door was flung open, and Professor McGonagall burst in. Her face was flushed and she was breathing rapidly, clearly having run all the way here. This was a rare instance of her losing her composure. She was in such a hurry that she didn't even knock on the principal's door. Professor McGonagall stared at Charlie, completely ignoring Dumbledore standing to the side. Charlie, her voice trembled, is that animagus real? Charlie nodded, it's true, Professor. Professor McGonagall was startled. She grabbed the table for support. So excited she almost lost her balance. As a master of transfiguration and the owner of Animagus himself, he knows all too well how incredible this is. Animagus the Fire Dragon. Her voice grew louder and louder. Animagus the Fire Dragon. This has never happened before in the magical world. She walked quickly to Charlie and grabbed his shoulders with both hands. Charlie, do you know what this means? Professor McGonagall's eyes shone with an alarming light. You made history shattering all theories about Animagus. Charlie knew his Animagus would shock the wizarding world. So he was prepared and looked at Professor McGonagall with a smile. Professor McGonagall released her grip. But her excitement did not diminish in the slightest. She paced back and forth in the office, gesturing wildly. Animagus, a magical beast or a dragon? As she murmured to herself. This completely overturns the existing theoretical foundation. She turned around abruptly, her eyes shining as she looked at Charlie, Mr. White. Would you be willing to write a paper on the topic of the magical creature Animagus? Professor McGonagall's voice was filled with anticipation. I would nominate you for today's metamorphosis. Transfiguration Today is the most authoritative journal in the magical world on the study of transfiguration. Anyone who publishes an innovative paper on it can be called a master of transformation. Charlie's smile froze on his face paper. He hates writing papers the most. But he also understood that having an academic paper published in a prestigious journal would bring him countless benefits. Fame, status, and even profits. Charlie gritted his teeth. Okay, Professor, he reluctantly agreed. Professor McGonagall smiled brightly and patted Charlie on the shoulder. Charlie, you are the most brilliant student I have ever taught. Professor McGonagall looked at Charlie with increasing satisfaction. Her eyes filled with delight. She paused, her tone softening, however. Such groundbreaking papers are not easy to write. Don't rush, write carefully and publish when it's finished. Professor McGonagall's voice was unusually gentle, showing none of the sternness she displayed in class. If you need any help, feel free to contact me anytime. My office is always open for you, Charlie nodded. Okay, Professor. He sighed inwardly but maintained a smile on his face. Dumbledore watched this scene from the side, a smile playing on his lips. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Charlie bowed to the two professors. Professor, I'll be going now. Professor McGonagall waved her hand. Go ahead, go ahead. Charlie pushed open the office door, walked out, and sighed as he walked down the corridor. Paper. He had absolutely no clue what to do with the paper. Although he knew his animagus principle, Charlie genuinely had no idea how to write the paper. You can't expect someone who never does their homework to suddenly write a paper that's dozens of pages long. Moreover, even if you wanted someone else to write this paper, they couldn't handle it. Charlie rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. He looked up at the window. The sun was already high in the sky. My stomach started rumbling. Charlie blinked. Never mind, I'll stop thinking about it for now. The world is vast, but rice is the most important thing. He turned and walked towards the auditorium. When the students in the corridor saw him, they all made way for him, looking at him with awe. Charlie ignored them and walked straight to the auditorium. I pushed open the door, and the room was already full of people. When Charlie entered, the entire auditorium fell silent for a moment. Then thunderous applause erupted. Everyone was clapping wildly, so loudly that the ceiling of the auditorium was shaking. Even Slytherin students are no exception. Given the circumstances at the time, no one could say for sure that the basilisk wouldn't harm purebloods. Charlie nodded to everyone, then walked toward the long table in Hufflepuff. The applause gradually subsided, but most people were still staring at Charlie. Charlie sat down and picked up his fork. Have a meal. He said something. The group then came to their senses and began to use their knives and forks. Senior Jenny suddenly appeared out of nowhere and shoved Ernie aside. Ernie nearly fell to the ground. Hey, Jenny. Ernie protested in dissatisfaction. Jenny completely ignored him. She only had eyes for Charlie. She frantically piled food onto Charlie's plate. Grilled steak, mashed potatoes, fried chicken legs, they have everything. Charlie's plates piled up into a small mountain in no time. Charlie, eat more, Jenny's eyes sparkled. You've worked so hard today, you must eat your fill. Charlie's lips twitched. Senior, this is too much. Jenny shook her head. No, you're still growing. Charlie didn't stand on ceremony and started eating. The grilled steak was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The mashed potatoes were soft, sweet, and juicy. And the fried chicken leg was crispy and delicious. Charlie ate while pondering his thesis. Magic is a power of the mind in theory. As long as the magic is powerful enough, a wizard can have his wishes fulfilled and his words become law. However, in reality, a wizard's spellcasting is affected by many factors. Magic power resolve to cast the spell, and self-confidence all affect the effectiveness of magic. Among these factors, magical power is the most important. If a wizard's magical power could be increased without limit, then all other problems would cease to exist. This person will be the undisputed creator god, capable of controlling any form of animagus. However, no matter how powerful a wizard's magic is, it is still within the scope of the wizard race and cannot be increased indefinitely. Animagus is a wizard's complete imitation of other creatures. Ordinary creatures lacking magic are easy for wizards to imitate. However, magical creatures also possess magical power within them. While their magical power may be generally weaker than that of wizards, they still exist on the same level of life, at the same level of power, whether it's copying or imitating. It's not an easy task, which is why wizards cannot transform into magical creatures. This is similar to how the magic of the Whomping Willow repels external magic. These are all facts that have already been proven within the magical world. But Charlie's magic is different. After being modified by the system, Charlie's magic can be accepted by all magical creatures. This is why Charlie's magic can cultivate the Whomping Willow. It can be said that the magical creature Animagus is Charlie's unique ability. Charlie took a bite of the chicken leg and frowned. That's the problem, his abilities are unique. If others simply can't learn it, how can you write a paper? You should always tell others how to make your magic mimic the magic of magical creatures. I can't exactly write in my paper. You can't learn it because I failed. Professor McGonagall would probably faint from anger on the spot. Inside the auditorium, Charlie was brainstorming furiously, trying to concoct a theory that sounded incredibly impressive and logically consistent. Harry Gryffindor and their companions rose from the Gryffindor table and walked straight toward the Hufflepuff table. Charlie, Harry said sincerely, "Thank you for saving everyone today." Charlie looked at Harry and blinked. "What would you like to do to thank me, huh?" Harry was stunned. He hadn't had time to prepare a gift either. He thought for a moment, then grabbed the bewildered Ron. "I'm giving you Ron's right to use the dormitory for the next 5 years." "A deal?" Charlie and Harry made the deal and high-fived each other. But Ron seemed dissatisfied with the decision. Gritting his teeth, "Are you all crazy?" After a bit of playful fighting, Harry, and the others sat down right next to Charlie. Ron didn't take the earlier joke to heart and leaned closer to ask curiously, "Charlie, why can you turn into a fire dragon?" His eyes were full of envy. "I wish I could turn into a fire dragon." Hermione rolled her eyes at him from the side. "You can't even master the basics of transfiguration. And you want to learn Animagus?" Ron's face flushed red instantly. "Hey Hermione, can you please stop undermining me?" Senior Jenny started piling food onto the plates again. And out of respect for Charlie, she also put food on the plates of Harry. And his friends. Ron's eyes lit up. And he picked up a chicken leg and started gnawing on it. Hermione glanced at him, said nothing, but was clearly displeased with Ron's eating habits. Ron took a few bites, then suddenly frowned, raised his hand, and waved it near his ear. "These mosquitoes are so annoying." As the weather gradually warms up, there are indeed a few mosquitoes buzzing around in the auditorium. Ron waved again, but the mosquitoes were still buzzing around his ear. "It's buzzing so loudly it's unbearable." He slapped it impatiently, but the mosquito was too agile and dodged it. "Can't this guy shut up?" Ron said, looking annoyed. "Couldn't you just quietly suck the blood and leave? Why do you have to keep buzzing in my ear?" Hermione put down her knife and fork, looking quite smug. "Mosquitoes don't make sounds with their mouths." Ron rolled his eyes. Here comes Miss Know-It-All's knowledge-sharing time again. Hermione glared at him, annoyed. "Mosquitoes make sound by vibrating their wings, not their mouths, because the vibrations are at an extremely high frequency. That's why they buzz." Ron pursed his lips. Okay, you're the best." Hermione raised her fist and punched him in annoyance. Charlie paused his fork still. When he heard Hermione's words, he blinked and a slow smile crept onto his lips. Frequency. Charlie suddenly had an idea. He put down his fork and turned to look at Hermione. "Hermione," his voice was very serious, "do you want to learn how to fight the fire dragon Animagus?" Hermione paused for a moment, then her eyes widened. And she nodded vigorously, "Yes, of course I want to." "Charlie, you mean you'd like to teach me?" Charlie nodded. Hermione was so excited she almost jumped out of her chair. Fantastic creatures Animagus. This was the most cutting-edge and revolutionary knowledge about transfiguration. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. "Thank you, Charlie, I don't know how to repay you. I will definitely study hard." Ron rubbed his hands together, a sheepish smile on his face. Charlie," his voice was a little soft, "can I learn it?" Charlie nodded, "Of course. Anyone who wants to learn can come." The students around Charlie turned their heads when they heard what he said. Ernie's eyes widened in surprise. "Charlie, are you serious? We can learn too." Charlie looked around at the students. "Yes, anyone who wants to learn is welcome." Charlie was immediately thrown into an uproar. Charlie is going to teach us about the magical beast Animagus. I'm going to learn it all. Everyone was incredibly excited and couldn't wait to start learning right now. The students in the distance, unaware of what was happening, stared in this direction with puzzled expressions. Charlie stood up and cleared his throat. Everyone, please be quiet. The noise in the auditorium gradually subsided. And Charlie looked around this weekend. I'll find a classroom and give an open class on the magical creatures. The Animagus, he paused, a smile playing on his lips. Anyone who wants to learn is welcome. Cheers erupted in the auditorium once again. Long live Charlie. Even the Slytherin students were excited. As the weekend approached after several days of buzz, almost the entire school's faculty and students knew about Charlie's open class. Charlie arrived at the largest classroom at Hogwarts at the appointed time. The weekend sunlight streamed through the windows into the classroom, making the entire room bright and airy. When Charlie pushed open the door, froze. All the seats were full. Some students even stood in the back row, crowding the entire classroom. Students from all four houses from 1st to 7th grade came. The Gryffindors were red, the Hufflepuffs were yellow. The Ravenclaws were blue, and even the usually arrogant Slytherins were sitting there obediently. Charlie glanced at it and thought to himself, this is even more exaggerated than the final exams. Professor McGonagall sat upright in the first row, holding a quill pen and parchment in her hand. She saw Charlie come and nodded to him, and her eyes were full of expectation. Charlie's lips twitched. The pressure of having a professor observe the class is immense. I wonder if my fabricated, crossed-out theories are even valid. Charlie looked back and saw a greasy figure sitting in the corner of the last row of the classroom. Charlie blinked. Professor Snape was here too. Snape noticed Charlie's gaze, tilted his head and snorted. But his buttocks remained firmly planted in his seat. Not moving an inch, Charlie scoffed. What's with the attitude? Even if you're all high and mighty, you still have to sit still now, ahem. He cleared his throat. All eyes were on him. Charlie picked up the chalk and wrote several large words on the blackboard. Fantastic beasts. Animagus. He began to explain some basic knowledge about Animagus, which the system had given him along with the spells. Animagus is a high-level form of transfiguration that allows wizards to transform into animals. Ordinary Animagus can only transform into ordinary animals. This is a universally acknowledged rule in the magical world. Charlie quickly got to the crucial point, how to use magic to mimic the magic of magical creatures. He turned around and wrote on the blackboard, the theory of magical resonance. The students in the entire classroom sat up straight. This was what they wanted to hear. Charlie put down the chalk and turned around. You can think of magic as a frequency. Charlie raised his hand and made a wave-like motion. Every creature's magic has its own frequency. Wizards have it and so do magical creatures. The students in the audience began to whisper among themselves. Frequency, what kind of new concept is that? Charlie drew two wavy lines on the blackboard. One to mark wizards and the other to mark magical creatures. When two types of magic have different frequencies, they will repel each other, Charlie said, pointing to the blackboard. Just as the Whomping Willow repels external magic, the magic of magical creatures also repels the magic of wizards. He paused, therefore. Traditional Animagus theory holds that wizards cannot transform into magical creatures. Professor McGonagall frowned. She had never heard of the concept of magical frequency before. But it was easy to understand. Snape sat in the back row, his dark eyes fixed on Charlie, a thoughtful look in them. Magical resonance, simply put, is about achieving a resonance between your magical frequency and that of magical creatures. Charlie explained calmly. What if you could actively adjust your magical frequency to match that of magical creatures? The students in the audience began to discuss quietly. Then you can turn into a magical creature, that's right. This student is half right. They already possess the ability to transform at this point. How do I adjust the magic frequency? Charlie raised his hand, signaling for everyone to be quiet. To do this, two conditions are required. He held up two fingers. First, extraordinary control over magical power. Second, extraordinary perception of magical power. He walked to the blackboard and wrote down explanations for each of the two conditions. Magic control means you can precisely control your magic output, even down to the minute detail of adjusting the vibration frequency of your magic. Charlie tapped the blackboard. This requires a lot of practice. It can't be done overnight. Magic perception is the ability to sense the magical frequencies of magical creatures and accurately mimic them. Charlie turned around. This requires you to have sufficient knowledge of the target magical creature. The students in the audience began frantically taking notes. Hermione's quill was practically smoking. Everyone is processing this information. At that moment, Hermione looked up and raised her hand high. Her eyes were incredibly bright. She had completely grasped the key point, Charlie. Her voice was filled with excitement. According to your theory, if I can adjust the frequency of magic, can I mimic different magical creatures? She paused, then spoke faster and faster. For example, turning into a fire-breathing dragon today and some other magical creature tomorrow. The surrounding students also pricked up their ears. This was indeed a crucial question. Charlie smiled. Here it is. This is the most crucial issue today. He turned around and wrote a few large words on the blackboard, the principle of uniqueness. Good question, Miss Granger. Charlie tapped the blackboard, but the answer is no. Hermione was stunned, her eyes filled with confusion. Charlie continued. There's only one form of a normal animagus, right? The students below nodded in agreement. And Professor McGonagall also nodded slightly. This was basic common sense about transfiguration. The Fantastic Beast animagus also only has one form. Charlie drew a circle on the blackboard. This form is closely related to your personality, experiences, and even the deepest qualities of your soul. He paused. The transformation will only succeed when the magical frequency you imitate is exactly the same as your unique form. The classroom fell silent for a moment. The students began to process this information. Ron scratched his head. Wait, I'm a little confused. He raised his hand. Charlie, are you saying that even if I can adjust the magic frequency, I might not be able to turn into a fire dragon? Charlie nodded. Yes. Because the fire dragon form might not be your only form. Ron's face fell. How do I know what my form is? Charlie smiled. That's the hardest part. He walked to the blackboard and wrote a few lines below the principle of uniqueness. You have to try constantly adjusting the magic frequency to imitate different magical creatures. The students below the stage looked at each other in bewilderment. And Ernie frowned. Wouldn't that be like looking for a needle in a haystack? There are so many magical creatures. How long would it take to find them all? Charlie felt like he was a genius, putting aside the difficulty of adjusting the magic frequency. If this were easy, the Mantis Slayer Willow wouldn't be so hard to cultivate. Even if someone adjusts their magic frequency correctly but fails to transform, they will only conclude that the magic frequency is incompatible with their own form. Professor McGonagall fell into deep thought. She stared at the theory on the blackboard. A thoughtful look in her eyes. Charlie's theory, though novel, is logically consistent and sounds quite reasonable. Furthermore, the fact that Charlie has successfully transformed into a fire dragon further enhances the credibility of the story. She looked up at Charlie. Mr. White. Professor McGonagall's voice was very serious. How did you determine that the fire dragon is your unique form? Charlie blinked. That's a good question. He already had the answer in mind. I was fortunate enough to come into contact with fire dragons and could clearly sense their magical frequencies. When I tried to imitate it, I discovered that my magical frequency was highly compatible with the fire dragon's frequency. When I perfectly mimicked the dragon's magical frequency, I found myself transformed into the dragon. If anyone investigates how he came into contact with the fire dragon, Norbert will be the perfect scapegoat. Professor McGonagall nodded, not dwelling on where Charlie had encountered the dragon. Her eyes were filled with satisfaction. She stood up, her voice trembling with emotion. Mr. White, your lesson today was truly eye-opening. The theory of magical resonance will be a major breakthrough in the field of transfiguration, and even in the entire field of magic. The classroom erupted in enthusiastic applause. Charlie nodded to Professor McGonagall. Thank you, Professor. He turned around and looked at the students below the stage. That concludes today's lesson. Charlie clapped his hands. If you want to try your hand at being a magical beast, the animagus, the first step is to improve your magical control and perception. This requires a lot of practice. It can't be done overnight. As the class ended, the students gradually dispersed from the classroom. Some people were very excited, thinking that Charlie's explanation was amazing and they couldn't wait to try it out. Some people looked completely bewildered, wondering what magic frequency and resonance theory meant, and were utterly confused. But regardless of whether they understood it or not, everyone felt that Charlie had made some insightful points. After all, it has successfully transformed into a fire dragon, so the credibility is undeniable. Charlie was tidying up the parchment on the podium when he caught a glimpse of Hermione preparing to leave. He coughed. Hermione, wait a minute. Hermione stopped and turned around. What's wrong, Charlie? Charlie walked up to her, his expression serious. Did you understand everything I taught today? Hermione blinked. Very helpful, Charlie, you explained it very clearly. Then I hope you can write today's knowledge into a paper. Hermione was stunned, her eyes widened. She hadn't expected Charlie to say that at all. Me writing a paper on fantastic beasts, animagus. Yes, I believe you can do it. That's the purpose of Charlie's lecture today. Anyone who frequently writes academic papers knows how mentally taxing and arduous it is to expand a core theory of 100 or so words into a paper of dozens of pages. Only someone like Hermione, with excellent grades and who spends all her time in the library, could do something like this. Besides, Hermione had been doing his homework for almost 2 years and had always been reliable. Charlie felt at ease leaving the paper writing to Hermione. Hermione was deeply moved after hearing this. Why did Charlie only leave papers for himself and not for others? As the originator of this theory, he must have had a wealth of experience. Writing a paper would be a piece of cake for him. But why would he still make himself write a paper? Of course, it's because he takes great care of himself and wants to solidify his knowledge so he can learn about the magical creature animagus as soon as possible. A warm feeling welled up in Hermione's heart. Charlie. Her voice was slightly choked. Thank you for trusting me so much. Charlie blinked. She still had to thank us. Charlie scrolled through the system panel. Total number of points for tyrannical rulers, 9873. Charlie is just 127 points away from reaching 10,000 points. He's been saving them up this semester for a big draw to see if he can get some good stuff. Days passed by. After the basilisk incident was completely resolved, Hogwarts returned to its former tranquility. Charlie's life returned to normal, sleeping in class, eating after class, and occasionally taking a stroll in the Forbidden Forest. This kind of carefree life is incredibly enjoyable, and the Tyrant's points are skyrocketing. A few days later, Charlie's tyranny points broke through the 10,000 mark. Little commanders start drawing. Countless images flashed through my mind in an instant. The system started broadcasting announcements frantically. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have gained upside-down hook proficiency plus 30. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have obtained weapon proficiency plus 100. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have obtained divine sharpness proficiency plus 50. Congratulations, Your Majesty. On obtaining phantom teleportation, congratulations, Your Majesty. On obtaining heart-rending bone-scraping technique, congratulations, Your Majesty. On obtaining kingly majesty, congratulations, Your Majesty. You have obtained plus 4 free talent points. A series of beeps made Charlie very satisfied. 10 minutes later, all the tyrant points were depleted, and Charlie opened the panels. Your Majesty Charlie Whiteage, 12 years old. Magic talent rating, max level 10. Transfiguration, 10 charms, 10 potion mastery, 9. Defense against the dark arts, 7 herbalism, 7. Astronomy, 4 history of magic, 5 tyrant points, 0. Free talent points, 4. Mastered spells, polymorph level 4, 505,000. Blazing Inferno level 4, 1355,000. Stun level 4, 1210,500. Armored Body level 4, 985,000. Patronus Charm level 4, 05,000. Divine Shield level 4, 1,000. Almost all spells have been upgraded to level 4. Unlocking Silent Wandless casting, not only that, but he also drew the apparition ability that Charlie had been longing for. With the permission given by Dumbledore, he can now go wherever he wants. However, Charlie also noticed a term he had never heard of before, the majesty of a monarch. Little master, what is this, your majesty? This is a skill exclusive to you as the son of heaven. The majesty of a ruler cannot be directly beholden. When your majesty unleashes this skill, it will inspire awe in your opponents. The weak may even faint on the spot. Got it? It's Conqueror's Hacky, in addition to these spells. Charlie also gained 4 talent points. He maxed out potions to avoid his obsessive-compulsive disorder from looking at them, but kept the rest of the talent points for future use. As for the excruciating pain and bone cutting, it was better than nothing for Charlie. Perhaps the excruciating torture that pierces the heart and soul is incredibly effective. But the 10 most brutal tortures of the Qing dynasty that Charlie knew of might not be inferior to it. They would simply be more convenient and easier to administer. Charlie raised his hand, a thought forming in his mind. Disarm you. Before he could finish speaking, a beam of red light shot out from his fingertips, blasting the water glass on the bedside table away. The water glass tumbled through the air and crashed against the wall with a loud thud. Charlie was not satisfied with his performance, and he couldn't go all out in the dormitory either. Charlie stood up, wondering where to try out his new skill. Forest Ban, not quite right. His spell had reached level 4 and if he went all out, Charlie worried that the entire Forbidden Forest would be destroyed. Charlie frowned and an idea suddenly popped into his head. As a professional magic school, Hogwarts should have dedicated practice areas right. Like the Chamber of Secrets in Slytherin. It has always existed but remains unknown to anyone. He thought of Billy, house elves clean Hogwarts every day, so they know the school better than anyone else. Charlie took a deep breath and focused. Phantom transition the next second. His figure disappeared from the dormitory kitchen. Charlie suddenly appeared amidst a pile of pots and pans. The house elves around were all stunned. A little elf wiping dishes was so startled that he brandished his knife, causing the plate to fall to the ground and shatter. Billy was directing the other elves to prepare dinner when he suddenly saw Charlie appear, and he was completely stunned. His already large eyes widened in surprise. Charlie. Billy stammered, his voice filled with shock. Why can you teleport around the school? Are you a house elf too, Charlie? Forget it, I won't bother arguing with this little fool. He explained helplessly. Be nervous, Billy. This is a privilege granted to me by Headmaster Dumbledore. Upon hearing this, Billy immediately breathed a sigh of relief and had no doubt about Charlie's words. He patted his chest and said excitedly, so that's how it is. Headmaster Dumbledore is so generous, Mr. Charlie must be very capable to have won the principal's favor. Charlie smiled without saying a word. He walked up to Billy and lowered his voice, saying, I've come to ask you something. Is there any place at Hogwarts suitable for practicing magic? A relatively open space, where there's no need to worry about damage. Billy scratched his head and thought for a moment. Practicing magic, yes, Charlie said. I recently learned something new and want to test it out. Billy's eyes lit up. There's a room on the 8th floor. We call it the Room of Requirement. It can become anything you want there. We often rest there when we're tired. It transforms into a soft bed. If you walk against the wall 3 times, thinking about what you need, a door will appear. Charlie raised an eyebrow, a house that grants every wish. Really, where are you? On the 8th floor corridors? Opposite the painting of the giant beating Barnabas with his club. Billy explained in detail, Mr. Charlie will find out when he gets there. Charlie nodded. Thank you, Billy. Charlie vaguely remembered the place. He had seen it during his nighttime stroll. So he apparated directly to the portrait. The painting was very eye-catching, but it didn't look like there was a room hidden behind it at all. Charlie stood opposite the portrait, staring at the blank wall. I silently prayed to myself. I need an internet cafe equipped with a 5090 graphics card and a 32-inch 4K ultra-high refresh rate monitor. If you ask Charlie what he misses most in the wizarding world, it's playing video games. He hasn't touched a keyboard in so long, and he's itching to play. He walked back and forth 3 times. After the 3rd time, a door suddenly appeared in the wall. The door was made of wood and looked quite ordinary. Charlie pushed open the door with anticipation and went inside. The moment Charlie pushed open the door, he froze. The scene before him made him wonder if he had traveled back in time. Rows of brand new computer desks were neatly arranged, and 32-inch 4K monitors gleamed with a bluish light under the lamps. Inside the side panel of the case, the RGB light strips are flashing wildly. It's incredibly cool, the gaming chair, mechanical keyboard, professional mousepad, and even the decorative posters on the wall were exactly the same as the internet cafes he remembered. Charlie's heart started racing. He walked quickly to the nearest computer and pressed the power button. However, nothing happened. The monitor was completely black, and the RGB lighting strip inside the case wasn't lit either. Charlie paused for a moment, then pressed the button a few more times. But still nothing happened. He sighed, forced to accept reality. While this room may embody what one desires, it is also limited by the perceptions of people and the times. In this day and age, high-performance graphics cards and monitors no longer exist. Charlie had absolutely no understanding of the internal structure of chips or similar devices, so he could only present an empty shell. It seems we'll have to wait over 20 years to play this game. He turned and walked out of the room, the door closing automatically behind him. Charlie stood opposite the portrait, mentally reimagining a spacious training ground. It needs to be big enough and tall enough to withstand his spell bombardment. He pushed open the door, and the scene before him instantly changed. The training ground is ridiculously large. It stretched as far as the eye could see. The ground paved with hard stone slabs, and mannequin targets stood all around. These targets are densely packed, arranged in a row from near to far. Charlie looked up and saw that the ceiling was ridiculously high. At least 10 meters high, he nodded in satisfaction. This should be enough to satisfy him. Charlie flexed his wrists, preparing to test the strength of silent, wandless spellcasting and compare it to using a wand. He raised his right hand, a thought forming in his mind. A thunderous explosion. A beam of red light shot out from the fingertip boom. The dummy target was instantly blasted into pieces, and the shockwave from the explosion swept outwards, tearing apart nearby targets as well, and overturning all targets within a radius of tens of meters. A huge crater was blasted into the ground. Debris flew everywhere and the whole room shook. Charlie quickly looked up at the ceiling, fearing the house might collapse. Fortunately, the walls and ceiling remained completely intact, indicating that the room was indeed quite sturdy. Charlie smiled, quite satisfied with the power. As expected of a level 4 spell, its destructive power is off the charts. This is only a silent staffless spell, so its power is somewhat less than the fully fledged version. Charlie picked up his wand, intending to try out the full spell, but a thunderbolt explosion wouldn't work. Charlie feared the House of Requirement couldn't withstand it. This time, he chose the spell he was most proficient in, Blazing Flame. With a gentle wave of the wand, flames are raging. Flames erupted from the tip of the staff. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a raging fire. In an instant, the entire training ground was illuminated by the firelight. The flames surged forward, engulfing all the dummy targets. The target burned, twisted, deformed, and finally turned to ashes in the flames. The flames burned ever brighter, reaching terrifying temperatures, like a giant dragon wreaking havoc on the training ground. The entire training ground was engulfed in flames from top to bottom. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but raging flames. Charlie narrowed his eyes, a smile playing on his lips. This is the power he wanted. Charlie waved his wand and the flames slowly died down. All the dummy targets in the training field were burned to ashes, and the ground was charred black. His Majesty almost destroyed the school's ancient ruins. Tyrant Points +20. Charlie opened the door and left, satisfied. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sat in a chair, his fingers gently stroking Fawkes on the perch. The newly reborn phoenix was all wrinkled, like a newborn chick, and looked terribly ugly. But Dumbledore patiently stroked its fur, humming a little tune. "Fawkes, your rebirth this time was much faster than last time," he said with a smile. Fawkes let out a cry, his voice very childish. Dumbledore was about to feed it something when he suddenly stopped. His expression instantly turned serious. A massive surge of magical energy emanated from the 8th floor. The energy was terrifyingly strong and was violently fluctuating, putting an ordinary wizard on the verge of losing control. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore had a special connection with the castle. He could sense the unusual changes within the castle. This fluctuation was so strong that it gave him a jolt. It wasn't just because of the powerful magical fluctuations, but also because these fluctuations appeared in Hogwarts without any warning. It's like suddenly finding a strawberry tart in the toilet. But it wasn't your or your family's poop. It's terrifying. Dumbledore stood up and his wand appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he disappeared from the office. The next second, he appeared in the corridor on the 8th floor. The corridor was quiet, with a picture of the giant beating Barnabas hanging on the wall. But Dumbledore knew that behind the portrait lay the Room of Requirement. The terrifying surge of magical power we just witnessed originated from within. Dumbledore frowned. He knew about the Room of Requirement. This room had existed in Hogwarts for over 1,000 years and was extremely well hidden. Even he only discovered it by chance after becoming the headmaster. But this room has always been safe and has never had any problems. What's going on today has some dark wizard broken in. Dumbledore was about to push open the door and go in to take a look. The door suddenly opened from the inside. Charlie came out of the door with a satisfied smile on his face. He seemed to be in a good mood, as if he had just done something really enjoyable. Then he looked up and saw Dumbledore. The two stared at each other for a second. Charlie was stunned. Dumbledore was also stunned. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Dumbledore's gaze passed over Charlie and landed on the room behind him. In that instant, Dumbledore's pupils contracted sharply. What did he see? Ruins, a complete and utter ruin. The entire training ground was charred black, and the ground was riddled with craters from the explosion. Everything that was originally in the room was gone, leaving only ashes and rubble on the floor. There were still traces of the curse on the ceiling, and the walls were cratered and pitted. The scene was almost like a war had just taken place. Dumbledore's mind was a little foggy. He had lived for over 100 years and had seen many scenes, including those far more desolate than this. But this was the first time I'd ever seen a harmless second-year student standing in front of these ruins. Did Charlie create these ruins? Why? Is the pressure of studying too much? His gaze returned to Charlie. Charlie was scratching his head, a sheepish smile on his face. "Hi, Professor Dumbledore." Charlie chuckled dryly twice. "What brings you here?" Dumbledore remained silent for a moment. "Charlie." His voice was calm, but his eyes held a complex expression. "I know you're under a lot of academic pressure. If you're stressed, you can talk to your professors. Why did you have to bomb the school?" Charlie blinked and turned to look at the ruins behind him. "Oh, that, Professor, you've misunderstood." He scratched his head. "I'm experimenting with spells." Dumbledore, an experimental curse. You call this an experimental curse. The final exams came sooner than Charlie had expected. June arrived in the blink of an eye. The Hogwarts students were all pale-faced, running around with their textbooks in hand. The library was packed with people. Even the corner seats were all taken. Those who got up late had to study in the auditorium. Hermione spends every day in the library, wishing she could cram every book into her brain. Charlie found it quite strange. Given Hermione's personality, it was impossible for her to only start studying at the last minute. Had something delayed her that strange? But it shouldn't have anything to do with merit. Ron sat in the auditorium, looking at the thick notebook with a troubled expression. Oh my God, what have I even learned this semester? He flipped through the notes Hermione had lent him, his head spinning. Why is there so much to memorize in potions? Charlie sat beside him, holding a textbook on the history of magic. The book was open, but his eyes had long since closed. Breathing evenly, sleeping soundly. Ron glanced at him and rolled his eyes. You seem to have it easy. Hermione returned from the library and saw Charlie sleeping so soundly, which made her furious. How infuriating. She's working herself to the bone on her thesis. And after Thatch still has to study for her final exams. While Charlie's soundly asleep here, she walked over, raised her hand and slapped Charlie's book hard. Charlie opened his eyes, his gaze blank and unfocused. What? Hermione put her hands on her hips and glared at him. The exam is coming up soon, how can you still sleep? Charlie yawned. What's keeping you awake? Hermione was furious, but there was nothing she could do. He had excellent grades. On the day of the exam, Charlie was the same as always. I passed all the main courses perfectly, and the professors gave me full marks without hesitation. Even Professor Snape couldn't find fault with the potions Charlie brewed. Even in the history of magic exam, Charlie performed consistently well, keeping his paper clean and tidy, ensuring that no handwriting stained the pristine white surface. The week after the exams ended, Hogwarts was in an uproar. Students who were tormented by final exams collectively unleashed a retaliatory burst of joy. The corridors were filled with chasing and playing. Laughter echoed throughout the auditorium, and even the library became a popular dating spot for young couples. The two got so engrossed in their conversation that they forgot all about each other, their bodies drawing closer and their voices growing louder. Mrs. Pince was so angry that her face turned green, and she chased people around with a feather duster, Filch, filled with bitterness and resentment, swept the dirty corridor with a broom. People's happiness is not shared. He only found their noise bothersome. Don't let me find out who it is, or you'll be in big trouble. Mrs. Laura squatted at his feet and flicked her tail, as if to comfort him. Professor Sprout successfully cultivated the mandrake, and Professor Snape immediately prepared a petrification remedy, thus freeing Mrs. Loris from petrification. Filch sighed and continued mopping the floor. Before we knew it, the end-of-term banquet was upon us. That evening, the auditorium was brightly lit and decorated. 4 long tables were laden with a sumptuous feast. The students sat at their respective long tables, their faces full of anticipation. A huge banner hung on the wall of the Great Hall, embroidered with the Slytherin emblem. The green and silver decorations filled the entire auditorium, making it exceptionally dazzling. The Slytherin students were all grinning from ear to ear. Unsurprisingly, they'll win the Academy Cup again this year, after all. With Snape around, they were doing everything they could to earn points for their own house, while deducting points from other houses. Draco sat at the Slytherin table, taunting Harry with his eyebrows. Harry was so angry he wanted to punch him twice. At that moment, Dumbledore stood on the teacher's table and clapped his hands. The noise in the auditorium gradually subsided. Everyone looked at him. Classmates, Dumbledore said with a smile. Another year has passed before awarding the Academy Cup. I have something to announce. The Slytherin students' expressions changed instantly upon hearing this. Draco's smile froze on his face and his heart skipped a beat. This scene looks so familiar. The same thing happened last year. Dumbledore gave Hufflepuff points at the last minute, snatching the house cup away from them. Will this happen again this year? The other Slytherin students also tensed up, their hearts filled with a sense of foreboding. Dumbledore continued this year. A student made an outstanding contribution to Hogwarts. He bravely faced danger, found the dark magical artifacts that had infiltrated the school, killed the basilisk in the secret chamber, and protected the safety of all his classmates. The auditorium fell silent instantly. Everyone held their breaths. Dumbledore's gaze fell on Charlie. Given Charlie White's valiant performance, Dumbledore's voice became solemn. I have decided to award him the school's Outstanding Contribution Award and add 200 points to Hufflepuff House. As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening cheer erupted in the auditorium. The Hufflepuff students all jumped up, Charlie, Charlie. Charlie, they were shouting Charlie's name frantically, their voices shaking the ceiling of the auditorium. Ernie blushed with excitement and rushed over to hug Charlie. Two-peat, we've won two-peat. The other Hufflepuff students also gathered around, surrounding Charlie completely at the Slytherin table. They were once again slapped in the face. Seriously, couldn't you have added this point sooner? If you had added it earlier, our professor could have easily manipulated things behind the scenes. Why wait until the night of the Academy Cup to add it? Who are they trying to protect themselves from? But soon the Slytherin students lost their temper. Although they were heartbroken, they had to admit that Charlie had indeed saved them. If the basilisk had run up to them that day, they would all probably be doomed. So Charlie getting those 200 points is perfectly justified. He's the only one who deserves it in this semester's College Cup. The banners on the auditorium walls began to change. The green and silver of Slytherin fate, replaced by the yellow and black of Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff's Badger logo gleams on the wall. After the banquet, Charlie packed his bags and prepared to return to the orphanage. He sat in a carriage on the Hogwarts Express, watching the scenery rushing past the window. Hermione was engrossed in a thick book on transfiguration, taking notes as she read. Charlie greatly admired this hardworking little slave girl. This was the attitude of someone dedicated to academic pursuits. Considering how hard Hermione worked on her paper. I won't give her the summer homework, I'll give it to Ernie. The train slowly pulled into King's Cross Station. Charlie, carrying his suitcase, said goodbye to everyone. Have a nice summer vacation, he waved. Walked out of the station and took a taxi back to the orphanage. Grandma White was already waiting outside. When she saw Charlie, she smiled and reached out to take Charlie's luggage. You must be exhausted from the journey. Come upstairs and rest, dinner will be ready soon. Charlie smiled knowingly, but didn't let Grandma White carry the luggage. Thank you, Grandma, I can do it myself. Charlie was having a wonderful time at the orphanage. He sleeps until he naturally wakes up every day, and can apparate wherever he wants to go play all day, and then apparate back, so that Grandma White doesn't worry too much. I occasionally exchange letters with friends. Life couldn't be more pleasant. A little girl frantically working on papers and assignments. You're awesome. You're great time doing homework while you get a holiday. Ron's family won the lottery and went on a trip to Egypt. The letter he sent was filled with excitement. According to him, I saw Egyptian wizards, whose spells were different from those of British wizards. But Ron felt that the British wizards were more powerful. He also bought a new wand, the 10 galleons that Charlie had given him. Good heavens, his old wand can finally retire. Although Ron used his own savings to buy the wand, the 700 galleons he won at home were almost gone. Charlie's lips twitched when he saw this. No wonder Ron's family can't save any money. They're all living paycheck to paycheck. If you're not poor, who is? Hermione also sent a letter. Charlie, I went to France with my parents. To be honest, France is boring. I can't use magic outside of school. I'm so envious of Ron. He can learn the local spells in Egypt. When Ron saw the letter, he almost vomited blood. I'm already out having fun. And you want me to learn magic spells? Are you a devil? Harry is the only one who rarely joins the group chat. He seemed to be restricted in using owls, and sent very few letters occasionally. A letter would arrive, its words tinged with a sense of helplessness. July 31st is Harry's birthday. Charlie sent him a greeting card and included a picture of Harry at a Quidditch match. However, Charlie didn't receive a reply from Harry, presumably because his aunt and uncle wouldn't let him send letters. A few days later, on August 7th, it was Charlie's birthday. Early in the mornings, the owl started knocking frantically on the window. Charlie opened the window and a dozen or so owls rushed in. The table was piled high with gifts and greeting cards. Ron sent me a box of Egyptian sweets with a card, "Happy birthday." These are from Egypt, they're super delicious. Hermione gave Charlie a pair of sunglasses she bought in France, and they looked quite good on him. Ernie sent Charlie all his homework. He had finished it all by the time summer vacation was halfway over. What does high efficiency mean? Justin sent another magazine, but this one was different. He used developing chemicals to bring the older woman in the magazine to life. Charlie stared at it for a couple of seconds, then put it in the box, planning to give it a good talking to later that night. Harry also sent a letter, along with a small statue that looked like Charlie. It seemed to have been carved by Harry himself. "Happy birthday, Charlie, thank you for the photo. I secretly let Hedwig out, I hope it wasn't discovered. Please don't be offended by my gift. They won't let me leave the house, so I had to make it myself." Charlie read the letter and smiled. He picked up his quill pen and wrote back to everyone. After delivering all those letters, Storm was exhausted. It lay on the windowsill, too tired to even move its wings. Charlie fiddled with the bird's feathers on its head. Puzzled, "Why are you getting weaker and weaker?" 2 more days passed at night. Charlie squatted by the windowsill, holding meatballs in his hand, stuffing them one by one into Storm's mouth. These meatballs were specially made by him using goji berries and beef. He doesn't know if goji berries are actually good for birds. Storm ate with great relish, his eyes practically squinting into slits. Charlie rubbed its head. "You need to get some proper nourishment. You must be exhausted lately." The Storm let out a cry and patted Charlie's hand with its wings in thanks. Charlie was getting ready to go back to bed when a screeching sound of brakes came from outside the window. He paused, stunned. Who would slam on the brakes in the middle of the night? Charlie walked to the window and looked out, then froze instantly. A purple double-decker bus was parked outside the orphanage. The massive vehicle body gleamed faintly in the moonlight, and dim yellow light shone from the windows. "This car is ridiculously tall. I'd guess it's about 3 stories high." But the strangest thing was that all the passers-by on the street seemed to ignore it, as if they couldn't see the car at all. The next second, the bus suddenly turned into a blur and sped away into the distance. Charlie squinted, a magical creation, and one that came here specifically to find him. Charlie grabbed his wand, pushed open the window, and jumped out. The orphanage was quiet, with only the streetlights casting a dim yellow glow. Charlie had just reached the door when he saw a small, thin figure standing on the side of the street. The man was dragging a heavy suitcase back to him. His shoulders slumped, and Charlie took 2 steps closer. "Harry," the man turned around abruptly, and sure enough, it was Harry. His hair was a mess, his face was covered in dust, and his glasses were askew. He looked like he had just been on the run. Harry's eyes lit up the moment he saw Charlie. "Charlie." Charlie looked him up and down. "What happened?" Harry opened his mouth, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. He lowered his head and said in a very soft voice, I blew my aunt up like a balloon." Charlie raised an eyebrow. "That's quite creative of a young man. My aunt always insults my parents." Harry looked up, a hint of grievance in his eyes. "I couldn't resist, and accidentally blew her up like a balloon. And she floated up to the ceiling. Then what?" "Then I ran away from home." Harry bit his lip. "I used magic against the rules. The Ministry of Magic might expel me." He paused, then his voice became even softer. I have nowhere else to go, so I came to you, Charlie sighed. Come in. Harry quickly dragged his suitcase and followed. Just as the two reached the door, footsteps suddenly came from the stairs. Grandma White came downstairs in her pajamas. Carrying an oil lamp, older people are light sleepers, so they probably heard Charlie's footsteps. She paused for a moment when she saw Charlie and Harry. Charlie, why aren't you asleep yet? It's so late. Charlie pointed at Harry. Grandma, this is my classmate Harry Potter. He's having some trouble. Grandma White looked at Harry, a gentle smile on her face. Oh, it's Charlie's classmate, come in and have a seat. She turned and went into the kitchen, quickly bringing out a plate of cookies and a glass of milk. Child, you must be starving, eat something first. Harry took the milk, his eyes a little red. Thank you. Charlie looked at Grandma White. Grandma, are there any spare rooms? Harry can stay here for a while. Grandma White didn't ask any further questions. She just nodded. There are still empty rooms upstairs. I'll go make your bed. She turned and went upstairs, her footsteps fading into the distance. Harry watched Grandma White's retreating figure. His voice choked with emotion. Charlie, thank you. Charlie waved his hand. Mention it, we're brothers. Bangs, bangs, bangs. Suddenly, a frantic knocking sounded at the door. Charlie frowned. Why is it so lively tonight? He walked over and opened the door. A short, plump woman in a pink dress was standing outside the door. The woman outside walked in without any ceremony. She looked around, her gaze settling on Harry. Harry Potter, you're here. Harry's heart skipped a beat, but he steeled himself and stepped forward. The woman's face was round and white, her lips as thin as blade sand. Her smile was unsettling. She was wearing a pink suit with a brooch pinned to her collar. I am Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary of the Ministry of Magic. Her voice was high-pitched and affectedly sweet. By order of Minister Fookie, I am taking you back. Harry hesitated for a moment. Back to my aunt's house. No, 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 Umbridge shook her head. The Ministry of Magic will arrange accommodation for you. Why? Harry asked, puzzled. Umbridge's smile remained unchanged. You don't need to know any of this. Just listen to me. Charlie listened from the side, his brow furrowing. How can you prove you're from the Ministry of Magic? Umbridge turned to look at him, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes. Charlie, White is it? I recognize you, the youngest potions master. Oh, early fame, but remember, you're still just a student. I don't need to prove anything to you. Just then, footsteps came from upstairs. Grandma White came downstairs, carrying a set of pajamas that Charlie could no longer wear. Judging by the size, it's probably meant for Harry. The beds are made, you two should go and rest. Umbridge frowned when she saw Grandma White. She drew her wand and raised her hand to cast a spell. Charlie's face instantly turned cold. Eliminate your weapons. A beam of red light shot out from his fingertips. Bang. Umbridge was blasted away, crashing into the wall, her wand flying backward and landing in Charlie's hand. His Majesty assaulted a court official during court sessions. Tyrant Points +20. She collapsed to the ground in agony. Her eyes filled with terror. You're insane. I'm the second Undersecretary of the Ministry of Magic. How dare you lay a hand on me? Her voice trembled. Minister Fookie won't let you get away with this. Charlie walked up to her and pressed his wand against her forehead. His eyes were frighteningly cold. Give me a reason. His voice was soft, but every word was dripping with murderous intent. And pray that this reason can buy your life. Umbridge turned pale with fright. I just wanted to cast a forgetting spell on her. Oh, she stammered. Harry's information is top secret and must not be known to muggles. Charlie frowned. What top secret this time? Umbridge dared not hide anything and spilled everything out. A criminal escaped from prison. His name is Sirius Black. Her voice trembled. He was the mysterious man's most loyal servant. Imprisoned in Azkaban 12 years, Agabut has now escaped. The Ministry of Magic believes his target is Harry Potter. Charlie stared at her coldly. Why? Because Harry defeated Vader. Umbridge swallowed hard. Black wants revenge for his master. The Ministry of Magic has decided to protect Harry. So they sent me to pick him up. Charlie's face darkened further. If Sirius's target is indeed Harry, then the orphanage is now in danger. Harry has already been here, and that madman will likely follow him here and attack Grandma White. Charlie turned around and helped the still-shaken Grandma White upstairs. Grandma, you should rest first, I'll handle the rest. Grandma White looked at him, her eyes filled with worry. She knew that Charlie was no longer an ordinary person, and she couldn't offer any help with these magical matters. She had to trust Charlie. Charlie, don't do anything reckless. Don't worry, Grandma, Charlie smiled. I know what I'm doing. After Grandma White went back to her room, Harry came over. His face full of guilt. I'm sorry, Charlie. He lowered his head. I didn't know I'd cause you so much trouble. I wish I hadn't come looking for you. Charlie patted him on the shoulder. This has nothing to do with you. Then he turned to look at Umbridge. She had calmed down by now. Swallowed hard, and put on that bureaucratic expression again, Mr. White. Her voice lacked confidence, but the Ministry of Magic seemed to have given her some courage. I can overlook your actions against the Minister of Magic's senior undersecretary, but your Muggle memories must be erased. That's the Minister's order. Charlie didn't say anything, he just waved his wand. Fuchsia Umbridge was hung upside down from the ceiling. She gasped in surprise, opening her mouth as if to say something. Seal the tongue and lock the throat. Charlie didn't want to hear her chatter and told her to shut up. Her voice vanished instantly, her mouth was wide open. But no sound came out. Charlie looked up at her, his voice icy. You should be glad you didn't use your spell, or you would have died. Now pray that Fudge gets here before you are hanged. Umbridge's face turned bright red, and his eyes widened in shock. She never expected that Charlie would dare to attack officials from the Ministry of Magic. Harry stood at the top of the stairs and swallowed hard. This was the first time he had ever seen Charlie so enraged. Charlie sat back on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. This matter wasn't over yet. If the Ministry of Magic didn't see Umbridge return, they would definitely send someone else not long after. Several explosions, as if they had been apparitions, were heard outside. Charlie opened his eyes. The orphanage gate was open, and 5 uniformed Ministry of Magic employees, each holding a wand, stood outside. Their faces changed drastically when they saw Umbridge hanging upside down through the gate. Mr. White, what happened here? The leader had seen Charlie at the Ministry of Magic's awards ceremony and wanted to find out what had happened through Charlie. But seeing Charlie's cold eyes, he immediately sensed something was wrong. Those were definitely not friendly eyes. I did it, Charlie said without any attempt to hide it. The man paused for a moment. Why? You can't make that decision. Go back and tell Fudge to come. The 5 men's eyes flashed with displeasure at being slighted, and the leader said in a deep voice, even though you're a potions master, you can't attack a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Magic. If you know what's good for you, you'd better put the deputy minister down right now. What if I say no? The man smiled dismissively. In his view, Charlie was famous, but his fame lay solely in potions. In a fight, could I possibly defeat all 5 of them? Then don't blame us for being impolite. They pulled out their wands and swarmed forward. A moment later, 4 more sausages appeared hanging from the ceiling. This is the consequence of not having any children in the family attending Hogwarts. If there were any children in the family at Hogwarts, they wouldn't dare to lay a hand on Charlie. The remaining person fell to the ground, terrified and wetting himself in fear. Go back and tell Fudge, Charlie said softly. Let him come in person. The man scrambled away. It was late at night. Bangs, bang, bang. A series of apparition sounds rang out. Fudge appeared on the street with a dozen or so Aurors. He saw the ashen faces of those who were being hung up. Mr. White, he roared, do you know what you're doing? The Aurors all drew their wands and pointed them at Charlie. They will act as soon as Fudge gives the order. Charlie stood there, his expression eerily calm. He looked up, his gaze sweeping over the dozen or so wands. making sure he could retaliate before they could make a move. Then looked at Fudge. "Excuse me, Minister. Is it a dereliction of duty on the part of the Ministry of Magic that a fugitive has escaped from Azkaban?" Fudge's face flushed instantly. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed his anger. "Don't think that just because you're gifted and have some strength, you can do whatever you want. The Ministry of Magic will not tolerate your behavior. If you dare to attack the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore won't let you off the hook," Charlie chuckled. "The Ministry of Magic just knows how to wave Dumbledore's banner." "Don't ramble on, now I'm going to ask you a question." Charlie did not back down. He took 2 steps forward and stood in the doorway. Moonlight fell on him, illuminating half his face and leaving the other half in shadow. "Because of the dereliction of duty by your Ministry of Magic." His voice was chillingly cold. "This has put my friends and my family in danger. And your deputy minister," he pointed to Umbridge, who was still struggling on the ceiling. "They also want to erase my family's memories. Are you taking advantage of my youth?" Upon hearing this, Fudge was completely stunned. He turned to look at Umbridge, a flash of anger in his eyes. This idiot, he messed up such a small thing. Having worked at the Ministry of Magic for so many years, Fudge's greatest skill was reading people and situations. He could tell that Charlie was truly angry. And Charlie was right. Sirius Black's escape was indeed a failure of the Ministry of Magic. Umbridge wanted to use the Oblivion Charm on a Muggle, which was within the rules. But she didn't consider the circumstances or who the other party was. You see, Charlie is no ordinary little wizard. He is a potion master, and now he is the founder of the Animagus, the dragon, and the one who will establish a new sect in the future. More importantly, Fudge knew everything he had done at school. Charlie solved all of these problems, from Quirrell in the 1st grade to the Basilisk in the 2nd grade's secret room. However, because these things were all related to that person whose name couldn't be mentioned, Fudge suppressed them all, allowing them to circulate only among the students' parents. But he knew very well that Charlie's strength was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Such a wizard will surely become another Dumbledore-like figure in the future. If we really anger him, the Aurors we brought today might not be enough to handle him. He wouldn't have come at all if tonight's events hadn't involved the attack on the Ministry of Magic. Fudge's expression changed several times. Finally, he sighed, his tone softening. "Mr. White." He forced a smile. "This is all a misunderstanding." Charlie interrupted him. "I hate it when people point wands at me." His voice was soft, but every word was chilling. Fudge's heart skipped a beat. He quickly turned around and waved to the Aurors behind him. "Put everything down, put it down quickly." The Aurors exchanged bewildered glances, but obeyed the order and slowly lowered their wands. Fudge wiped the sweat from his forehead. He knew that this matter had to be handled properly. Offending Charlie is definitely not a wise choice. On the contrary, if you can become friends with Charlie, it will be beneficial to you as his influence grows after graduation. "Mr. White," Fudge's tone softened. "This is a mistake by the Ministry of Magic. I hope you won't take it to heart. Give Umbridge and the Ministry of Magic a chance to make amends." Charlie didn't speak, he just watched him quietly. Fudge felt uneasy under his gaze. "I want my family to be safe," Charlie finally said. Fudge nodded quickly. Of course, of course." He patted his chest and assured him, "I will station a squad of Aurors near the orphanage. Ensure the safety of the orphanage. Don't worry, there won't be any problems at all." Charlie stared at him for a few seconds, then waved his wand. "The curse on the ceiling has been lifted." Umbridge fell from the sky. Bang. She fell to the ground with a scream. He fell face down, landing hard on his stomach, making his already toad-like face look even uglier. Fudge gestured to the Auror behind him to quickly help her up. After being helped up, Umbridge was deathly pale. Her eyes filled with venom. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but was glared at by Fudge and shut up. Fudge turned around and looked at Charlie. "Mr. White, I wish I could take Harry Potter with me and focus all my efforts on protecting him." Charlie turned to look at Harry. That's a question for Harry, he'll have to decide. Harry stood at the top of the stairs, his face full of conflict. He looked at Charlie, then at Fudge. My heart feels like it's blocked by something. He didn't want to leave. In the few hours he had spent with Charlie, he had felt warm and comfortable. He felt especially close to Grandma White. But he knew that staying there would only cause trouble for Charlie. Sirius was after him if he stayed at the orphanage. That madman would likely find his way here. Charlie might be fine, but Grandma White would be in danger. Harry bit his lip. He looked up at Charlie. Charlie, I'm going with them. Charlie didn't say anything. He just patted him on the shoulder. Harry turned and went upstairs, then came downstairs dragging his suitcase. He stood in the doorway looking at Charlie. Thank you, Charlie. Charlie patted him on the shoulder. See you when school starts. Harry nodded and dragged his suitcase toward Fudge. Fudge breathed a sigh of relief. He waved his hand, signaling the Aurors to prepare to leave. Mr. White, he turned to look at Charlie. I will give you an explanation for what happened today. Charlie didn't speak, he just nodded. Fudge and his men disappeared into the night. The sound of apparition exploding rang out, and the street returned to silence. Although Fudge made a solemn promise that the Ministry of Magic would guarantee safety, Charlie did not place all his hopes on the Ministry. It's summer vacation now, so it's fine if I'm at home by myself. After the start of the school year went to school. But Charlie was not reassured by the so-called protection offered by the Ministry of Magic. Even without Sirius, Charlie didn't want anyone else to threaten the orphanage. We still need to leave some protective measures for orphanages. Charlie pondered for a moment, then returned to his room, opened the seamless extension box and went inside. The willows that were planted earlier have grown into a small grove. These willows are fierce. They whip anything that comes into contact with a living creature. But they are very docile towards Charlie. Charlie waved his wand and transplanted the group of beating willows at the entrance of the box to another location. He decided to leave the box at the orphanage this semester, with Norbert guarding it, and to move the whooping willow to make it easier for Norbert to get in and out of the box. Norbert has grown quite a bit, with a wingspan exceeding 15 meters. Its claws are sharp enough to tear apart steel plates. At this moment it was lying in the cave, its tail swishing back and forth. Judai was hanging on its tail, its short legs thrashing about wildly. Charlie entered the cave, and Norbert immediately ran to Charlie. Judai lost his grip on the tail and fell to the ground with a thud. Landing on his back, Charlie patted Norbert on the head. Norbert, you'll have to stay here this semester. Norbert snorted, his breath hitting Charlie in the face. Stop fooling around, Charlie wiped his face. While I'm gone, you have to protect Grandma White for me. Norbert flicked his tail as if he understood at this moment. Judai laboriously climbed onto Norbert and straightened up. It patted its chest with its paw with a smug look on its face. Brother, don't worry about leaving it to me. Charlie smiled and nodded its head, then you're in charge. The next morning, Charlie put Grandma White in the trunk. Grandma White stood at the opening of the box, staring blankly at the scene inside. She hadn't expected such a large space in a box. Was this magic? It would be perfect for storing potatoes. Charlie, her voice trembled slightly. Charlie smiled. Grandma, there's a big one inside, don't be afraid. He took Grandma White's hand and led her deeper into the box. Grandma White's steps were a little stiff. After walking a few steps, Norbert appeared. It lay on the ground, its huge body gleaming metallically in the light, its round pupils staring at Grandma White. Hot breath coming out of its nostrils. Grandma White was so startled that she took a step back. What is this? Her voice trembled. Charlie patted Norbert on the head. This is Norbert, a fire-breathing dragon. Norbert was very observant, lay down on the ground, pressed his head to the ground, and wagged his tail wildly from side to side. Grandma White's heart was pounding as she looked at the enormous thing. Charlie turned around and looked at her. Grandma, if you encounter any danger, open the box. And Norman will come out to protect you. Grandma White swallowed hard. Norbert's obedient demeanor gradually eased her tension. It's very obedient, Charlie smiled. Touch it, it's very gentle. Grandma White hesitated for a moment, then reached out and gently touched Norbert's nose. Norbert closed his eyes and wagged his tail even more enthusiastically. Charlie stayed with Grandma White in the box for a while, and only took her out after he made sure she was no longer afraid. Another week has passed. That morning, Charlie was lying in bed sleeping when he suddenly heard knocking on the window. He opened his eyes and saw an owl perched on the windowsill, a letter in its beak. Charlie opened the window and took the letter this time. The owl flew away before Charlie could even get the jerky. Damn it, last time I ate a piece of jerky. Storm seduced my lover right in front of me, and they've been partying every night in the owl shed, while I could only watch helplessly. I'll never fall for that damn trick again. Charlie was unaware of this, only marveling at how dedicated the owl was, working tirelessly to deliver the message. Storm, you should learn from others. Storm rolled his eyes. Charlie opened the letter. Inside was a book list. The third-year course list is similar to the previous one, but there is an additional section for elective courses. Charlie frowned as he looked at the elective courses. Divination, Arithmetic, Divination, Ancient Runes. Protection of Magical Creatures, Muggle Studies. You must choose at least two. Charlie stared at the names, his head spinning. He knew he'd have to take several more classes, fortunately. Charlie had asked Jenny about elective courses last semester. At that time, the senior student said, choose between divination and protecting magical creatures. Divination is just made up, the teacher won't question it. Protecting magical creatures is just about interacting with small animals. It's very easy, whatever you choose. Don't pick arithmetic, divination, or ancient runes. Those two courses have an overwhelming amount of homework. So Charlie promptly checked off divination and magical creatures on his reading list. Why not choose more courses? Choosing more is impossible. I'd rather sleep in the classroom than lie down and sleep elsewhere. On the last day of summer vacation, Charlie went to Diagon Alley to buy textbooks for the next semester. Charlie pushed open the door of Flourish and Blots, and the brass bell rang crisply. Most students had already bought their books by this time, so the bookstore was relatively empty. The boss was dozing off behind the counter when he heard the bell and suddenly looked up. What do you need? The boss rubbed his eyes. Charlie pulled out a book list, The Monster Book of Monsters, and Seeing the Future Through the Fog. The boss's face immediately fell. He stood up, walked to an iron cage in the corners, his face full of reluctance. Screams and screams came from inside the cage. Charlie took 2 steps closer and saw what was inside. A dozen or so green-covered books crawled sideways in the cage, their pages spread open like crab claws, revealing a dense array of sharp teeth. 2 books grabbed the cover of a third book and yanked it hard, tearing the book in half. The paper fluttered through the air and landed at the bottom of the cage. The boss put on a thick pair of dragon-skin gloves and picked up a wooden stick leaning against the wall. He took a deep breath as if he were going into battle. The owner knocked on the door with a stick, and the books in the cage immediately rushed towards him, their pages opening and closing wildly with a snapping sound. Damn book, the boss cursed, reached into the corner of the cage with a stick, hooked the book furthest from the door, and quickly dragged it out. The book struggled frantically, its pages slapping against the stick. The owner quickly closed the cage door, pressed the book down firmly with his gloves, but the book was still desperately trying to stand up. Its sharp teeth aimed at the owner's hand and bit down. Be careful. The shopkeeper held up the book, his face covered in sweat. This thing bites. Charlie reached out and took the book. The monster book writhed wildly in his hands, its pages opening, and sharp teeth lunging at Charlie's fingers. Charlie narrowed his eyes slightly. The aura of a monarch emanated from him, and the air seemed to freeze for a moment. The monster book stopped abruptly, the pages slowly closed, and the whole book like a deflated balloon Slumped limply in Charlie's hands, the boss was stunned. He had just felt Charlie's aura change for a moment, which left him with lingering fear. Then the monster book wilted. He stared wide-eyed at the book in Charlie's hand and opened his mouth. "How did you do that?" Charlie stuffed the book into his backpack. "Just scare it a bit more." The shopkeeper was still staring at Charlie's backpack, his face full of disbelief. He had been tormented by this lousy book all summer. He had never seen it so quiet. "And there's seeing the future through the fog," Charlie reminded him. The shopkeeper then came to his senses and turned to look for a book on the bookshelf. He muttered to himself as he searched. "You have no idea how annoying this lousy book is. It gets bitten several times a day. And I've already chewed through 3 pairs of gloves. I never expected it to be so quiet in your hands." He pulled a thick book from the top shelf. The cover had a blurry crystal ball printed on it. "I don't know what your professor was thinking. I swear I'll never stock this kind of stuff again." The shopkeeper handed the book to Charlie. Charlie took the gold coins out of his pocket and placed them on the counter. The shopkeeper quickly collected the money, his worried expression finally easing a little. "Wishing you a happy new semester." Charlie turned and left the bookstore. The boss stared at his retreating figure, a tingling sensation creeping in. "A little scare and it'll work, really." He walked up to the cage and reached out to grab a book about monsters. The book struggled wildly in his hands, its pages slapping against his gloves. The boss took a deep breath and, mimicking Charlie's earlier gesture, narrowed his eyes slightly. "You better behave yourself." No sooner had he finished speaking than the book suddenly jumped out of his hand and landed directly on his face. Its sharp teeth bit into his nose. The boss let out a blood-curdling scream, desperately trying to tear the book down with both hands. Hearing the commotions, the other monsters in the cage excitedly jumped around inside. Charlie walked out of the bookstore, faintly hearing screams in his ears. He stopped and looked back, puzzled. Was it an illusion? Never mind, it's irrelevant. The streets of Diagon Alley were bustling with people. Charlie was just about to wander around when someone called out to him. Charlie turned around and saw Harry, Ron, and Hermione sitting at a table outside the Florin Fosco ice cream shop. Ron's freckles were bright red, as if he had been sunburned. Hermione had also gotten quite tanned, her hair gleaming brown in the sunlight. Charlie went over and sat down opposite them. "How was your summer vacation?" Ron licked the ice cream in his hand. "Egypt is very hot. We went to the pyramids and even saw mummies, I must say. The Egyptian sorcerers were quite skilled. The pyramids they built with magic are truly magnificent." Hermione handed Charlie an ice cream, looking somewhat annoyed. "France was pretty ordinary. I didn't see any wizards." Charlie glanced at her. "Isn't that obvious? Your parents are muggles. If you travel with them, you'll definitely visit muggle attractions. There'd be no way you'd find any wizards there." "Have you bought all your books?" Harry asked. "Everything's bought," Charlie nodded. Ron put down the ice cream, his eyes lighting up. "We were just making a bet on which courses you took this semester. Divination and the conservation of magical zoology." Hermione's eyes widened. "Only these two, Ron slammed his hand on the table and looked at Hermione triumphantly. "I knew it. Charlie would never fill up all his classes like you do. See, Charlie and I have the same classes." Hermione's face turned bright red. "How can that be the same?" she said through gritted teeth. "Other people only choose 2 courses because they don't need to take any others. You, on the other hand, are just too lazy." Ron rolled his eyes. "Only people like you and Percy would choose all of them." He paused, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. "Oh right, Percy's a student council president now. I bet you're next." Hermione was so angry she couldn't speak. "What did the student council president do to you?" She grabbed the spoon on the table and scooped up a huge mouthful of ice cream. Stuffing it into her mouth, Harry was trying not to laugh. Charlie looked at them, a slight smile playing on his lips. Without interjecting their epic battle, Charlie asks Harry, "How has the Ministry of Magic treated you?" Harry shrugged, his tone quite relaxed. It's fine. They put me up at the leaky cauldron. The room is nice. But they won't let me leave Diagon Alleys. He couldn't help but laugh as he spoke, but to be honest, I feel much more comfortable in Diagon Alley than at my aunt's house. Although called a bar, Leaky Cauldron also offers hotel rooms for Harry. Being able to stop having to put up with Dudley and his aunt and uncle's attitudes was already a relief. Ron leaned closer, lowered his voice, and looked on with curiosity. Harry, did you really blow your aunt up like a balloon? This incident didn't make the newspapers. But Ron's father worked at the Ministry of Magic and naturally heard a lot about it. Harry's face turned red instantly. I didn't mean to. She kept insulting my parents and I couldn't help it. Hermione crossed her arms, her brow furrowed slightly, as if deep in thought. The Ministry of Magic hasn't punished you. That's highly unusual. Harry felt relieved and nodded. I also found it strange. I thought I was going to be expelled. Charlie leaned back in his chair, guessing that Fudge was already overwhelmed by Sirius's escape. And if Harry were to face Sirius's retaliation at this critical juncture, things would get much worse. Think too much about it. Charlie waved his hand and turned to look at Hermione. How's the paper coming along? Hermione's eyes lit up instantly. She pulled a thick stack of parchment from her backpack, placed it on the table, and her face was full of pride. I've finished writing it. I spent most of my summer vacation on it. She pushed the parchment towards Charlie. Take a look. Is there anything that needs to be changed? Charlie turned to the first page, glanced at it, and nodded. It's written in great detail and the logic is clear. Hermione stared at him nervously, her hands unconsciously clenching together. Charlie looked up and smiled. Professor McGonagall will recommend this paper to Transfiguration today. And you will be the second author. Hermione froze, completely rooted to the spot. But I only compiled some materials and wrote a few dozen pages of paper. Anyone can do that. Charlie's lips twitched. There was no need for such modesty. It really wasn't a matter of just anyone coming. I've made my decision. Your contributions deserve this position. Hermione abruptly covered her mouth, her eyes instantly reddening. This is a paper that will go down in the history of the magical world. The entire concept and theory of the paper were proposed by Charlie. All she did was to review the materials, clarify Charlie's theory, and write it into a paper. Charlie's willingness to give her a second author position is a trust and recognition that is more precious than any reward. Hermione knew perfectly well how valuable this paper was. If Charlie wanted, he could have claimed all the honors for himself. Ron, listening from the side, was completely confused. What do you mean by second author? Can a paper have multiple authors? Harry patted him on the shoulder. This is none of your business. Go have fun. The next morning, Charlie dragged his suitcase into King's Cross Station. Platform 9 3/4 was teeming with people. Parents dropping off their children for school everywhere. The Hogwarts Express stood abruptly on the tracks, its red carriages appearing and disappearing in the steam. Charlie got on the bus just in time. The train was about to depart, and the carriages were already packed with students. He dragged his suitcase from the front of the train to the back. Every compartment was full of people, and laughter and conversation filled the air. Reaching the back of the trains, Charlie pushed open the door to the last compartment. Inside sat a man, fast asleep, leaning against the window. He wore a tattered wizard's robe, the fabric worn white and patched everywhere. His face was as pale as if he had just recovered from a serious illness, and his stubble was quite noticeable. The suitcase next to him was labeled Professor R.J. Lupin. Charlie raised an eyebrow. The new defense against the dark arts professor. That's easy to guess, since this is the only position at the school that's offered on a yearly basis. He put the suitcase in the overhead rack and sat down opposite him. Although Lockhart didn't disappear like Quirrell last year, he was imprisoned in Azkaban by Dumbledore for stealing other people's experiences. Charlie strongly suspected that the old bee already knew Lockhart had a problem. Professor Lupin was sleeping soundly, and Charlie didn't disturb him. sitting quietly opposite him. I wonder how good Professor Lupin's teaching is. If he's the same as the previous 2 years, then this year's Hogwarts students are doomed. But that has little to do with Charlie anyway. Opened one. And it was quite a large one. The sliding door opened, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione entered the compartment. Charlie, the three were delighted to see Charlie, greeted him and sat down beside him. Hermione was holding an orange cat in her arms. Its fur was fluffy, and its face was so flat it looked like it had been slapped on a door. This is the pet Hermione bought yesterday in Diagon Alley. Named Crookshank, Crookshan's eyes were fixed on Ron, or more precisely in his pockets. Ron immediately clutched his pocket, his face filled with vigilance. Hermione, keep an eye on your cat, it's just curious. Hermione hugged Crookshank tighter. It won't eat your mouse, that's not necessarily true. Ron's hand was pressed tightly against his pocket. It looks at Spotted like it's looking at dinner. Charlie glanced at Ron's pocket. He remembered the spotted mouse. It was grayish with dull fur, and its eyes always stared blankly ahead. How long can a normal mouse live? 2 or 3 years? But according to Ron's, Scabbers has been staying at the Weasleys' house for a long time. Charlie asked somewhat curiously, how old is your mouse? Ron paused for a moment, then scratched his head. I don't know, it originally belonged to Percy. After Percy became prefect, he bought a new owl and gave Scabbers to me. He thought for a moment. It must have been more than 10 years, more than 10 years. Charlie narrowed his eyes slightly. This doesn't make sense, Ron, oblivious to Charlie's change in expression, continued, speaking to himself. Banban is really old. It's listless every day and doesn't like to move around. I have to give it a rat tonic every day. At this point his face fell. But I couldn't find the potion last night. I don't know where it went, Ron sighed. What if Banban gets sick? Charlie's doubts were largely dispelled. Perhaps it was this magic potion that allowed Scabbers to live for so long. 3rd grade students can go to Hogsmeade on weekends. Charlie said we can just buy another one later. Ron's eyes lit up. I've wanted to go to Hogsmeade for a long time. Harry, we can go together. There's a Honeyjuke's candy shop there, and their candy is the best in all of England. Harry's face fell instantly at the mention of Hogsmeade. He remembered the consent form he had given to his Uncle Vernon, which should still be lying in the trash can on Privet Drive. I can't go, Harry said, his voice muffled. No guardian's signature is available. Ron opened his mouth as if to say something comforting, but in the end he just patted Harry on the shoulder. Hermione pursed her lips, her face full of sympathy. But she also knew that rules were rules, and Harry couldn't go without a guardian's signature. Moreover, Sirius is still outside, so the school is even less likely to let Harry leave Hogwarts. Charlie leaned back in his seat, pondering whether he could take Harry to Hogsmeade as bait. The Hogwarts Express continued on its journey. At 1 o'clock in the afternoons, the fat witch pushed the food cart to the door of the cubicle. She knocked on the door. Honey, would you like something? Ron immediately stood up, his eyes shining. One of each, please, with a slight pang of regret. He pulled a galleon from his pocket. His parents had given him pocket money for this trip to Egypt, and he had secretly saved some up. Finally, he could treat his friends to a meal. Ron bought a ton of snacks, chocolate frogs. Bertie bought every flavor beans pumpkin pie. Crucible cakes, the whole small table was piled high with them. Hermione reached for a pumpkin pie, but her gaze fell on Professor Lupin. The professor looked terrible. He was as pale as if he had just recovered from a serious illness, and his eyes were sunken. He looks like he needs something to eat. Hermione whispered. She stood up, walked over to Professor Lupin, and gently nudged his shoulder. Professor. Professor Lupin remained motionless. Hermione pushed again, making a louder noise. Professor Lupin, there was still no response. Ron, his mouth full of pumpkin cake, mumbled. He must be asleep. I mean, he's not dead, is he? Charlie gave him a speechless look. Aren't you afraid he'll hear you? What if he's like Snape? You'll be in big trouble. Ron realized his words might get him a beating. So he swallowed the food in his mouth and looked nervously at Professor Lupin. Fortunately, the professor remained silent. Ron breathed a sigh of relief and sat back down, this time eating much less loudly. The train continued its journey, and the rain outside the window grew heavier. Raindrops pounded against the window panes, making a dense, pattering sound. The sky grew darker, and the fields and forests that were once visible were now blurred into shadows. As time went by, the snacks from lunch were almost completely digested. The lights were turned on in the carriage, and the warm orange glow made the atmosphere a little cozier. Suddenly the train slowed down. Ron looked up. We should be there by now. I'm starving, snacks just can't fill me up. Hermione glanced at her watch and frowned. It's unlikely they've arrived yet. This is 2 hours earlier than usual. The train stopped. Harry was closest to the door, so he pushed it open and peeked out. Chaos reigned in the hallway. Students crowded around the doorway, chattering amongst themselves about what had happened. What happened? Ron stood up as well. The lights went out as soon as he finished speaking. The entire carriage was plunged into darkness in an instant. The noise in the corridor grew even more chaotic. Some people screamed, some were groping for something, and others bumped into the wall. What happened? Why are the lights off? Hey, Penelope, where are you? Are you okay? Let go, Percy, those are my feet. Hermione clung tightly to Crookshank, and the cat let out a low whimper, fluorescent flashing. Charlie's voice rang out in the darkness. A ball of silvery white light floated from the tip of his wand, hovering in the center of the compartment, while orange light illuminated the entire space. Ron hid behind Charlie, his face pale. Hermione also took out her wand and chanted a spell. Another ball of light shone, making the carriage brighter. But Hermione's light could not leave her wand. This made Hermione quite annoyed. How could you even come up with new tricks for the fluorescent charm? In the corridor outside the cubicle, students were lighting up their wands one after another. A few scattered lights appeared in the darkness, and the carriage finally felt less oppressive. Professor Lupin opened his eyes. He sat up straight, looking at the ball of light floating in the cubicle, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. Truly superb spellcasting skills. His voice was somewhat hoarse. Which college are you in? If you're still in school, I think I can give you extra points. Charlie turned his head, Hufflepuff. Professor Lupin nodded, and was about to say something when the sliding door to the cubicle was suddenly pushed open. A figure stood at the doorway. He was so tall he almost touched the ceiling, wearing a black cloak with a hood that covered his entire face. A hand extended from beneath the cloak, grayish-white, its skin withered and shriveled, clinging to the bone, covered in spots and wrinkles, like a dead man who had crawled out of his grave. Charlie gripped his wand tightly. Normally, school trains wouldn't have any problems, but this thing didn't look like a good person. Several similar figures were wandering in the corridor. Professor Lupin frowned. A Dementor. Why would it be on a train? The Dementor stood in the door, neither speaking nor moving. It slowly inhaled, emitting a chilling, gurgling sound. A bone-chilling cold instantly swept through the entire compartment, and even the car windows froze. Charlie felt as if the air had frozen. The temperature had plummeted, and his breath was filled with icy vapor. Hermione hugged Crookshanks tightly, and the cat let out a piercing hiss. Ron froze in his seat, his face pale. Harry sat on the outermost edge, closest to the thing. His face turned deathly pale, his lips turned purple, and his body began to tremble violently. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but couldn't utter a single word. His breathing was rapid and disordered, as if he were being choked. Professor Lupin jumped to his feet, his face filled with anxiety. He drew his wand, ready to save Harry, but at that moment, a silvery white light shone from beside him. Charlie raised his wand. Take protection. A beam of silvery white light burst forth from the tip of the wand, instantly filling the entire compartment. The light condensed and took shape, transforming into a divine dragon that hovered in the air. The dragon was several meters long, its scales shimmering in the silver light. its whiskers fluttering, its claws sharp, and its eyes exuding majesty. The Dementors at the doorway resembled snow exposed to the blazing sun. Their cloaks began to melt. The Dementor took a step back and let out a low growl. The dragon burst out of the cubicle and rushed straight down the corridor. The wandering figures in the corridor were all swallowed by the dragon, and the black cloaks vanished in the silver light, turning into wisps of black mist. The entire carriage erupted in gasps from the students. Within seconds, all those figures vanished. The dragon burst out of the train, circling in the dark sky, its silvery white light illuminating the entire expanse. The Dementors disappeared. The temperature inside the train rose, and the students crowded to the windows, gazing in awe at the sacred figure in the sky. What is that? Inside one of the cubicles, Ernie and Justin calmly withdrew their gazes, their faces full of disdain. "He's so naive." "That's Charlie's guardian charm." "What?" "The guardian charm is that powerful. I saw my dad use it. His guardian spirit was tiny." "It's okay, they're cute even when they're small." Seeing the shocked expressions on their classmates' faces in the carriage, Ernie and Justin felt a surge of secret satisfaction. Damn, so Charlie always enjoys showing off like this. Charlie's cubicle was very quiet. Professor Lupin stood there, wand still raised, his expression one of shock and disbelief. He turned his head and looked at Charlie. "What grade are you in?" "Third grade." Charlie calmly put away his wand. Professor Lupin fell silent, a third-grade student, able to unleash a guardian spirit of this level. These fully materialized guardian deities look as if they were real beings appearing right before your eyes. At this level, there are very few people in the entire magic world. Ron's voice trembled with tears. "Can you two stop talking?" Harry's fainted. Hermione snapped out of her daze, crouched down next to Harry, and reached out to touch his forehead. "My God, his skin is like ice." Professor Lupin strode over and knelt down to check on Harry. Ron was so anxious that he reached out and slapped Harry's face. "Harry, wake up, Harry!" Snap, snap, snap. Each slap was very loud. Harry suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes, his voice weak. "If you keep hitting me, I'm really going to faint." Ron's hand froze in midair, somewhat embarrassed. "You're awake." Ron helped Harry sit up and lean back in his seat, and Hermione quickly handed him a glass of water. Professor Lupin took a large piece of chocolate out of his pocket, broke it into several pieces, and distributed them to everyone. "Eat some, chocolate will make you feel better." Ron took the chocolate but didn't eat it. Instead, he asked Harry about it. "What happened to you just now?" Harry held the chocolate, his face still pale. "I heard someone screaming, and then I got a terrible headache." Ron was stunned. "Scream? I didn't hear anything." Hermione shook her head too. "I didn't hear it either." Professor Lupin sighed, his tone heavy. "No one screamed. It was the Dementors that reminded you of your deepest, most painful memories." Harry looked up, his eyes full of confusion. "What is a Dementor?" "The guards of Azkaban," Professor Lupin said. "They feed on human pleasure, and anyone who gets close to them will relive the worst memories of their life." Charlie was somewhat puzzled. "Then why are they on the trains?" Professor Lupin's expression grew even more grim. "It's probably to capture Sirius Black. It's on the orders of the Ministry of Magic." Charlie had thought the Ministry of Magic already had a fool like Umbridge, but he hadn't expected there to be another expert. This thing, clearly out of human control, was placed on the train without any oversight. "Whose subordinate is this? I wish to appoint him as Minister of Justice." Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the corridor and someone shouted, "Who is it? Who is obstructing the Ministry of Magic's enforcement of the law?" Charlie's face turned cold. Did the wind-stabilizing pearl really quell the yellow wind and protect the great sage from the wind? If he didn't have the strength to fight the Dementors, and if Professor Lupin hadn't been in the carriage, what would have happened to all the students, including himself? And now, people from the Ministry of Magic are still spouting nonsense outside. Professor Lupin noticed the danger in Charlie's eyes, and his eyelids twitched. Charlie's strength was evident from the guardian charm he just used. And young people don't know their own strengths. We mustn't let things escalate, so he stepped forward. I'll handle it. He pushed open the door and walked into the corridor, where two Aurors dressed in dark blue robes were standing. One of them held a wand in his hand, while the other was pushing open the doors of one cubicle after another to look inside. You should keep those Dementors in check, Professor Lupin said calmly. Let them run around. The Auror holding the wand turned around, looking Lupin up and down with a wary gaze. They only saw Lupin, an adult wizard, and naturally assumed that Lupin had cast the Patronus charm. So they warned him, we're on official business. Searching for Sirius Black is the Dementor's duty. You'd better release them. Lupin did not answer. His gaze fell on the door of another Auror that had been opened. Inside, a little witch was huddled in her seat, her face pale and her body trembling, clearly terrified by the Dementors. Summon the Dementors back, Lupin's tone hardened. There's no Sirius here. Only a group of students you almost killed. The Auror holding his wand sneered. Dementors don't attack people without reason. They are only interested in the guilty. There must be something wrong with your compartment. Another Auror walked over and reached out to push open the door to Charlie's compartment. Let us go in and check. Just as he finished speaking, a clicking sound suddenly came from outside the train. Vines crept in through the cracks in the car windows, growing wildly along the interior walls. And in the blink of an eye, they covered the entire ceiling of the corridor. The two Aurors' expressions changed instantly. What's this? Before he could finish speaking, the vines suddenly lashed down and wrapped around the wrist of the Auror who was holding the wand. Crushed to pieces, Auror unleashed a spell at the vines. But there were too many vines. For every one that was blasted off, 3 more immediately sprang up from the side. Another Auror drew his wand, but his ankle was already entangled in vines. The vines tightened and he lost his balance. Falling to the ground, let me go. The two struggled desperately, waving their wands wildly, but to little avail. They were wrapped up like dumplings by the vines and suspended in midair. The students in the corridor screamed and backed away. Crowding together, Lu Ping looked helpless. He turned his head and looked towards the door of the cubicle. With a guess in his mind, Charlie came out and said calmly, I don't think that's necessary. The two Aurors saw Charlie and realized that he was the one controlling the vines. It's you, the Auror in front struggled to shout. Do you know what you're doing? Attacking Ministry of Magic enforcement officers is a serious crime. Don't think you can get away with it just because you're a student. Another Auror spoke up urgently, don't go down the path of crime. It's not too late to stop, Charlie ignored them. Forget about crimes, might makes right. When Voldemort was at his most rampant, why didn't the Ministry of Magic convict him? Charlie raised his wand, and the vines dragged the two of them through the corridor, smashed open the carriage door, and threw them onto the muddy ground outside the train. The vines grew wildly on the ground, weaving into a sturdy cage that trapped the two of them inside. Didn't you think Dementors wouldn't hurt people? Charlie's voice was calm. He waved the dragon, which had been circling in the sky, suddenly swooped down and hovered above the carriage. Its mouth opened and plumes of black mist billowed out. The black mist settled on the ground, then reformed into figures clad in black robes. The Dementors staggered to their feet, shorter than before, their cloaks tattered as if chewed up and spat out. Professor Lu Ping was somewhat anxious. He shouted, calm down, don't be impulsive. Charlie didn't ignore the professor after Alan spoke up. I'm very calm now, they are law enforcement officers. Yet they disregarded the safety of these students on this bus. His tone was flat. Now we're just letting them experience the same thing. Professor, am I being unreasonable? Professor Lu Ping was speechless. The Dementors instinctively moved away from the carriage, but they were too weak and starving. Those grayish-white hands waved in the air, but in the end, they could only turn their gaze to the two Aurors in the cage. No, an Auror screamed. The Dementors whistled and swam toward the cage, their black cloaks unfurling in the air. The two Aurors' faces turned deathly pale instantly, and they frantically raised their wands. Take protection. A silvery white light emerged from the tip of the wand, barely coalescing into two blurry shapes, one like a dog and the other like a bird. But both were pitifully small. Drifting and swaying in the air, the Dementors pounced. The two orbs of light were steadily defeated by the overwhelming number of Dementors. At this moment, the train driver arrived after hearing the news and peeked out of the carriage to see what was happening. A cage woven from vines a weakened Dementor. And two pale-faced Aurors, the driver swallowed hard. What happened? Charlie looked away. It's all right, let's drive. The driver glanced at the two Aurors struggling in the cage. They didn't look like they were all right. But what could he do? He was just a driver. The driver wiped the sweat from his brow, turned around, and quickly walked back to the front of the car. Steam billowed out and the train slowly started moving. Professor Lupin stood in the corridor, looking out the window at the two Aurors who had been left behind. His expression somewhat complicated. Those two are still holding wands. They should be able to hold out until the Ministry of Magic sends someone to rescue them. Right, a round of applause erupted in the corridor. The students crowded around the car windows, excitedly discussing what had just happened. When the Dementors approached, they felt all their joy had been sucked away. Seeing the Aurors humiliated, they felt a great sense of satisfaction. Charlie went back to the cubicle and sat down. Harry looked much better. He had finished the chocolate in his hand. Hermione looked at Charlie with some concern. Will you get into trouble? Charlie leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. It's okay. Having already witnessed the Ministry of Magic's strength before, Charlie wasn't particularly concerned. While not exceptionally powerful, they were certainly no threat. When the train stopped at Hogsmeade Station, it was pouring rain outside. The rain pattered against the platform. Students crowded off the bus, and screams and complaints filled the air. Hagrid's voice rang out in the rain. First-year students, this way, follow me. He stood in the rain holding an oil lamp, looking like a small mountain. The first-year students followed behind him, walking towards the lake. Charlie pulled up his hood and walked down another muddy path. Dozens of carriages were parked there. As soon as the carriages were full, the black Thestrals spread their wings and pulled a carriage full of people to the school. As soon as Charlie arrived at the school gate, he saw two figures standing at the main entrance. The hood covered his face, and the black cloak fluttered in the rain. Dementors. Charlie narrowed his eyes slightly. They actually have this kind of thing at school. However, he didn't care. At Hogwarts, Dementors couldn't cause much trouble. The carriage stopped at the castle gate, and the students got off and ran through the puddles into the hall. Draco shook the rain off his hair, saw Harry get out of another carriage, and gave a disdainful smile. I heard you were scared unconscious by a Dementor pot. His voice was full of schadenfreude. I hope you weren't too scared when you passed by the door. Ron squeezed in, gritting his teeth. Get out of the way, Malfoy. Draco rolled his eyes. I'm not here to see you, what's it to you? He turned around and quickly caught up with Charlie. Harry's face flushed red. Ron grabbed his arm and whispered, ignore him, let's go. The stone steps were crowded with students, all eager to get into the castle to take shelter from the rain. Water dripped from the hood, and the soles of the shoes were covered in mud. Charlie walked up the steps and pushed open the oak door. The auditorium was brightly lit, and a warm breeze wafted through the air. Golden plates and goblets were already laid out on the long table. The ceiling reflected the storm outside, and lightning rolled through the clouds. The first-year students haven't arrived yet. Professor McGonagall stood at the Great Hall entrance, her voice cutting through the noisy crowd. Charlie, Harry. Hermione, come here. Charlie and Hermione remained calm, but Harry's heart was pounding. Professor McGonagall always made him feel like he had done something wrong, even when he hadn't done anything at all. The three followed Professor McGonagall down the long corridor to her office. Pushing open the door, Dumbledore was sitting inside. holding a lemon, Olive slowly peeling off the wrapper. Professor Lupin said you weren't feeling well on the train. Harry, Professor McGonagall began. Harry's face turned red instantly, everyone else was fine. But he fainted, which made him wish he could disappear into the ground. I'm fine, he quickly said. Professor Lupin gave me some chocolate. And I feel much better. Professor McGonagall frowned slightly, clearly not quite believing him. Should we admit her to the hospital for observation for a week? Mrs. Pomfrey has a bed available, no need. Harry almost jumped up. Really, Professor, I'm fine. He had already begun to imagine Malfoy's face in his mind. If he gets hospitalized for this reason, that guy will laugh at him for a whole year. Professor McGonagall saw that Harry was indeed all right. So she didn't insist any further, she turned around, looked at Charlie, and her expression immediately turned serious. Mr. White, how could you lock Aurors and Dementors together? Her voice was filled with annoyance. Luckily, the Ministry of Magic discovered them in time and rescued them. Those two Aurors were nearly brain-dead from the draining of energy when they were rescued. Charlie scoffed. What a pity the Dementors didn't kill them. Okay, I was wrong, I know. He gave perfunctory replies, but there was not a trace of remorse in his tone. Dumbledore stood there slightly lost in thought. Charlie didn't take away the two men's wands. He could have easily done so if he wanted to. So Charlie didn't intend to kill the two men. He just wanted to teach them a lesson. Dumbledore was well aware of this, so he didn't think Charlie had any major problems. This sharp and assertive attitude, this willingness to suffer no loss, reminded Dumbledore of his younger self. Professor Dumbledore, please say something. Professor McGonagall looked at him with a puzzled expression. Dumbledore looked up, pretending to have just come to his senses. Oh. The banquet should be starting soon, we should go attend it. Professor McGonagall was speechless. It was all this lousy headmaster's fault that the students were so unruly now. She sighed, turned to Charlie and Harry and said, You guys wait outside for a bit. I need to talk to Hermione about the class schedule. Charlie and Harry walked out of the office and stood in the hallway. A few minutes later, the office door opened. Hermione and the two professors came out. Hermione had a look of excitement on her face and seemed to be in a good mood. The group arrived at the auditorium together. The college orientation ceremony had already ended, and the freshmen were sitting at their respective college tables, their faces still showing tension and excitement. Charlie returned to the long table in Hufflepuff and had barely sat down when Ernie and Justin crowded around him. How is it? Ernie asked in a low voice. Did Professor McGonagall punish you? Justin was also very nervous. Those two Aurors at the Ministry of Magic were terrified by the Dementors. Will they cause you trouble? Charlie waved his hand. It's nothing. The professor was just asking about the situation. Ernie breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. Dumbledore stood up and walked to the front of the faculty seating area, his silvery white beard gleaming in the candlelight. The sounds in the auditorium gradually quieted down. Welcome back to Hogwarts, everyone. His voice was loud and clear, heard in every corner. Before the new school year begins, there are a few things I want to clarify with everyone. The auditorium was silent, everyone was watching him. First, for security reasons, the Ministry of Magic dispatched several Azkaban guards, Dementors, to guard the area around the school. Dumbledore's tone turned serious. They will remain at Hogwarts for some time, until Sirius Black is captured. The students' faces were not good. The experience on the train was still vivid in their minds. That bone-chilling cold was something no one wanted to experience again. Charlie sensed from Dumbledore's tone that he wasn't entirely satisfied with the Ministry of Magic's actions either. Dumbledore paused, then continued, I must warn you all. Dementors are extremely dangerous creatures. They make no distinction between prey and innocent, and they will not obey orders from anyone other than the Ministry of Magic. His gaze swept across the Great Hall, therefore. I hope everyone will not give them any excuse to hurt you. No one is allowed to leave the school without permission. or the consequences of encountering Dementors will be unimaginable. His voice became even sterner. We hope that the prefects and student council presidents of each college will ensure that students do not clash with Dementors. After explaining the serious matter, Dumbledore's expression softened. Secondly, I'm pleased to announce that we have 2 new teachers. He gestured towards the faculty section. First up is Professor Lupin. He readily agreed to teach defense against the dark arts. Sparse applause filled the hall, mostly coming from Gryffindor. Professor Lupin stood up and nodded to the students. His face remained pale, and the patches on his wizard's robes were particularly noticeable in the candlelight. He certainly did not look attractive. Many students were whispering among themselves. He doesn't seem very good. He's nowhere near as good as Lockhart. Come on, what's the use of just looking good? Lockhart is just a showpiece, isn't he? At this point, Charlie stood up and joined in the applause. Charlie felt that Professor Lupin's abilities were still unclear, but his performance on the train made him a truly competent and respectable teacher. When Charlie started clapping, the Hufflepuff students joined in, and the applause spread from the Hufflepuff tables, eventually filling the entire auditorium with thunderous applause. Professor Lupin was momentarily at a loss for words. He had never experienced such a warm welcome before, and he looked at Charlie with gratitude. Charlie nodded slightly to him. At that moment, Charlie felt a cold gaze. He turned his head and saw Snape staring at him with narrowed eyes. Charlie was puzzled. I didn't do anything to him. Did he find out I drew his little figure in my textbook? Dumbledore continued, in addition game field keeper. Rubius Hagrid has agreed to teach the magical creatures class. Our former teacher, Professor Kettleburn, retired last semester. Applause erupted in the auditorium again. Hagrid stood up so excited he almost overturned his chair. His face flushed and he waved to the students incessantly. Only those who know him understand how difficult this was. Hagrid had been burdened with a huge responsibility because of the locked room mystery. Hagrid's name was cleared only because of the Chamber of Secrets incident last year. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become a professor at Hogwarts. Several cheers erupted from Gryffindor, clearly indicating that Hagrid was quite popular among the students. Charlie suddenly realized why the textbook for this semester's Magical Creatures Protection class was so bizarre. If Hagrid had requested it, it wouldn't be surprising. When the applause subsided, Dumbledore raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Finally, the school added a new rule. His gaze swept across the hall, finally settling on the Hufflepuff table. Don't bring a sword, don't bring a sword. He repeated it twice. His tone serious. Our school does not support sword flying. Last semester, 3 students broke their legs because of sword flying. A burst of laughter filled the auditorium. As Dumbledore spoke, he glanced at Charlie the instigator. Charlie remained calm. What does this have to do with me? I didn't bring my flying sword, finally. Dumbledore raised his hands and said in a loud voice, "All right, that's all the important stuff. Let's begin the banquet." As soon as he finished speaking, all sorts of food appeared out of thin air on the long table: roast chicken, steak, mashed potatoes, meat, peas, various vegetable salads, and bread rolls. The tall glasses were filled with pumpkin juice and butterbeer. The rich aroma of meat and the juicy goodness make your mouth water. After the banquet, Charlie and the others returned to their dormitory. Hufflepuff's common room remained unchanged: a round table, a fireplace, and several portraits hanging on the walls. Charlie walked through the lounge and pushed open the door to the boys' dormitory. The suitcase was already placed beside his bed. He walked over, bent down, and opened it. A small, dark creature was crouching in the corner of the box, its back to him, looking withdrawn. Charlie reached out and poked its back. "Are you still angry?" The figure turned around. His black bean eyes filled with displeasure. It was Zhu Dai. Zhu Dai spat at Charlie, then turned around, his backside facing him. Charlie squatted down and advised, "Don't be angry. All I did was take you out of the box. Lying on top of gold every day, eating and drinking. What's so great about that, upon hearing this? Zhu Dai was so angry that his fur stood on end, it stood up. Pointed its paw at Charlie and squeaked incessantly. Every hair on its body seeming to curse. Charlie found its appearance somewhat amusing. He pulled a piece of pumpkin cake from his pocket and waved it in front of Zhu Dai. All right, all the gold is safely stored in the box. You won't be shortchanged when you go back for vacation. Here's some cake, you must be hungry. Zhu Dai stared at the pumpkin cake for a few seconds, but finally couldn't resist his rumbling stomach. He reached out and took the cake, then angrily started to gnaw on it the next morning. Ernie and Justin knocked on Charlie's bed curtains. Charlie, get up, Ernie's voice was urgent. The first class this morning is divination. Held at the top of the North Tower. It's quite a distance, so we need to leave early. Justin urged from the side. I heard from the upperclassmen that Professor Trelawney's classroom is hard to find. One upperclassman got lost for half an hour before finally finding it. Charlie lay in bed with his eyes closed, only stretching out one hand and waving at the two of them. Ernie and Justin exchanged a glance. Instantly understanding, fine, Ernie sighed. We'll head to the auditorium now, don't oversleep. After they finished speaking, the two left the dormitory, their footsteps gradually fading into the distance. Charlie rolled over and went back to sleep. Monday mornings in bed were always so inviting, making it impossible to leave. After an unknown amount of times, a rich fragrance wafted into my nose, *smack. With a soft sound, Billy the house elf teleported to the bedside, holding a silver platter with pan-fried lamb chops on it. The gravy glistened enticingly under the light, accompanied by golden brown roasted potatoes and a small dish of mint sauce. Billy prepared a delicious breakfast for the little wizard. Billy said proudly. Charlie opened his eyes, glanced at the plate and immediately sat up. Thank you, Billy. These words made Billy very excited. Charlie is truly the greatest wizard. Seeing Billy's excited expression, Charlie couldn't help but marvel at how amazing the wizard was, turning his house elf into a nuclear-powered donkey, where fuel consumption per 100 kilometers only required a word of praise. He took out his wand and cast a cleansing spell on himself. A refreshing feeling swept over my entire body. My hair was neat, the oiliness on my face was gone, and even the air in my mouth felt fresh. Charlie took the silver plate, forked a small lamb chop, and took a bite. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The meat is incredibly delicious, and it's absolutely amazing with mint sauce. After finishing breakfast, Charlie raised his wand. Phantom transition, a squeezing sensation came over him. And the next second, he was already on the corridor at the top of the North Tower. The corridor was narrow, and several portraits hung on the walls, all depicting figures dozing off. A strong, cloying incense aroma filled the air, so sweet it made you want to sneeze. Charlie had barely steadied himself when he heard panting heavily behind him. Finally, we've arrived. Ernie leaned against the wall, his face flushed red, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. Justin fared even worse, squatting on the ground, panting heavily, his school uniform soaked with sweat. The two looked up and saw Charlie standing at the end of the corridor. Looking relaxed, Ernie was stunned, Justin was stunned. No, Ernie pointed at Charlie, his words slurred. We got up so early, climbed so many stairs, and went through so much trouble to get here. How come you're still ahead of us? Charlie gave a wicked smile. If you're bad at it, practice more. Ernie and Justin were so angry they rolled their eyes. So do you know where the classroom is? Ernie pointed to the top of his head. Charlie looked up and saw a round trapdoor in the ceiling. The door panel was made of dark brown wood, with a bronze plaque inlaid on it bearing the words, Sybil Trelawney, divination teacher. Suddenly the trapdoor opened. A silver ladder was lowered from the ceiling, and the end of the ladder stopped right in front of the three people. Charlie climbed the ladder, and suddenly the view opened up before him. This is a round loft that has been transformed into the appearance of an old-fashioned tea house. The curtains were drawn tightly shut, and the entire room was enveloped in a hazy red light. In the center of the room were 20 small round tables, each covered with a dark red tablecloth, on which sat a teapot and cups. Ernie and Justin also climbed up, and the two stood at the top of the ladder looking around. "This doesn't look like a classroom at all," Justin said in a low voice. "Indeed. It's like a tarot room specifically designed to fool little girls." Charlie wholeheartedly agreed. Charlie found a table and sat down, with Ernie and Justin following closely behind him. After a while, the students had arrived, and footsteps could be heard from the shadows. A figure emerged from behind the curtain. She was unusually thin with countless necklace beads and pendants hanging from her slender neck. Jingling incessantly, she wore enormous glasses, the lenses as thick as the bottom of a bottle, making her eyes appear several times larger behind them, giving off a Happy Valley effect in those who saw her. Professor Trelawney stood in the center of the room, her voice wavering. "Welcome. It's so good to finally meet you in the material world. Please sit down, my children." The students all obediently sat down. "Welcome to divination class, but I must tell you, this is the most advanced of all magical disciplines. Without sufficient talent and a third eye, it is impossible to learn it under any circumstances." These words left Ernie and Justin stunned. What happened to the easy course? Were the upperclassmen lying? Professor Trelawney slowly walked to a table, picked up the teapot, poured a cup of tea for each student, and poured one for herself as well. "Drink, children." Her voice was ethereal. "Drink all the tea. Then shake the tea leaves 3 times with your left hand. Turn the cup upside down and let the tea drain completely. Then observe the tea leaves at the bottom." Charlie picked up his teacup and took a sip. The taste wasn't good, it was astringent, like tea that had been steeped overnight. Professor Trelawney paced back and forth in the classroom, her skirt trailing behind her and making a rustling sound on the floor. "The shape of tea leaves can tell you secrets to the future. Turn to page 5 of your book, Seeing the Future Through the Fog, and refer to the information above to interpret the shape of the tea leaves." The students opened their textbooks one after another. The pages were covered with all sorts of drawings, with their corresponding meanings labeled next to them. Ernie lifted the cup and examined the tea leaves at the bottom closely. "What can you tell from this?" he muttered to himself. Justin also went over to take a look, like a blob of mosaic. "You can say whatever you want about it at that moment." Professor Trelawney walked over to their table and took Ernie's teacup. She raised the glass and examined it closely under the hazy red light. His eyes were squinted behind his glasses, and his lips trembled slightly after a long while. She slowly put down her teacup, her expression becoming serious. "My child." Her voice was low as if Ernie were dying. "I saw something ominous." Ernie was stunned, unforeseen. His voice trembled slightly. "What's ominous?" Professor Trelawney closed her eyes, took a deep breath, as if sensing something unseen. "I saw blood," she said. "It flows from your body, soaking into the earth." Ernie's face turned deathly pale instantly. "What eye?" "I'll get hurt." Professor Trelawney opened her eyes, her gaze filled with sympathy. "Fate cannot be changed, my child," she sighed. "But you can try to avoid danger, remember. Don't go near sharp objects, don't go out at night, don't." Ernie trembled all over as he listened, and froze on the cushion. Justin was also quite startled, and he almost dropped his teacup. Charlie watched this scene and felt a strong sense of déjà vu. This looks just like the fortune tellers operating under an overpass. He talks about bloodshed and disaster all the time, and then adds a few words about losing money to avoid disaster. He's too familiar with this routine, he knows it too. Professor Trelawney put down Ernie's teacup, turned around, and looked at Charlie. "Child." She held up one finger, pointing at Charlie. "Let me see your teacup." Charlie shook his head and said solemnly, "Professor, I see your forehead is dark, your eyes and brows are fierce, and your complexion is stagnant. You will soon face a bloody disaster." Professor Trelawney was dumbfounded. These were all my words. Before the professor could react, Charlie snatched the teacup from his hand and glanced down at the tea leaves at the bottom. The tea leaves were piled up haphazardly, their shape completely obscured. But Charlie was quick-witted. He stared at the tea leaves for a few seconds, then looked up. His expression serious. "Professor, I see a bad omen." His voice was low and shrouded in mystery. Professor Trelawney paused for a moment, her eyes appearing even larger behind her glasses. "What signs?" Charlie pointed to the tea leaves at the bottom of the cup and said in a serious tone. "This shape, it looks like a pair of scissors. Scissors symbolize separation and hurt. And the tip of these scissors is pointing right here." He pointed to another spot where the tea leaves had dried up. "There's a drop of water here, water representing life. The knife tip pointing at the water signifies that life is threatened." Professor Trelawney's expression changed. Charlie continued, "Furthermore, next to this drop of water, there's a cross-shaped tea leaf. A cross represents medicine and aid. But this cross is upside down. An upside-down cross signifies a failed rescue." The room was deathly silent. All the students stopped what they were doing and stared at Charlie in disbelief. "Dude, you're really good at this." Professor Trelawney's hands trembled slightly, and her voice changed. You men." Charlie nodded, his expression grave. "Professor, you are in grave danger." "Oh then. What should I do?" Professor Trelawney panicked. His Majesty deceived the professor and scammed the elderly. Tyrant Points plus 10. Charlie was very satisfied. It seemed that the techniques he had learned to read girls' palms before were quite effective. Charlie looked at Professor Trelawney, whose face was deathly pale and whose expression was extremely serious. "Professor, don't be afraid." He took out a red crystal from his pocket and dangled it in the dim red light. "I happen to have a talisman here that can help you ward off misfortune." Zhu Dai found the crystal somewhere, and seeing that Charlie liked it, he readily handed it over to Charlie. "Zhu Dai, you @//." Professor Trelawney stared at the crystal and asked hopefully. "What's this?" Charlie said in a very serious tone. "This is a crystal amulet. It can ward off evil and bring good fortune. Wearing it will naturally avert any misfortune or bloodshed." Professor Trelawney reached out and took the crystal, examining it carefully in her hands. The crystal refracted a faint glow under red light, giving it a rather mysterious look. "How much?" she asked, looking up with a decisive tone. Charlie said with a pained expression, "This was originally made by some mysterious gypsies. I kept it for my own protection, but Professor, you really need it. All right, a flat price of 10 galleons. I'm reluctantly offering this to you. I wouldn't be offering it so cheaply if you weren't a professor." Without a word, Professor Trelawney took 10 gold coins from her pocket and handed them to Charlie, then immediately hung the crystal around her neck. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and relaxed completely. "Much better." Her voice was full of gratitude. "I can feel it, that ominous aura is dissipating. His Majesty sells fake amulets swindling money." Tyrant Points plus 10. Charlie pocketed the gold coins, feeling quite pleased with himself. The professor is really rich. Professor Trelawney turned around, looked at the class, and spoke in a much louder voice. "Mr. White's prediction is brilliant. His third eye is extremely powerful," she announced. Hufflepuff adds 20 points. Ernie and Justin exchanged a strange look. Others might not know, but don't they know? Charlie Bao is just fooling people. The bell rang, and the students packed up their things to leave. Ernie and Justin followed Charlie down the ladder. For the second half of the class, they imitated Charlie's wildly fabricated stories, and Professor Trelawney praised their talent. "So this isn't a divination class after all." Ernie muttered, "This is journalism." Justin wholeheartedly agreed. After their divination class, they had a spells class. Professor Flitwick taught them to practice the joy charm, and laughter frequently filled the classroom. Around noon, Charlie and the two men went to the auditorium for lunch. The auditorium was already full of students, and the long tables were laden with various foods. Harry had just walked past the Slytherin table when Draco immediately seized the opportunity. "Watch out, Potter," he shouted, faint again. "The Dementors at the school gate didn't scare you, did they?" After saying they even pretended to lean back, roll his eyes and stick out his tongue, as if a Dementor was sucking him in. The Slytherin students burst into laughter. Harry's face turned bright red and he clenched his fists. Ron was so angry he was about to rush over. But Hermione held him back. At that moment, Charlie walked into the auditorium. Harry saw him and immediately turned and walked toward the Hufflepuff table. Ron and Hermione followed closely behind. The three of them sat down next to Charlie. "Ignore him," Hermione said. "That's just how Draco is, always looking for trouble." "I know," Harry said in a muffled voice. "But what he said is true, I did faint." Ron stood up for Harry, he wasn't much better off. "Fred told me he was so scared he hid under the table. But he didn't faint, I was the only one who did. And in the divination class this morning, the professor predicted that the big black dog I saw was a sign of death. Oh damn life, if you're going to kill me, just do it already. Instead of torturing me like this." Gryffindor also has a divination class in the morning. But it's not the same class as Charlie's. Ron's tone became serious. "Did you really see any big black dog?" "I've seen it." Harry nodded. That night after leaving the Dursleys' house, Ron looked at Harry with a worried expression. "That's really dangerous, brother. Wizards often see ominous signs come true." Hermione frowned. "It might just be an ordinary stray dog," she said. "Don't believe too much in prophecies or signs of death." "That's all nonsense." Ron pursed his lips and whispered to Justin beside him. "I think it's because Professor Trelawney said she wasn't talented enough that she harbored resentment towards divination classes." Click. Hermione, expressionless, snapped the fries in her hand. Jenny, who was sitting next to them, heard their conversation and laughed. "Don't take Professor Trelawney's predictions too seriously." "Oh," she said. "She makes it a routine for her to say someone is about to die in every class. But her class is the easiest. You just have to make something up." Hermione looked smug upon hearing this and turned to look at Charlie. "You had a divination class today too?" she asked. "She must have predicted that one of you would die soon." "Right," Ernie chuckled twice. "Haha, some people were indeed predicted." Ron leaned closer curiously. "Who is it? Is it you or Justin?" Ernie shook his head and pointed at Charlie. "Charlie predicted that Professor Trelawney would die soon." Show-offs after lunch, Charlie, Ernie and Justin went outside the castle for their first lesson on protecting magical creatures. This lesson is for Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw together. Hagrid waited at the door of his hut, wearing a moleskin coat with bits of hay still clinging to it. His hunting dog Tooth lay at his feet, its tongue lolling out as it panted. "Is everyone here?" Hagrid's voice was loud, and he grinned broadly beneath his black beard. "I have something really interesting to show you today. Come with me." The students followed Hagrid across a meadow. The autumn wind was a bit chilly, and the leaves rustled underfoot. Hagrid led them to the outside of a small paddock. The paddock was enclosed by a wooden fence and was empty inside. "All right, everyone, gather around the fence." Hagrid waved his hand. "Then open your textbooks first." The students gathered around the fence, pulling out monster books from their bags. A Hufflepuff student raised his hand. "Professor, how do I open this?" Hagrid froze, his expression as if he had heard something unbelievable. The student held the book up. The monster book, bound like a crab with ropes, was still struggling and making cracking sounds. Hagrid's mouth opened, his eyes widened like saucers, his expression one of utter shock that someone couldn't understand calculus. "Does none of you know how to open your textbooks?" The students looked at each other, bewildered. "Should we even know how to do this? Isn't this the first lesson?" Charlie took the monster book out of his school bag. His book was very well-behavedly and quietly in his hand. Without moving at all, Hagrid's eyes immediately lit up. "Great, Charlie," he was so excited he almost jumped up. "Hufflepuff plus 10 points. Come on, let me show you how to open it. I usually let it move on its own." Charlie narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the monster book open. The monster book trembled. its pages turning by themselves and lying open in Charlie's hands. This time Hagrid was dumbfounded. This. Hagrid scratched his head. This. He glanced at Charlie then at the book in his hand. His expression a complex mix of emotions, however. Remembering that it was Charlie quickly felt relieved. After all, Charlie can even tame dragons. So what's a book to him, ahem? Hagrid cleared his throat and quickly stopped several eager students. Don't follow his example, that's not the normal way. He took the bound monster book from a student and skillfully untied the ropes. Watch closely, Hagrid said. You need to use your index finger, yes, that finger, to stroke down the spine of the book. He extended his thick index finger and gently stroked the spine of the book. The monster book immediately quieted down, its pages unfolding and lying obediently in his hand. See that? Hagrid held up the book for everyone to see. That's it, they're actually quite docile. As long as you know how to treat them. The students all did as instructed. Some succeeded and the book opened obediently. Others moved too hard and got bitten by the book, wincing in pain as they shook their hands. Justin succeeded after several attempts, and he breathed a sigh of relief, Ernie in the other hand. Got it done in one go and looked quite pleased with himself. Once everyone had opened their textbooks, Hagrid nodded in satisfaction. Very good, he said. I'll go bring the magical creatures over now. You all wait here. After saying that, he strode into the depths of the woods. Ernie watched Hagrid's retreating figure and lowered his voice to Charlie. I don't really think he's reliable, Charlie nodded. Then you were absolutely right. A little while later, a dozen or so animals trotted toward them. Charlie's eyes lit up. These creatures have the bodies, hind legs and tails of horse, but their foreleg swings, and heads resemble those of eagles. Their steel-like beaks gleam coldly in the sunlight, and their sharp claws pound the grass with ferocity. Charlie stared at them for a few seconds, a question popping into his mind: had the eagle gone astray? Or had the horse cheated? But to be honest, he is quite handsome, see that? Hagrid's voice boomed. These are hippogriffs. Aren't they beautiful, except for Charlie? The other students tacitly took a step back. Justin swallowed hard, staring at the bird's beak, which was several tens of centimeters long, his face turning pale. If it weren't for the fact that that thing could peck right through a forehead, it would actually be quite beautiful. Today's lesson. Hagrid's eyes lit up with excitement. It's about making friends with hippogriffs. The students took another step back. I don't want to feed the eagles, Justin's voice trembled. Or should I say feed the horses? Whatever, I don't want to feed that stuff. Ernie nodded repeatedly. I also think it's better not to. Hagrid's expression froze, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Nobody wants to come up and try it, they are very friendly. He looked around and found that only Charlie was still standing there. Charlie, his eyes pleaded. Please come up here and demonstrate for everyone. Charlie shrugged and stepped forward. Hagrid quickly said, the hippogriff is very proud. It will get angry if it feels insulted. Charlie raised an eyebrow. That's quite a fiery personality. Such a spirited horse is simply the perfect royal mount. Hagrid picked one from the group of winged beasts and led it to Charlie. This is Buckbeak. Buckbeak stood there, his orange-yellow eyes staring coldly at Charlie. There was another dog next to it, which seemed restless as it watched Buckbeak being led away, constantly pawing at the ground with its paws. The two look like a pair. You must bow to Buckbeak first, Hagrid said. If it bows too, you can go and touch it, remember. The bow must be deep enough. Otherwise it will feel disrespected. Charlie stood motionless in front of Buckbeak. Bow. Should I avoid its sharp edge? He stared coldly at Buckbeak. Buckbeak stared at Charlie, a hint of displeasure flashing in its orange-yellow eyes. It opened its beak and let out a sharp cry. The atmosphere gradually froze. Buckbeak's feathers stood on end, and its wings spread slightly, revealing an attack posture. Charlie, Hagrid was getting anxious. Bow. Just then Buckbeak's prey rushed up, stood next to Buckbeak, dug deep furrows in the ground with its claws, and glared angrily at Charlie. Two winged beasts. One in front of the other emitted low, threatening growls from their beaks. Charlie narrowed his eyes slightly. Don't like hard food. That's because it's not hard enough. He suddenly unleashed the power of a king. An invisible pressure erupted from Charlie, like an unseen giant wave, crashing heavily onto the two winged beasts. Buckbeak's eyes widened instantly, fear flashing in its orange-yellow pupils. Its legs buckled and it collapsed to the ground, its wings drooping limply at its sides. Its victim was in an even worse situation. His whole body was lying face down on the ground, his head pressed tightly against the grass. And he was trembling all over. Hagrid stood frozen in place, while the students watching stared wide-eyed. Charlie stepped forward. Buckbeak still had resentment in its eyes and let out a weak chirp. But its prey had completely submitted and didn't dare to raise its head. Charlie rode directly onto its target. The winged beast trembled as it stood up, its wings spreading. The wind whistled in my ears. Charlie grabbed the winged beast's feathers and soared into the air. The ground receded rapidly, and the castle's spires grew smaller in view. He soared through the sky, his long robe fluttering in the wind from above. Hogwarts looks like an exquisite model, with the students appearing as tiny dots. But flying was nothing new to Charlie. So he patted the winged beast on the neck. Go down. The winged beast obediently swooped down, folded its wings, and landed smoothly on the ground. Charlie got off its back. Buckbeak had already stood up, but fear was evident in his eyes and his head was bowed, not daring to look at Charlie. What's with this feeling of déjà vu that the husband is currently experiencing? Charlie dismounted from the winged beast's back, and Hagrid immediately rushed over, his face flushed with excitement. Fantastic, Charlie. Hufflepuff, another 10 points. His voice boomed, echoing throughout the paddock. You did a fantastic job. Hagrid turned around and looked at the other students, his eyes full of anticipation. Come on, everyone, give it a try. He waved his thick arms. But don't follow Charlie's example. He's different. As long as you respect them and bow, they will let you near. The students looked at each other, none of them daring to step forward. Ernie swallowed hard and looked at Justin. How about we give it a try? Justin's face paled slightly, but he still nodded. Charlie's already up there, so there shouldn't be any problems. The two walked to the edge of the paddock, and Hagrid's smile widened. Excellent. Hufflepuff students are very brave. Hagrid picked two winged beasts from the herd and led them to the two men. Remember, bow deeply enough, Hagrid said. Show your sincerity. Ernie stood before the winged beast, took a deep breath and bowed deeply. The winged beast stared at him for a few seconds, blinked its orange-yellow eyes and then lowered its head, its wings slightly folded. Ernie breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to stroke its feathers. The feathers were softer than I had imagined, and carried a warm scent. I did it. Ernie turned around excitedly. Justin followed suit and bowed. The winged beast hesitated for a moment, but eventually lowered its head as well. Justin gently stroked its neck, and his tense shoulders finally relaxed. It feels all right, he said softly. Hagrid clapped his hands, his smile stretching almost to his ears. Seeing their success, the other students became bolder and stepped forward to try it themselves. The hunting grounds gradually became lively, with students bowing cautiously and the winged beasts bowing their heads in response. Occasionally, someone's bow wasn't deep enough and was ignored by the winged beasts, but Hagrid would remind them and make them do it again. Charlie stood aside, arms crossed, watching the spectacle. Just then, a Ravenclaw student walked over. His name is Anthony. He's not tall, but he has a fierce, indomitable spirit in his eyes. Anthony stared at Charlie, then glanced at the winged beast Charlie had just ridden, and curled his lip. Why doesn't he have to bow? He muttered to himself. The classmate next to him tugged at his sleeve. Don't do anything reckless. Professor Hagrid just said you must bow. Anthony shook off his classmate's hand. So what? Charlie doesn't have to bow. Why can't I? He strode up to Buckbeak, held high hands in his pockets. Hagrid noticed him and quickly came over. "Hey Anthony, don't stand in front of Buckbeak like that." Anthony ignored him, simply staring coldly at Buckbeak. Buckbeak narrowed his eyes, a hint of displeasure flashing in his orange-yellow pupils. "Forget about that monster, but who are you, little cookie?" It raised its wings and emitted a low warning growl from its beak. "Anthony, bow quickly," Hagrid's voice was urgent. Anthony didn't move, he even took a step forward. Buckbeak was furious. Wasn't this bullying the honest bird? It suddenly spread its wings, its feathers standing on end. Opened its beaklet out a sharp cry and pounced. Anthony's face changed drastically, and he screamed in alarm. At the critical moment, Hagrid rushed forward. He blocked Anthony's path with his thick arm, while Buckbeak's claws gripped his sleeve, but only managed to tear the fabric. "Buckbeak, stop." Hagrid yelled. Buckbeak stopped moving. Its wings slightly folded, but its eyes were still full of anger. Hagrid, panting heavily, turned to look at Anthony. "Are you all right?" Anthony collapsed to the ground, his face ashen and his body trembling. The students who were watching were all terrified. "This monster is too dangerous," a Ravenclaw girl whispered. "We shouldn't be taking this kind of class." "Exactly, what if they get hurt?" another boy chimed in. Ernie frowned. It was clearly his own fault for not listening to advice. Justin nodded. Professor Hagrid told him to bow, but he wouldn't listen. "Who does he think he is?" Charlie looked at the chaos in the paddock, somewhat puzzled. The hippogriff was just a docile little animal to him, but it was not to an ordinary student. Is the course on protecting fantastic creatures really that hardcore? The very first lesson is packed with exciting material. He walked up to Hagrid and lowered his voice, asking Hagrid, "Are you sure the first lesson of 3rd grade is about hippogriffs?" Hagrid hesitated, his gaze darting away, and stammered, "I guess maybe yes." Charlie raised an eyebrow. His expression practically screamed that I was lying. Hagrid scratched his unkempt black beard, his voice trailing off. "Well, actually not. But I think Buckbeak would be more interesting." Charlie chuckled twice. "It's quite amusing to tear a student in half." "No way," Hagrid retorted immediately. "They won't hurt you, really. They'll be very docile as long as you respect them." Ernie, who was flipping through his textbook, suddenly spoke up. "The hippogriff is a level XXX magical creature. While this type of creature does not pose a serious threat to experienced wizards, it should be treated with caution," Justin said in horror. "We're probably not experienced wizards. Thankfully, it didn't attack me." Charlie looked at Hagrid and said jokingly, "I don't think the XXX level is interesting enough. You need to get one of the XXXXX level. That would be much more interesting." Hagrid's eyes lit up instantly, his black beetle-like eyes gleaming beneath his hair. "Oh, really?" he exclaimed excitedly, his voice rising 8 octaves. "I think so too. To be honest, I actually want to bring Aragog here." Charlie was stunned. "Who is Aragog?" Hagrid's expression froze. He realized he had let something slip. It's nothing." He quickly waved his hand, his voice becoming indistinct. "It's just an old friend." Charlie stared at Hagrid and probed. "A level 5X magical creature." Hagrid's eyes darted around. "I remember Fudge mentioned before that you kept a giant A-tide spider." Right, Hagrid was covered in sweat. "Is Aragog the A-tide giant spider?" Hagrid fled in panic, rushing to comfort the frightened students. His Majesty instigated the professor to carry out a terrorist attack in the castle. Tyrant Points +20. Charlie, bro, don't mess around. In the end, Hagrid never told Charlie who Aragog was. He kept his distance from Charlie after class. They returned to the Great Hall where Harry, Ron, and Hermione had also just finished their lessons. The three sat at the Gryffindor table, with Ron slumped over it, looking completely drained of energy. Harry wasn't much better off. He had dark circles under his eyes. "I can't hold on much longer," Ron said, his voice muffled. "After adding elective courses, it feels like I have more classes in one day than I did in 2 days before." Hermione, sitting opposite them, was flipping through a thick textbook and said without looking up, "You're just not used to it yet. You'll get used to it in a few days." Ron looked up at her with a resentful gaze. "You actually chose all the elective courses. I can't even imagine how tiring that must have been." Hermione rolled her eyes and ignored him. Ron picked up Hermione's class schedule from the table, glanced at it and froze. Muggle studies. Arithmetic, divination, ancient rune studies. His voice sounded incredulous. "These 3 courses are all scheduled together. How can you possibly be in 3 different classrooms at the same time?" Hermione showed no intention of explaining, simply stating, "Of course I won't be in 3 classrooms at the same time. I've already discussed the teaching methods with the professor." "And you, hey Charlie, good evening." Hermione greeted Charlie, interrupting Ron. Charlie went into the auditorium and sat down next to them. "Good evening," Ron, undeterred, turned and asked again. "Hermione, how exactly do you attend classes? No matter how full my schedule is, I can still finish all my classes. Why are you worrying about it?" Hermione's voice was fierce. "This is none of your business, I've already told you. I've discussed the class arrangements with the professor." Ron froze, opened his mouth, and finally picked up a chicken leg with a pitiful expression. Took a big bite and muttered something. "Fine, don't talk then, why are you being so fierce?" At this point Charlie said, "Actually, I'm quite curious too. How do you conduct your classes?" Hermione hesitated for a moment, then quietly moved closer to Charlie and whispered, "Actually, Professor McGonagall gave me a prop." Ron suddenly felt his nose turn very red. He had been asking her questions for a while, and Hermione seemed unwilling to answer. But now that Charlie had asked her, she was willing to tell him everything. "What kind of differential treatment is this?" "The Joker in a deck of cards, he stands guard in the circus." He took a bite of the chicken leg in a sullen voice. Feeling a bit aggrieved, Charlie continued, "What prop?" Hermione looked around to make sure no one was watching, then pulled an hourglass from her robes, which was hanging from a gold necklace. She covered it with her hand and whispered, "It's this time converter every time I finish a class. I use it to go back to before that class and go to the next class." Harry and Ron both widened their eyes. "What?" Ron nearly jumped off his stool, his voice rising abruptly, drawing the attention of several students nearby. Hermione quickly stuffed the hourglass back into her robes, glaring at Ron through gritted teeth. "Keep your voice down. Otherwise they wouldn't have told him." He almost made the whole school aware of it. Ron immediately covered his mouth, but his eyes were still wide open like saucers. Harry was also incredibly surprised and asked in disbelief, "So you went back in time?" Hermione nodded. "That's about it." Charlie stared at the hourglass for a few seconds, his mind racing. There must be many restrictions on magic related to time. Hermione nodded immediately, her tone becoming serious. "Professor McGonagall told me that the time turner cannot change what has already happened, and can only go back 5 hours otherwise. A serious time accident might occur. Furthermore, once back in time, one cannot appear before their past self. Otherwise, unpredictable situations will arise." Charlie pondered to himself. "It seems this isn't about becoming your past self, but rather your physical body traveling back to the past, creating 2 versions of yourself within that past timeline. Time travel doesn't seem very meaningful. It can't change the past, and it carries the risk of being discovered and causing unforeseen consequences." Hermione said seriously, "The time turner can only be borrowed with the approval of the Ministry of Magic. Professor McGonagall told me not to tell anyone. So you mustn't utter a word." Charlie certainly had no interest in going around telling everyone. But Ron with his big mouth might be a different story. Hermione realized this too, and she glared sharply at Ron. "If you dare tell anyone, you'll be doing your own homework this semester. I swear I will keep this a secret." Ron immediately raised his right hand, his expression utterly sincere. Without Hermione's tutoring, those assignments and papers would have been incomprehensible. On the next day, The first lesson for Gryffindor and Slytherin was the lesson on protecting magical creatures. It was the same fence, but this time Hagrid clearly had more experience. He stood by the fence and said in a loud voice, "Everyone, take out your monster books." The students pulled out their monster books, which were tightly bound with rope from their school bags. Remember, use your index finger to stroke down the spine of the book. Hagrid demonstrated they will quiet down. The students did as instructed, and the monster book indeed behaved. Hagrid nodded in satisfaction. "All right, you all wait here. I'll go bring today's magical creatures." After saying that, he strode into the depths of the woods. As soon as Hagrid left, Draco yelled at the top of his lungs, "What an idiot! How can such a moron be allowed to teach at school?" He raised his voice deliberately, making sure everyone around could hear him. "When my dad finds out, he'll definitely fire him." Harry whirled around, his eyes blazing. "Shut up, Malfoy." He didn't want Malfoy to disrupt Hagrid's classes. Draco rolled his eyes at Harry, shook his head, and mimicked Harry's speech in a sarcastic tone. "Shut up, Malfoy, you should worry about yourself, Pot. Don't get scared by the Dementors again." Harry really wanted to punch him in the arrogant face. The surrounding Slytherin students burst into laughter. Gore stood to the side, somewhat curious. "What kind of animal will that big oaf bring?" Draco scoffed. "He already had a lesson yesterday. About some kind of hippogriff, honestly. Those things are pretty stupid. I had to bow to them." He raised his chin, his face full of disdain. "Let whoever wants to do it, I'm not doing it." A Slytherin student immediately started jeering. "Well done, Draco. I heard Charlie didn't bow yesterday either." Draco's expression grew even more smug, and he raised his chin even higher. "Charlie didn't bow, and neither did I equals Charlie, so I win," he said arrogantly. "Just you wait. I'll give that B*** D a taste of his own medicine as soon as I get up there." Ron muttered to himself, "He's just a megalomaniac." Just then, a rustling sound came from deep within the woods. Hagrid appeared, followed by a dozen or so furry creatures. Those things were enormous, each one as big as a small elephant. 8 thick legs moved on the ground with dull thuds. Its entire body was covered in black fur, which gleamed eerily in the sunlight. The most terrifying thing about them is their eyes, 8 eyes, densely packed on their heads like black beads, coldly staring ahead. Ron's face turned deathly pale and he froze on the spot. Draco wanted to slap himself. Hagrid smiled and waved. "Don't be afraid, everyone. This is an 8-eyed giant spider. Come and say hello." The students were so frightened they dared not move. Ron was especially terrified and wanted nothing more than to run away. The giant 8-eyed spider's black hairs glistened in the sunlight, and its 8 eyes stared intently at the students, as if selecting their dinner. Harry swallowed hard and turned to look at Draco. "Hey, Malfoy, weren't you going to go up there and give it a hard time?" Harry's words weren't particularly hurtful, but they were incredibly insulting. Draco's face flushed red and then paled. His lips trembled slightly and he glared at Harry. Harry glared back, not to be outdone. Goyle and Crabbe stood behind Draco, their faces also looking rather grim. If Draco hadn't been still standing there, they would have turned and run away immediately. Hagrid noticed the students' fear and some of their panicked shouts. "Don't be afraid, everyone. They are very docile, really. As long as you don't provoke them, they won't hurt you." Ron's lips trembled as he muttered to himself. "Meek my foot." Hagrid pulled a large basket from behind him, filled with cut pieces of meat. "Come on, everyone, come closer." Hagrid waved, gesturing for the students to move forward. "As long as you feed the 8-eyed giant spiders meat, they won't hurt you anymore." The students looked at each other, none of them daring to move. Hagrid looked at the crowd, somewhat bewildered. "Give them a try, they're really friendly." Harry took a deep breath and, stilling himself, took a step forward. Ron immediately grabbed his sleeve. "Are you crazy? That's an 8-eyed giant spider, it eats people." Harry gritted his teeth. "Hagrid wouldn't harm us. He broke free from Ron's grasp, walked to the basket, and picked up a piece of meat. The meat was wet and warm to the touch, and Harry's hands trembled slightly. He walked up to the nearest eight-eyed giant spider, reached out his hand and handed it the piece of meat. The 8 eyes of the giant spider stared intently at Harry, then slowly opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs. Harry's heart pounded, and his hands trembled even more violently. The giant 8-eyed spider poked its head out, snatched the piece of meat with its fangs, then stepped back and began to chew. Hagrid was so happy he almost jumped for joy. "That's right, exactly," he clapped his hands excitedly. 10 points for Gryffindor. Harry did a fantastic job. Harry breathed a sigh of relief and turned to walk back into the crowd. Hagrid looked around. "Come on, everyone, give it a try." Harry turned his head and stared at Draco. "What, Malfoy?" His voice was defiant. "Where's your show of force?" He had already successfully fed the 8-eyed giant spider and was now in an untargetable state. So he went straight in for a close-range attack. Draco's expression changed. The surrounding Gryffindor students all looked over, and Ron even spoke up directly. "Yeah, weren't you saying all that just now?" Draco gritted his teeth, his gaze sweeping over the 8-eyed giant spiders, then looking at the people around him. He was in a difficult situation. If he backs down now, then what he just said will become a joke. Besides, Harry's already gone in. How could he possibly back down? Draco took a deep breath, steeled himself, walked to the basket and picked up a piece of meat. He walked up to the nearest 8-eyed giant spider, and all 8 eyes stared at him. Draco obediently extended his hand and handed over the piece of meat. If there were winged beasts, he would dare disobey Hagrid and provoke them. But facing the 8-eyed spider, he dared not be disobedient in the slightest. The 8-eyed giant spider opened its mouth, snatched the piece of meat and chewed it. Hagrid nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, Draco. Slytherin 10 points. He turned around and began to greet the other students. "Come on, everyone, give it a try." Just then, seeing that Hagrid's attention was elsewhere, the 8-eyed giant spider's eyes flashed with a cunning glint, and it made a clicking sound. "Fresh human flesh. Let me eat you." Draco's body stiffened. "Dad." Charlie had no idea about what was happening in the magical creatures class. This morning's lesson was transfiguration. Professor McGonagall stood on the podium, wand in hand, demonstrating how to turn a teapot into a turtle. Her movements were swift and precise. The wand traced an arc in the air, and the teapot instantly transformed into a small turtle with its head tucked in. "Remember, keep your wrists steady when casting the spell," Professor McGonagall said sternly. "Don't use too much force, otherwise uncontrollable changes may occur." The students all took out their wands and began to try. This was a piece of cake for Charlie. He had already mastered it with a couple of casual waves. The teapot transformed into a tortoise, and then he began to drift off into daydreams, listening to the system notification that the Tyrant Points were increasing. Professor McGonagall ignored him. After all, Charlie's level far exceeded the content of this lesson, and he wouldn't gain anything by paying attention. When the bell rang, the students packed up their things and left the classroom. Charlie walked to the podium with his paper. This is the paper on the magical creatures animagus that Professor McGonagall assigned last semester. Hermione finished it during the holidays and handed it to Charlie on the first day of school. "Professor, here is the paper you requested." He handed over the parchments. Professor McGonagall took the paper, her eyebrows slightly raised. "You finished writing so quickly. For a groundbreaking paper, spending a year or even several years is not excessive." But Charlie finished writing it in just a few months, which greatly surprised Professor McGonagall. "Yes." Charlie nodded, then added, "However, Hermione provided a lot of help with this paper. She is the second author." Professor McGonagall looked somewhat surprised. She opened the paper and began to skim through it. The further she looked down, the more obvious the surprise in her eyes became. The paper has a clear structure, sufficient evidence, and even cites many ancient documents, well written. Professor McGonagall closed the paper, her tone tinged with satisfaction. I will check it carefully and make some revisions. If it passes, I will send the paper to today's metamorphosis. Charlie nodded. This was all in line with the process of writing a thesis. Just then, the classroom door was suddenly pushed open. Filch burst in, panting, his steps hurried, his face flushed. Looking very anxious, he walked over to Professor McGonagall, leaned down, and whispered something in her ear. Professor McGonagall's expression changed instantly. She stood up abruptly, her voice rising. Hagrid actually allowed his students to come into contact with the eight-eyed giant spider. Why would he do that? Charlie's lips twitched. Hagrid actually did that. He stood in front of the podium, his eyes fixed straight ahead, silently repeating to himself, "It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me." Professor McGonagall grabbed her wand and hurried toward the door. She walked quickly, her long robe billowing behind her, looking like she was in for a busy day. Charlie was curious about what had happened, so he turned and walked towards the auditorium. Harry and the others should be out of class by now. Go ask them what happened, pushing open the Great Hall doors. I saw Harry and Ron laughing so hard they were doubled over. Ron was laughing so hard tears were almost streaming down his face, while Harry was clutching his stomach, practically slumped over the table. Hermione isn't here, she must have gone to her next class. Draco sat at the Slytherin table, his face ashen and his lips pressed into a thin line. Gore and Crabbe sat beside him, staring at each other, neither daring to speak. Charlie walked to the long table in Gryffindor, pulled out a chair and sat down. What happened? He asked. Ron looked up, a smile still on his face. That's such a shame, Charlie, didn't you see? Draco was so scared of the giant spider that he cried for his father. He mimicked Draco's tone, shouted exaggeratedly, and then burst into wild laughter. Charlie raised an eyebrow and looked at Draco. Draco's face darkened further. Charlie was someone he had been trying his best to win over. If Charlie thought he was a good-for-nothing who could only call him dad, he would lose all face. He jumped to his feet, pointing at Harry and Ron. Shut up, Poot Weasley, but the two laughed even harder, treating his threat like it was nothing. Draco gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. He was also puzzled. The giant eight-eyed spider had clearly spoken, saying it wanted to eat him, but no one around seemed to have heard it. Was it just a hallucination? In any case, he absolutely did not want to lose face in front of Charlie because of Harry. Being ridiculed at this point is inevitable, so you need to find someone even more embarrassing than yourself to be the target of ridicule, so that you won't seem so ashamed. Get cocky, Pod. Draco's voice was icy. At least I didn't faint from fright like you did from the Dementors. Harry's smile froze for a moment, but he immediately retorted defiantly, even if I faint, it's better than someone crying and calling for their father. You're more shameful, you're the most useless person. Well, you're trash. Charlie rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Were these elementary school kids bickering before long? The two seemed to have gotten tired of bickering and gradually stopped. But after resting for a while, Draco was still not satisfied and continued. I will definitely tell my dad about this and have the school board expel Hagrid. Harry's anger was ignited by those words. You're just a daddy's boy. You're good for nothing except your father. Draco's expression twisted for a moment, but he quickly resumed his cold smile. Daddy's boy. It's better than not having a father at all. This made Harry clench his fists in anger, his eyes blazing with fury, wishing he could punch Draco to death. Charlie looked at Draco in surprise. Ever since I scolded him, this kid seems to have had a change of heart. His tongue has become sharper. Ron jumped to his feet, pointed at Draco and yelled, "Shut up, Malfoy." Draco laughed even harder, crossing his arms and tilting his head slightly back. As if it were me, I would personally capture my enemy and exact revenge, instead of hiding in the castle all day. Ron stared at Draco like he was an idiot and opened his mouth. What are you saying? His voice was full of confusion. Everyone knows your family are Void's lackeys. And Harry has already avenged himself who defeated Void. Draco let out a sneer, a hint of smugness flashing in his eyes. So you guys didn't know that? Harry frowned, his anger intensifying. Are you stupid? Malfoy, what nonsense are you spouting? Draco, however, showed no anger, instead smiled enigmatically. The more anxious the other person became, the less he wanted to talk. But he overlooked the fact that there was another person on the field whose curiosity had been piqued by him. Charlie frowned. If you keep keeping me in suspense, believe me, I'll make sure you actually become food for the A-tide giant spider. Draco's smile froze for a moment, his neck shrank back. But he finally spoke up obediently. Because of Sirius Black's leak, a mysterious person killed Harry's parents. So Harry's real enemy is Sirius Black, a fugitive from the Ministry of Magic. Upon hearing this, Harry froze on the spot. Charlie was also somewhat surprised, not expecting that Sirius Black and Harry had this kind of relationship. Ron demanded, what evidence do you have? Draco rolled his eyes at him. Do you think everyone's family is like yours? So poor they don't know anything, Draco was mocking Ron. The Weasleys actually knew but didn't want to tell Harry, fearing he would seek revenge. Ron's face flushed instantly, and he opened his mouth to retort but couldn't utter a word. You can criticize the Malfoys for their poor character, but you can't say they're incompetent. Knowing this kind of information is incredibly easy for them. Draco turned to look at Harry, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Honestly, if it were me, I would have gone out to find him long ago, unlike you. Still hiding in school, waiting for the Dementors to drag him back to Azkaban. Harry ignored his taunts and stared intently at Draco. You're saying Sirius leaked information. Could it be that he was in cahoots with my father? Draco glanced at Charlie, and seeing that he was also looking at him, he dropped his mocking expression and became unusually serious. I don't know the specifics, but what I do know is that Sirius betrayed your parents. Harry's fists clenched so tightly they cracked. His knuckles turning white, his chest heaved violently. His breathing became rapid, and his eyes blazed with intense anger. Charlie pondered for a moment. Grandma White can only be truly safe once Sirius is eliminated. He lowered his voice and leaned closer to Harry. Want revenge? Harry turned his head sharply, his eyes bloodshot, and nodded emphatically. Charlie's lips curled into a slight smile. Then this weekend, let's go to Hogsmeade. Listen to me. After leaving the Great Hall, the next class is Defense Against the Dark Arts, which Hufflepuff attends with Gryffindor in the corridor. Harry followed Charlie, seemingly wanting to say something but holding back. He opened his mouth several times but ultimately held back. There were still several days left in the weekend. Asking now would be pointless. Ron noticed Harry's expression and whispered, don't worry. Charlie's got a plan. Harry nodded but his brow remained furrowed. Draco's words were like a thorn stuck in his heart, impossible to remove just then. Hurried footsteps came from the end of the corridor. Hermione came running up, and her cheeks flushed, beads of sweat on her forehead, and her robes slightly disheveled. Wait for me. Hermione gasped for breath, finally managing to squeeze into the line. Charlie glanced at her and asked, just got out of class? Hermione nodded, took a few deep breaths, and finally calmed down. The arithmetic divination professor talked for so long, I almost couldn't keep up. Charlie marveled, this is a real spinning top. It spins non-stop all day long. Hermione pulled a thick book, Defense Against the Dark Arts, from her bag and flipped through it as she walked. The group arrived at the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom and went inside. The classroom was already quite full of students, with Gryffindor and Hufflepuff students seated on either side. Charlie found a seat by the window, and Ernie and Justin sat down next to him. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat in the front row. The school bell rang, but the teacher's desk was empty. The students began to whisper among themselves. Why hasn't the professor arrived yet? Just then, the classroom door was pushed open. Professor Lupin walked in carrying a worn-out briefcase. His robe was still tattered, but his complexion was much better than on the first day of school. His eyes had regained some sparkle, and he no longer walked with such fatigue. It seems the food at Hogwarts is indeed nourishing. Professor Lupin walked to the front of the classroom, put down his briefcase and turned to look at the students. "I'm sorry I'm late," his voice was gentle. "I encountered a minor problem on the way." "That's all right, let's begin the lesson now."
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.